Oh yeah, I think there we go. The red light is on. The donuts are ready. It means yes, yes, yo, and you don't stop. Big John, come rocking the short shop. What's up, everybody? Welcome back. This is a very super duper, extra duper special edition of Cork Stats here on YouTube at the Cork Stats channel and on Twitter at MLB Moving Averages. Today is going to be really, really epic. For sure, it is the second annual $500 NFPC tag team draft. This is like a Royal Rumble over here with just a whole of the heavy hitters. Please forgive me really quick as I just kind of pin this and get this thing going on Twitter. I can be a one-man band from time to time. Okay, I think we're rocking and rolling. Here we go, everybody. We are live on Twitter, on YouTube. Oh boy, man, this is going to be a lot of baseball. We're going to learn. We're going to laugh. We're going to cry. We're going to have a lot of fun. So, if you're unfamiliar, this is the second annual tag team draft. As I mentioned, I have the prominent guest list on hand, and I believe this is in order. So I believe this is the draft order itself, although I'm going to find out when I look at the draft board, actually. Let me see team. No, I don't have. I just have team one. So from what I understand, the draft order is such, but we can clarify. We've got Matthew Davis at Mattywood and Zach Betancourt, Frank Amarante and Kev, the Roto Surgeon at number 2, Mark Constantine and partner number 3, Eric Cross and Michael Goye here. Then we got Steve Brunn and Jason Jimenez, Evil and Fuego, followed by Andrew Geller. That's the Guilds and Draft Sheet. Peter Christensen, Chris Marr, Common Sense, right? And Chris Marr is Baseball Pods, My Forgiveness, and Drew Morris is Common Sense. I don't know why I get the M's confused. Well, I could probably tell you why, and I had to do with a lot of misbehaving in my college days. Okay, we got CJ, the Siege, up in this with GB, Greg Blankenship, Tony DiVincenzo, that's my boy. Dave's buddy, Dave McDonald, Dr. Dave, coming from Cleetown, USA, Johnny Fish and his buddy Ryan Collins, followed by Tony Tambo, Tony the Tiger, my buddy at Open Bar, and David Swan. Then we got the bad guys. We got Robert Geese and Matt Anderson. Rob G, I just played with. He hooked up with me on Twitter. Rob, nice to meet you. Yeah, Rob is another serious player. There are just tons and tons of heavy hitters here. Let's try and round this one out with my boy Justin Mason and Shelly first rate coming back with Zach Waxman. I think he's taking up. I thought it was with Mike Kurland. I don't see another team here. And to wrap it up with my boy, the Roto Soprano, Mike, Matt Modica, Matty Mo, and Jason Anderson. There we go with those M's again. All right, everybody. This is going to be epic. I ran you through the checklist. And I'll just confirm that when it starts again. Everyone just kind of get settled in. We got a long night ahead of us, but it's going to be a metric ton of fun. Guarantee that. I know for sure. That is one thing I will absolutely guarantee you. Sorry again, just shuffling a little bit, making sure I've got all my ducks in a row. I was actually trying to catch this bad boy on Twitter. Let's see. Okay, we got Maddie Davis, the host of this, is going to be jumping on momentarily. We're going to do a bit of an introduction. Matt will talk about the league and how maybe last year went a little bit. Maybe he'll talk a little bit of smack as everyone just gets settled in. We got a long day. I'm going to be calling the play-by-play throughout the draft. We also have a chance of getting some special guests up in the house. If you're out there on Twitter land and you'd like to hop on with the big dude, get up in the DMs. I'm going to be checking the best I can, but obviously this is really crazy to kind of try and do this, navigate this, and be back and forth and fill 4 hours of airtime by myself. But who better than the big man with the big mouth from the Big Apple, man? Out the chair, everybody. How excited are you? Baseball is back. Man, how grateful are we? One, to have it back, 2, to have the freedom to do that, but also that we were working our ass off throughout the lockout. I was not having that short season. I was not falling for any of that. They took us on a wild ride. We rode the tiger. Hearts were broken. Tears were shed. But at the end of the day, the butt, that big old shaking ass, we got it in, baby. We're getting 162. It wasn't exactly how we planned, but we are going to get there. It's going to start in like 17 days. We got 2.5 weeks to get this, everything in order, ready for the big season. Then all my betting stuff starts. So forget it. I'm just burning the candle at both ends right now, getting the last little bit of fantasy goodness out of this offseason. I've worked so very, very hard. You can check my work at MLB Moving Averages. I'm on YouTube. You can check Mayo Media Net. Just type in Cork Stats on YouTube. We're doing some pretty detailed videos. I've got the Cork Stats audio pod, doing strategy stuff, and my Counterpoint episodes where I listen to my favorite podcasts, of course, and then I just kind of answer them back, which is really kind of funny if you're unfamiliar with it. It's done pretty well. It's been pretty well received. It's kind of funny. I was talking to myself. I was listening to these things. I'd hear Justin or Paul say something, and I was like, what do you mean? How you doing? And sometimes I agree. It's not just disagreeing. Sometimes it's me agreeing, like, yeah, pound it harder. Get on that. Don't give up that position. And you know what? That turned into the Counterpoint episode. So please, everybody, check those out. We are now 19 minutes away from draft time. We should have Maddie Davis up in the room in maybe about 5 minutes or so. Man, we are going to do it all. I'm going to call it, but I'm not just going to be calling the picks. You know me. We're going to be talking strategy. I will not mention players that have not been called yet. If there's anybody in the draft room in this game, I'm not going to, sacrifice the integrity at all, but I am going to be talking about your teams and what I think you're doing. So I'm going to give all the listeners and everyone out there the perspective as if I was in the draft room with you, right? I don't know what you, the drafter, are doing. I just know what it may look like. So that is going to be the thing here. I'm all alone. I haven't spoke to anybody outside of the usual. This should be really interesting. The feedback last year, I got to admit, was just phenomenal. It really was. It was just phenomenal. I couldn't believe it for as long as this went. People just kept getting on about how good the fantasy goodness was. I'm stalling on it just a bit because we are going to have plenty of it while I wait for Maddie. But man, I guess right off the bat, my initial takeaways, right, will be let's see where does Tatis go right off the bat, right? So you have to think he's fallen firmly out of the first round. Where is Acuna going to go? Right, he's been in the first round, but now it sounds like we're not going to see him maybe until late April. Although, man, the way he's tracking, I wouldn't be surprised if he DHs earlier than that. But I'm not a doctor, so let's go with the info we have. They're saying late May he's playing, right, or late May he's playing the field. And the reason I think that's important is I don't think it's reasonable to expect much in the ways of stolen bases if he's not playing the outfield. Not that those two things need to exist together, but I mean, come on, let's be realistic. If you can't, if you don't have the confidence of the front office to steal bases, to play the field, there's no way they're going to let you run. So that's just me. I know it is a bit of forecasting, but I do feel like it's an inference, right? I feel like it's educated guess and not just a blind guess. So I think Acuna still might belong in the first round, maybe not where he's going at like that 6 or 7. And I think this is where I wanted to go. That without the steals, he could still return because I don't believe he'll be leading off anymore. I think as they look to at least somewhat kind of protect him, right? At least somewhat. I think, he's in line to do more damage as a power hitter now. So I think every lineup spot you move Acuna back, maybe he drops a little bit in runs, but maybe not so much because of how good the rest of the lineup behind him is. But the RBIs are certainly going to go up. So it may even be worth it trading, less runs for more ribbies, and it even could be more home runs. I mean, who knows? I don't want to try and forecast too much here. I'm just trying to get to the point where Acuna's projection is not really written in stone. Not that any of them are, but his in particular, right? Because there's so much, there's so many moving pieces, and he's still an awesome player. Like I'm having a hard time getting to the projections as far as the steals go. Let's bring those up and take a look. I just know that I'm low. I also know on a recent team that I drafted Acuna because there's a little bit of FOMO, I guess. I wanted to have one slice of who I think is one of the best players in the game, and he looks healthy enough. That's what I was waiting for me to feel like he's healthy enough to give me at least the majority of the season. I'm struggling with these steals projections, like I mentioned. Now, the steals projections going down the board. The highest is Steamer at 29. I think you forget about that. The lowest is ATC at 18. And, really, I almost feel like you can forget about that as well. I just can't get there. I'm just not putting 18 steals on somebody that, can't play the field right now because I'm worried about his knee. I could be proven wrong. I very well may. I hope I am, if that's worth anything. But, the fact of the matter with Acuna is, I don't know how you could project mid-20 steals. I just don't know how you could do I feel like we're already partially wish casting a bit on putting him in the first round because we know what he could do. But man, without really a firm belief in steals, I can't get there. And if you start knocking down those steals from the low 20s into the low teens, where I think is fair, I guess I should give my own. I kind of have Acuna around. Man, let's say a dozen. Give me a dozen of 14. I'd be thrilled. So I just can't get to that 18 floor, 24 ceiling. So I can tell you, I'm really not going to be able to get him anywhere going forward in any kind of big money drafts, right? There's just no chance. There's just no chance of that happening for me. But I mean, such is life. But like I said, I did get my one share, and I found myself really, really fighting. I felt like quicksand the whole way, and that's just me. That's why I've ended up on the non-Vlad in the first round argument. I have never said you can't win with him. I have said I struggle building teams without getting speed, which I think is the nuanced, correct answer. Also, the most correct answer is Vlad is awesome, and anybody can win. You certainly can win without him. I'm not sure how you can't win without him. It's just it certainly puts a little bit of pressure on you having had a chance at a 5-category player, having had a chance at even a guy like Tucker, where I'll sacrifice a couple of bombs to get more steals, from Harper. I have a special love connection with Bryce Harper, so maybe not so much Harper. But, I really want to leave the first round some steals. So we're going to be looking for Ronald Acuna to see where he goes. Then, of course, the non-steal guys, always really interesting. Soto and Guerrero, where do they spot? Those guys are phenomenal. I mean, there's hardly a hole in the game. And it's only because of the disproportionate weighting that is awarded to steals in this game of ours in Roto that those guys are digged. I'm getting ready for my big home league, which is points. And, Soto is basically the first pick. Soto, Trout, even, and Guerrero. And just to give you an idea of how we have to look differently at these things. All right, I see the back room is lit up. So we got Matty Wood. That's @_ MATTYMOOWM. Me with the M's again. _MATTYWOOD_. Man, me and M's been a problem. It is FTN's own, my dude, Matty Wood. You're the founder of the feed here, Matt. So this is kind of your thing. It went over so well. It's been so well received. So in the few minutes that you have, the floor is all yours. They're going to get enough of me. How did it start? How did it start? Thank you for setting this up. All that good stuff. Go, man.
No, thank you. This is the second year in a row that you have also been a part of it by running a live stream. So I appreciate you for bringing your energy and passion to this. It was a lot of fun listening to it after the draft was done, kind of hearing people's, your process and what you were thinking, having guests come on and talk about how they communicated. But it's a totally different dynamic because everybody's been drafting on their own, roster constructions or where they like to draft or who they like to draft. And now there's a different component to where you might think that there's a lock, like Zach Betancourt and I are teaming up. And that's initially why I kind of came up with this, is because when I first got into the NFBC, I didn't have a bankroll or anything. And my buddy and I, Zach Betancourt, decided to split a RotoWire online championship. And we ended up having some good fortune in winning the league, et cetera, et cetera. But we still, till this day, we partner together. We used to do the live auctions together as well, but that became a little bit more difficult.
Tag team auction?
Yeah. Wow. And it became a little bit too difficult, but we still do split main events together. And we're going to be doing that on April 3rd online together this year. But I saw people like Brian Slack and Nick Sackett that get together. Even though, unfortunately, they're not in this league, I just kind of wanted to put something together in that similar format. But everybody has to have a partner. That's the rule, right? So you have to have a co-owner. There has to be a teammate. And then it's going to trickle into Fab and having to communicate, because if you don't stay up to par and if you're not up to communicating with your teammate, you will falter. You'll see teams kind of get a little lackadaisical because you do have to communicate and one person's waiting for the other one. And there's always time, right? We're always playing against time. We're always competing against time. And this kind of increases that level of intensity in my opinion.
Hold on. So I have a question, because you mentioned time. Is it more difficult with a partner in a fast draft room opposed to in season, where in season you and I could email, we could text and kind of hash it out? My panic, and you could see I move pretty fast, man. I would worry that I wouldn't be able to get to the decision the way I want with another person. So I have a lot of respect for those that have that malleability. I mean, you're a really cool guy. And I know I am too, but I still might not have that ability to work that. So I was wondering, could you speak to that? What is it that allows you, man, to kind of let go of the reins? I think that's my beef, Matt. It's not right. I have trouble with control. So could you speak to that?
Yeah, well, it is becoming harder and harder, actually. I've noticed as the years go on, it's becoming a little bit more difficult to work with each other, ironically so. But we still really do enjoy doing this. And one of the big things is, going out to Vegas. Zach actually bought a condo in Vegas. So now we've got now it's kind of his little backyard there. But one of the things you will notice is the clock. So if you see some teams, like I have a feeling Matt Modica and Jason Anthony, they're splitting a main event this year together. They're going to be well prepared tonight. I have an idea that their clock's not going to drain that whole full 60 seconds. You're going to see some teams where almost every pick is almost down to the second, and that's okay. This isn't a slow draft. We're not being impatient or anything, but I think it's a sign of needing to communicate to the fullest, right? Because even if you are prepared, things get weird in drafts and uncertainties happen. And especially with free agency shaking up, ADP is not as concrete as we might think it is. So, and this league we saw last year, ADP really wasn't similar when it comes to this draft, especially with it being a standalone. It isn't an overall. We're playing for $4,000 to first place, $2,000 to second place, etc. And so that takes away the overall component of things. So you will see the draft shape out a little bit differently than we're kind of accustomed to seeing.
It's regular fab, right? Regular fab league. Okay, so cool. So
correct.
Everything else, NFBC, standard fab, standalone. Now, my question is back to the teaming up. How far away from your pick do you feel the queue needs to be full? Especially with a partner. This is funny. This came up on my most recent Counterpoint episode today because I was busting his chops a little bit. But when I had Zola on this show, I was asking him about that. He had said, well, you really should be prepared a full round in advance. I was saying, yeah, it's good to be prepared a round in advance. But I physically start filling a queue, 4 or 5 players out. So I'm curious, Matt, when do you personally start filling it? And does that change with another person? Like, do you feel you have to see the horizon earlier with another person? I think I mean.
Yeah, absolutely. So Zach and I create what a Google sheet, and it's sort of like a draft map, and it has a sheet for each round. And it's going to have basically our own created queue without having a queue inside the draft room. And it'll have a range, right? Once you get a little bit further on, obviously something that isn't just one round. It has to stretch to maybe one, in addition to that, because of how the draft is shaking out or roster construction or needs, etc. But we're fully prepared to at least plow through at least the first. You want to be prepared at least through the first 10 rounds, I would think. And then you kind of want to let roster construction and, what's going on around you in the environment of the draft room to kind of dictate, okay, now, what are we preparing for here? What are we looking for? And then I think that's it. It's not really a player specific thing at that point. It wouldn't be like, let's load up the queue of the guys we like. It's starting to look at the roster. What are we feeling we need? And then who can we fill that queue up with of who we want or need?
You know what, Matt? Also, since I got you, this list that I have that you sent me, is that the draft order? Do you have the first pick?
No, we have the 13th pick.
I don't have. Okay, so I don't have the order. You know what?
I sent it to you on that text message. If you pulled that up, or just put John, don't you have the board? The link to the draft board?
Yeah. Hold on. Let's get the board only has team 1 through 15. So Matt, what I'm gonna man, you want to hop on? Do you have it anywhere that I could get my hands on that list so I know who is who? Because right now I don't know who is who. The image you sent me, I thought was I thought it had the draft order, and it does not.
It does.
Oh, you know what? Oh, it's all the way on the right. Okay. I have to flip a little bit. So Dave McDonald is at the 1.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, it doesn't go in order either.
Yeah. Okay,
you would think it would go one down.
All right, that's fine. I know how to get it at least. So we've got McDonald at the 1, Modica at the 2, and then I'll kind of get used to it again. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Maybe I might even start jotting it down quick.
You're cruising.
All right, this will be good. So you're a few minutes. Oh,
yeah.
You're a few minutes away from showtime. I'm gonna let you go in another minute, man. Well, real quick, let's plug your stuff. Matt's at FTN, rock and rolling. I read every single thing that you guys put out. Vlad is putting on a clinic right now. You and Vlad are absolutely doing work. It's funny. I've been really into this underdog stuff, which I know is very niche, but like, so he puts anything out on underdog. I've been all over the FTN kit. You guys, the fantasy baseball pod is excellent right now. Also, really one of the better ones. And you probably have the best logo in the game. If that means, I don't know if that means anything. But yeah, I love it anyway because the major league kind of spinoff that you thought up is, dude, it's brilliant. It really is. It really is brilliant. So why don't you take a minute and plug your stuff before you get in the war room?
I greatly appreciate it, and by the way, I dearly miss working with you. You and I were colleagues last year,
Yeah, it
or
was
a
great.
year and a
Yeah,
half
these
together.
things happen. Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
sure. We
it's
had the
all a
pleasure of
cycle.
working together, but you and I, we're still buddies and pals, and talk together behind the scenes. And I look forward to meeting you in person, whether that be in New York or
Oh, you're
Chicago
getting a
once
big
I
old
move.
hug, man. Bear hug.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bear
Yeah, you come
hug.
out to Chicago once I move
Oh,
over
I
there and get
love that.
settled
Is
in.
that wait? You know, I noticed with the new change, is that where the mustache went? Was this like like a spring? Is this like the new birth, like a new life? Is that what's going on here?
Actually, I don't shave often. I kind of get
Where was
scruffy
your
and then I'll
mustache,
let
bro?
whatever go. Yeah. So I had that when that was, man, about a year and a half ago now. But yeah, I did grow that thing out for about 18 months, when, going through the birth of my daughter and all of that. But,
Yancey said,
um,
"Oh,
I
okay." So I see the
ironically, I
YouTube
shaved
comment.
last night. Yeah.
Yeah, Yancey said, "New year, new Maddie." You know what it is, Matt? And I've told you this before. It's because my father is retired post office, so I've
That's right.
always had a thing. Not only for postal guys, but if the guys that have mustaches. You show me a mailman that's got a mustache, and I have a friend. You show me somebody that's a good man right there. That's a good person right there. No, like, my dad rocked the stash from the 70s. He still has it, and it's just funny. I always kind of relate the two. So, Maddie, good
That's
luck. You're
great.
2 minutes away from showtime. Good luck at the 13th hole. We'll see you. The
Thank you,
link is
John.
open if you want to
Yeah,
hop
yeah, yeah.
on.
I might
All
come
right,
back on a
man.
little
Good
bit
luck.
later
Good
once we
luck.
get settled in. Thank you so
Good
much. Have a
luck.
good
All
evening,
right,
brother.
where
All right.
everyone, we're just a few minutes away. I can start getting the board up. Probably you can see a little less of me. Yeah, there we go. How about more of the board and less of me, as we are now just a few minutes away. And like I said, let me try and get this order up. Maybe I'm gonna spend the 2 minutes getting the order together. Will actually be a big help for me as I try and call this, because I had that last time. So we got Dr. Dave is in the one hole. I guess I'll call out the lineup and I get it going at the same time. Then we have Maddie Mo in the two spot. Number third pick belongs to Guilds and Draft Sheet. So that's Guilds and Pete in the three. The fourth pick belongs to Mark. I've got Mark C. Pick five, everybody, is Mason and Shelly. Okay, I'll be really glad to be referring to this later on. The last time we did this, I did not have the order. So at least we can nip that one in the butt. Number six is my dude, Zach Waxman. Number seven is Steve Brunn and his partner, Jason. Okay, making our way. We're halfway home. Number eight is Rob G. Number nine is Fish. Number 10 is Chris Pods and Drew. 11 is Tambo and Swan. 12 is Cross Govier. A lot of love in that room. I'm a little disappointed they don't have the wheel. I'm going to have to talk to them about this. Then 13 is Maddie Wood, who we just had on, the host there. 14 is Frank and Kev, all the bad boys of fantasy football. And then 15th on the wheel is Siege and GB. All right, everybody. Sorry about that delay, but that absolutely will be worth it. I promise you that much. So now at least I have it. We're 20 seconds away from launching the second annual NFBC Tag Team League. Everybody, this is going to be a good one, yo. This is going to be a good one. And I'm going to be bringing the heat. I'm going to be bringing some analysis. We were just kind of fudging around a touch, but not anymore, So We're gonna break it down. I'm gonna give my thoughts. I'm going to be harsh on everybody, including my friends, maybe more so on them. So I think we're going to learn something, and I think we're going to have some fun, and I think we're going to watch a whole bunch of high stakes beasts, kind of do their thing. So the first pick is made, and it is Trey Turner. And maybe I'll just disappear me, Jose Ramirez at the 2 spot to Matty Mo. No real surprises here. The guys we'll be keeping an eye on. We see Juan Soto. Maybe I should. I wonder if I can. Oh, look at that! I could be in the corner. That's even better. Out of the way. Then Juan Soto, Vlad Guerrero. We mentioned the no steals guys, not bothering them. Again, remember what Maddie said. It's not an overall. There is no overall component. So without the overall component, you could probably slide back on steals just a little bit. I'd imagine that was the thinking from 3 and 4. That's Guilds and Pete with my boy Juan Soto. Mark goes to Guerrero. 5 goes to Justin Mason and Shelly. You got to love that. 5 categories. Garrett Cole off the board to Zach. He's going pitching first. Let's see if he goes Triple D, Yellow Brick Road. Really interesting to see. I mean, I never usually go pitcher in the first round. It is absolutely viable. And I have to mention something that I've heard mentioned to me. I think it was on Zach's pod with Dalton. And he was mentioning, it's obviously half the scoring is pitching and half the scoring is hitting. Right. And it's 14 and 9, right? 14 hitters and 9 pitchers. So if dissimilar amounts of players are responsible for equal amounts of categories, then the lesser players, right, the side with the lesser players are actually worth more. And that's what I think you're seeing here. And I could catch you up a bit. So 7, that was Steve Brunt, went with Harper. Rob G goes Corbin Burns. Fish follows it up with Max Scherzer in the first. Fish with the big, probably surprising pick, I call it. Not going with the speed like we've seen, going with Scherzer in the ace. Well, I love Scherzer. I've done the granular breakdown video on him, and Scherzer is a boss. My worry, of course, is what I think a lot of people's worries are. And it's the projected game totals. And when you see a projected game total for 28, it's for a reason. Everyone is worried. So, though I believe Scherzer is as impactful as anybody on a per inning basis, that's probably why I would avoid him in the first. But I do, of course, see the argument. I mean, the man is an absolute beast. So now we're at Team 10. That's Chris, Paz, and Drew. Go with Albies, followed by Tucker. And there is Ronald Acuna at the 12. So the 12 is Cross and Govier. Go Acuna there. Not too worried. And I was mentioning it before at the Open. I'm really not as worried. And in particular in a league like this, without an overall, is when I think it probably feels the safest to go after a guy where you don't need him to fill out the full projections for steals. And then, of course, listen, let's be realistic. Ronald Acuna, one of the better baseball players on the planet Earth, if he is healthy and starts running, and you do get the 24 steals, if you built your team in it with him and giving you 12 to 14, you're going to be cruising. So we've had a couple picks made. Team 13, that was Matty Wood. He went with Wood, Sheriff Woody, Brandon Woodruff. Then it goes Robert goes to Frank and Kev, Luis Robert. They get unwrapped Manny Machado, and in between on the wheel, CJ and GB. So that's Siege and Greg with Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman. I guess, they're not really worried about Betts. There really has been quite a bit of talk about Betts. Let's take a look. I actually have, I have my robust player pages up. And let's get into why there are worries about Betts. And I think it's about last year. So, and I think that stems from the hip injury, which, was not surgered and as I see it, fully healed, right? I don't mean to speak for his healing. I don't know. But generally, I'd like to hear about procedures because then I feel like we can get to 100%. I'm not one that generally believes in rest. So when you look at Mookie Betts' 2021, it's pretty rough, to be honest, when you look at it compared to relatively to the players surrounding him. So, his For example, Mookie Betts' barrel rate sticks out like a sore thumb, right? He's the only player going that early with a single-digit barrel rate. At a 7.8 barrel rate. It was a 6% adjusted barrel rate. He had a 2.6 blast rate, right? So that's your ideal subset of barrels. That's the barrel of barrels, the Cadillac of barrels. 2.6 blast rate, not really going to get it done. Pair that with a 368 expected wOBA on contact, a 107.9 max EV, and a sub 10% dynamic hard hit rate. Where I'm going with that is I'm struggling with the projections for Mookie Betts. I mean, it's just what it is. Like, those are the power metrics that matter. Those are the ways that we project home runs properly. And, the Bat X got him for 34. I love Derek Carty, but I can't get to 34. So I've been a bit worried about Betts' home runs. That's my piece on him. Freddie Freeman is a damn GOAT. All right, let's get back in. Team 13, Matty Wood, who went with Sheriff Wood on the front end, goes with Shohei Ohtani in the second. So it's a Woodruff and Ohtani start. As we go round by round, I'll start to hit you with the pairings. Team 12, so it was Cross and Govier. Pair Ronald Acuna with Michael Trout. Going big, again, no overall, standalone. When you're in a standalone league, they're looking at players that have the ability to move the needle on their own. As a player that's conservative, right? So I'm generally conservative, and I'm making my way into the roto format, trying to understand more and more about roster construction and how categorical builds are more important than pure impact guys. That is for an overall. I have found that sometimes I end up without those players because I've sought more of a balanced build. If I were to take the worst, not say the worst case scenario, right? Because the worst case scenario is all our players going to hurt me, end up in 15th place. But I mean, the worst case of a good scenario for me will be just that I was too balanced, I was too reserved, didn't go for the home run. And I think Mike Trout is being shorted. The way we dove into bets, let's do a little dive into Michael Trout, huh? Everybody, let's answer the question. Just how good is Mike Trout? And this is kind of funny because obviously Trout didn't give us a ton last year in terms of plate appearances, right? We know that. Control F. My boy here. Oh my God, I don't know why he's not coming up. All right, I guess you guys escaped here. Oh, that's why. Hold on. Wrong page. So let me bring up Mike Fish here. All right, here we go. Mike Trout didn't give us a full year. He only gave us 146 games, 36 games, 146 plate appearances. When he left, he was the best hitter in baseball. He was the best hitter in baseball. Mike Trout is the best hitter in the game. 333 average, 466 OBP, a 190 WRC plus. The expected stats are off the chain, a 297 XBA. Let's run that against the league. I told you we're going to do it all. That was top 10 in the league as far as XBA goes. 562 expected slug, a 421 xWOBA, 19% walk rate, 22% O swing. Notice as I walk you across the different statistical baskets here, 24% line drive. I mean, just off the hook, 430 xWOBA, like I mentioned, a 53% hard hit rate, 617 WOBA con, 25% dynamic hard hit rate. Mike Trout off the hook. People are shortchanging Mike Trout. We've kind of just washed away. We've kind of brushed away the chance that Mike Trout could play 150 games. And if he plays anywhere near that, he is a top 5 hitter in the game. That's my piece on Trout. Let's get back into the board here. Let me do a little expansion. Even with my glasses, I'm having trouble seeing. We had that issue last year, but we get my video production down a little bit. So let's get back into it. We're going back to Team 11. So that's my boy Tony the Tiger, Tambo, and Swan go at Rafael Devers paired with Kyle Tucker. Now, if you're going hitter, Tucker Devers is phenomenal combination. Devers truly one of the best hitters in the game as well. He's another hitter that I think is being shortchanged, let's say in point leagues and head-to-head. Rafael Devers should be going like after Guerrero and Soto and Trout and Harper, and then it's like Devers. He's one of the best hitters in the game. Should we do a little do-si-do on Devers? Let's do a little do-si-do, everybody, on Devers. Let's see what the big guy's got on him. You know me. Let's bring up what we got. Where's my boy Raphael? Where are you, Raphael? Oh, well, you got to sort by ADP. So okay, I got my sheets here. Sometimes can be a bit maybe they're too robust. All right, Rafael Devers. How awesome was Rafael Devers? Well, unlike Mike Trout, he gave you 664 plate appearances. He was good for $37 return, 101 runs, 113 ribbies, 38 homers with 5 steals, 890 OPS. The expected stats off the chain: 286 XBA, 553 xSlug, 386 xWOBA. The disciplinary stats, all right, are not as good as the surrounding hitters, and that's why Rafael Devers would fall behind the big dogs that I kind of mentioned before. 21% K to 9% walk, not terrible, but a 13% K minus walk, generally not what you find in the first round because he chases a bit too much, but that's something that he could correct. 36% O swing, a bit too high for Devers. Pairing that with a 79% in-zone contact rate, that's why he falls to where he does. But the power metrics are almost off the chain. They are elite, almost second to none. 392 expected WOBA, 52% hard hit rate, 15 barrel, 8.5 blast, 475 expected WOBA on contact, 114.4 max EV, 21% dynamic hard hit rate. Rafael Devers is a boss in the box. He is a boss. Don't mess around with Devers. And I'm a Yankee fan. You know, I do kind of despise the Red Sox, but you got to give credit where the credit is due. I think I just paused my video with my big fat finger there. Okay, we're back on track, everybody. Let's get the train back on the tracks. After that, Team 10, I got my notes here. So that's Chris and Drew. Again, go with Cedric Mullins paired with Ozzie Albies. See, now this is really a start that speaks to me. This is the ballot start that I was talking about. I don't think Albies is like great at anything. I don't really think Mullins is great at anything, but in this thing of ours, 5x5 rotisserie fantasy baseball, they do it all. Batting average is so important. And if I could spend a little more time kind of poking the holes in my own game here, that was really my own biggest flaw getting into Roto, coming from head to head, was not focusing enough on batting average and realizing that it's very hard to make up mid-season. Mullins kind of scrapped the switch hitting. Man, he is going to take off. Love the Albies and Mullins start. Let's work our way back to number 9. It's Johnny Fish, the effing legend, pairing Max Scherzer with Trevor Story. Now, listen, Fish, I love you, but these are guys I haven't really been able to get to. I mentioned Max Scherzer, but my worry is volume. Though maybe I'm DC braining this a little bit. So let me rescind that just a touch. Max Scherzer is really just fine in fab leagues. You really got to do the format dependency. Something that I really failed to do just there. You know, in DCs, I don't think you take Max Scherzer because you want him in fab leagues. Now, let me take a look at Trevor Story. I'm going to tell you why I can't get down with Story, who just made a move to Boston. Okay, so this is not anti-Boston. I was just throwing all types of flowers at Rafael Devers. Let's take a look at Trevor Story and why I don't believe he really measures up. Now, listen, he is going to produce in 5x5 Roto. I wouldn't touch him in a points league because I don't think he's a masher. The home runs are always there. The steals are always there. The counting stats, okay. The average also not great. Okay, so the 251 average backed by a 243 expected BA, good but not great. 471 slug with a 440 X slug, good but not great. 340 WOBA back with a 333 X WOBA, good but not great. 100 WRC plus kind of speaks for itself. It's just meh. The disciplinary basket is all right. 23.5% K, to 9% walk. Again, 15% K minus walk is not terrible, but just not as low as we'd expect at that part of the draft. Again, like Devers, he chases a bit too much, 33.5% O swing, but his Z-Con is really good at 86. He keeps the ball in the air off the ground, which is part of the low batting average, but this will help him in Fenway, if you ask me. Let's get into the power metrics, right? Again, they're good, but not great. Where the elite hitters are posting 50% hard hit rates on StatCast. Story is down at 42.5, which is better than average, but not great. 10% barrel, 5% blast. He does have a better than 400 expected WOBA on contact, but that includes sprint speed. Story helps get it done with the legs. The max EV at 111, dynamic hard hit rate at 15. His exit velocity on fly balls is down at 86. That's like league average. So I think he's going to hit 20 home runs. Yeah, I think Story hit 20 home runs. But that part of the draft, I'm usually looking for guys I think have topside, and I'm not sure Story does. At least that's my opinion. All right, let's get back into the draft board. So we're working our way back. Team 8, so that's Rob G, went Corbin Burns to Walker Buehler to Raisel Iglesias. yellow brick road she's forming. And really, Beastie, I am not a Bueller guy, right? I'm not a Bueller guy. Let's do the do-si-do on Bueller. Let's have a little fun, people, right? I mean, that's what we're doing here. We'll catch up on all the picks. But like I said, I did want to kind of leave people with nuggets. You're not just listening to me read draft order. That's kind of no fun. So we get into Bueller real quick. So part of it stems from last year's stats, which again, for pitching, I use less than hitting. I don't think they necessarily tell the story. But again, we're looking at the pitchers going around him. His K rate is the lowest in the area. 26K to 6.4 walk. 20% K rate walk is good, but it's not great. 11.5% swing strike rate. Again, it's good, but it's not great. His in-zone contact rate, just above 86. Again, good, but not great. Give you an idea of the players going around him. It's not a Dodger slander. Cole's at 80, Burns at 81, Ohtani 83, Woodruff 81, Giolito 78, DeGrom 75, Nola 82, Sale 78, Robbie Ray 81, Peralta 78, Gaussman 81. Walker Buehler's in-zone contact rate is firmly higher than everyone else because he has a 25% heart rate, and that's the one in this big old love and chest going bum, 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 bum. But he spots the ball in the middle, particularly the fastball. And now let's wrap up my beefs with Buehler on the fastball. Here, let me just get this up. We're going to get the fastball out. So first things first, we've seen a drop in velocity year over year. That's a major problem. Then we saw the drop in spin rate at the crackdown. It did not recover. Now, we don't know if it's not going to, but I'm not going to be told that that's a good sign. We know Buehler's detail on his fastball is not a strong suit. His fastball is not predicated on the horizontal movement. He needs a lack of vertical break, and that's been moving in the wrong direction, right? We want a pitcher's fastball to be flat. We don't want a steep angle. A steep attack angle can lead to a steep exit angle out the ballpark. So Buehler's fastball in general is just moving in the wrong direction. It's lost velocity, it's lost spin, it's lost tail, and it has steepened. So there are problems with Buehler. That's why I haven't been able to get with him. Let's dive back into the board. Let's do some catching up here. Team 7 went Harper, DeGrom, to Simeon. That's Steve Brunn. We're at Team 6. That's my dude. Waxman went Garrett Cole. Backed it up with Teoscar Hernandez and Byron Buxton. Tell me someone is trying to win the league. Yeah, good job, Zach. I like that. I think Buxton also falls into the category like Max that I mentioned before. I won't step on the same rake this time. In Fab Leagues, we don't know who is going to get injured. Yes, it's very easy. Oh, that guy's injury prone, and that's why he's got injured. We've had injury prone players put together strings of healthy seasons. A guy like Buxton is a league winner. And granted, if we thought he was going to play every year, like let's say Buxton's perception of health was on par with Kyle Tucker or Bryce Harper or anyone else we expect to kind of play every single day, he'd be going in the first round. So that's kind of baked in. Sorry about the video, everybody. Live TV can be a bitch sometimes. So that's kind of baked in. I really like the Buxton move. I'm all over Buxton. He came out here and hit a huge ding dong already. This guy is just absolutely unstoppable. Team, and of course did I have the names messed up? No, that was Waxman, Buxton. Okay, got that. 5 is Mason and Shelley. They went Bo Bichette to Liam Hendricks. I mentioned saves at the opening in the standalone. So it was interesting to see Hendricks go so early. I wasn't quite sure if they were going to. I'm curious to see how they back that up or if they believe Liam Hendricks gives you 30 saves, possibly 35, possibly 40, and we don't have to go back to the well. We can find our closer another day. Really going to be interesting to track not only how teams go after the first closer, but then how they try and backfill the rest of that team. So Team 6 looking very strong. Team 5 looking very strong. Team 4, that's Mark C, is Vlad Guerrero, Julio Urias to Sandy Alcantara. I mean, I do like the players. I usually don't pair Urias with Alcantara. I kind of have them on the safer end of the tier 1 bucket, opposed to where the second guy I want somebody that I think is like Cy Young, and I don't really have that for Urias. I guess Alcantara maybe could. I worry that the wins, which are stupid, mind you, might hold him back. But Urias, I think, is more of a volume guy. He also has some issues with the fastball, I believe. So I've been avoiding pairing those guys in the front. I've been more on like Geo and Wheeler. Um, and now I haven't really gotten to Bieber, but Alcantara for sure. Yeah, hold on. We got a Deadpool hitter. I see you, Rob D. I see you up in the chat. Hold on one second. Let's get you. Let's get you to Lynn. Hopefully we're gonna get Rob Dip up in the house here, which would be really cool. Hold on, that's coming. Rob, I'm coming, baby. I'm coming. Live TV. I'm telling you, man. I am I am the law. No, I am the one man band, yo. This is just like I'm balancing bowls on sticks and doing it all right now. Hold on. Okay, Rob, the link is shot. You're good to go. I'll see you pop up in the room in just a second. All right, let's dive back into this board. Catch everyone back up to the front. We had team three, so it's Guild and Pete. Who let me just speak to Pete real quick. Pete, what's up, my man? Very interesting to see Pete do a face turn. It's been crazy. I've been waiting for like the double reverse juke troll move, and it hasn't happened. Pete's just like an awesome guy right now. All kidding aside, Pete, very proud of you with the running stuff. I watch that stuff. I'm really into that. Hearing how you're become positive. Like I don't know how else to put it. You're like a pure. Somebody say you're a really positive handle on Twitter. Man, who would have thought draft cheat and that in the same sentence? Whatever. 2022 is off the chain, people. So Guilds and Pete Guilds also. I have to say, I don't know him. I only knew him from Twitter, and now he's had a couple appearances with Bubba. I would say follow him up on Twitter and check that out. We have the 2020 overall draft champion, El Campione, Rob DiPietro from Dirty Jurors. Rob D, what's up, kid?
What's up, John? How you doing, man?
This is crazy. I feel like I'm running a telethon all by myself,
Yeah, listen, and you're slamming a Red Bull or something over there.
No. I was keeping this as seltzer. I'm fast.
Oh, okay. I like it.
I'm
Nice.
keeping it clean.
Yeah, so I just took a gander at the draft board. It looks pretty interesting so far. I did an online championship today at noon to beat Chris List, so I'm trying to transition out of the 12-team view back into 15.
Now, let me ask you the thing I just mentioned was we saw Shelly and Justin go with Hendricks really early, and I was unsure where the big closers would go. So I'm curious if your take is, so right off the bat, do you think you need a closer in round two? And let me ask you, if you did take one, so let's say you've defended it, which I think is okay, do you think you get Hendricks, Rob, because then you could shut the door? Like, we're not buying any more closers. We'll pick the other one up on Fab. Or do you think there's a need that if you get two closers and shoot for like the 15 points in the category?
I think there's so many good ways to go. I think you can get two and lock it up, or if you can get like a Hendricks, then maybe you come back and you get a Chapman, right, or a Romano type in that next round, the fifth or sixth round.
Even without the overall.
Yeah, because then I think you're not fabbing all year round. I think you just you got 60 save. You're gonna come top 4, top 5. That's a nice 10 points right there. But a bat, because I don't know, because I think if you're gonna fish later on, like round 9 or 10, you're going to go for the Barlow or, Tyler Rogers. There's a lot to, and then later on, you can go for like the Kittredge Floro types, or just spec last 3 or 4 picks, just, get all the Daniel Hudson type guys, who knows, that might get a job. I don't know.
I don't really mess with that stuff. Although in Fab, I could see like, I don't know, throwing the Robert Suarez dart maybe, or like,
yeah.
I mean, man, look, right now that the spec market has blown up in a lot of people's faces so far.
No, right. No, it definitely has and definitely can. But I think if it's the last 2 or 3 picks of your draft, and let's just say you did only get that one guy, right? And you take 3 stabs. If one guy sticks around, then you got a second guy, and then you just cut the other 2 by the time the season runs around. Because I guess my thing is like, if you, let's just say, picked Chris Stratton, which your last pick, and he happened to be the guy to get named the closer over Bednar. Like, if he does get named, he's $100-200 probably in week 1 or 2,
Yeah, right. Yeah.
In Fab.
Right.
So I don't know. It's a good shot to take if you're not going to go back into it. But I could definitely see, like Hader and Chapman, team 1 did. That's pretty solid. He's not going to take a closer now for the rest of the draft. and he could grab one during the season to be his third guy to, come in the top two, top three.
All right, let me dive back into this board for everybody. So,
Yeah.
I of course I ended up like going backwards or whatever. So I'm gonna wrap on. Let me do a quick 2-1. Then I'm gonna go back and catch everyone up on round. Right now we're currently in round 4, making our way left across the board and back around 5. But I didn't get to team 2 at all. So that's my dude, fellow Roto Soprano, Matty Mo, went Jose Ramirez, Tim Anderson. Right off the bat, I'll tell you what, I don't know if I have a more favorite start if I'm going hitter than J-Ram and TA12. Dude, it's just everything I want. It's all the categories. It's all the balance. You have all the freedom to do whatever you want. You could even, like, that's a team that could have Giancarlo Stanton on it with no problem. You could just, no problem. You can go and get any of those big boppers to round out your outfield later on because you have everything you could possibly need. You could even end up with guys that are batting average floats, Brantley or Gurriel, because you've got everything else in abundance. So I really like that build by Matty Mo and them. They went to Bieber, who I have found a bit risky, but again, it's fab. It could be replaced. To Max Fried, who I think is a legit Cy Young candidate. They just picked Eloy Jimenez. That team is off the hook. Eloy perfectly fits that mold, Rob, that I just mentioned. When you have balance, then you can go after the 4-category beast. Where some people don't have speed yet and can't take Eloy because he doesn't fit a proper build. So I really love that. Team 1, we haven't covered Dr. Dave at all. Dave McDonald in the first spot. Went Trey Turner to lead it off. No big surprise here. I think my surprise, Rob, this is what I want to hear from you is, so we see Dave at the 1, everyone. He attacked all the specialties, right? So, yeah, Turner at the 1 makes every bit of sense. 2, 3 turn Hader, Sal Perez. 4, 5 turn Aroldis Chapman to Dylan Cease. So it's Turner, Hader, Perez, Chapman, Cease, and I mean the sandwich of that 5, the meat of that 5-pick sandwich, I should say, are all specialty positions, and I wasn't sure where they would go, Rob. So we touched on closers. How about catchers? Where do you think you got to start grabbing catchers? To be honest, in a fab standalone, I'm more willing to not to say punt, not outright punt, because that's a losing strategy. But give me I don't want to name players that have come late. Give me the C12, and then maybe I'll find the other guy in fab. What do you think about catchers?
I never really wait. I like to get one really good guy. Most of my teams have one of Sal, JTR to start. Really? If they don't, I'm hitting, the Contreras, Gondal, Varsho. I want maybe one or maybe even double tap. If I don't get one of those top guys, I like to double tap that. If not, I feel like you can get one of those guys of those 3, and then pair it up with a later shot, like maybe Luis Torrens or Danny Jansen. I don't know.
Oh, that's late. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
That's where I think I like to go and where I to be, because I know it's totally different. It's not a standalone. It's 12 team, but in the OC today at 3-4, I went JTR, Sal P and JTR. So I went pocket catchers at 3 and 4. But I like what Dave did there because I like the 2 closers. I like Sally P to go with Trey, and then I love Cease. But I think Dave is going to have to really pound pitching in the next, maybe his next 3 picks. Definitely 2 of his next 3 picks should be pitching.
Yeah, even though he doesn't have any hitters. Well, I guess he does have hitters. Just see, I so easily look past the gray box.
Right.
Catchers. All right, let's get everyone caught up on the 5th round. So now let's get everyone back in order. So I'm going to catch up on the 4th round, which I didn't cover, and now we're going to get you right. So, man, Mondesi, Lindor, Diaz, Edwin Diaz. So let's get into these closers again, right? We mentioned Hader went with Hendricks in the 2nd. Then Iglesias went middle 3. Clase went end 3. Diaz went early 4. And then Chapman went on that the 4-5 turn to Dave. Coming back, the rest of them went. Then we saw Presley, Jansen, Romano go.
Ooh, there's Tatis. Sorry, I just
pop up. So there's the new talking point.
I was wondering.
Fernando Tatis went off the board. My math is not great, but 5 times 15, I believe, is 75. God, that feels early to me. How many games and plate appearances you got for Tatis, bro?
Ooh, I don't know. I figure like 300 safe, 300 plate appearances.
Wow. Okay. And so 300, and it's funny because he's like a 50-40 guy, he could go 25-20 and 300 plate appearances.
Right. Yeah. I would think that at his best outcome, he's still a top 100 player at 300 plate appearances. And I think that, but I think that, this is who has the 15. That's Siege. That's Siege, right?
I was just going to ask you what you thought about.
They did this kind of build last year, and it didn't treat them out very well. But maybe they can do it again this year, and be a little better. But it's a high. It's they're going that high upside route with the Mondesi Tatis. I think the no pitching is going to kill them, though. I don't see how you rebound from this. It's too much. It's you're really going to get. I don't know. I don't see how.
Well, that was this thing I was going to speak to, and right. So at the end we got CJ and Greg B. Man, I got this brand new camera, and I'm having trouble with lighting stuff. It like flashes on and off. I don't know. I got to call tech support. So 6 hitters in a row.
It's tough.
Yeah. I mean, you got to account for saves, and maybe they're going to punt on the saves, which again I think could be viable, but you can't punt starters and saves. So
I know that's the thing. I know that's the thing I'm a little confused at. Unless they're gonna, I don't know if they're gonna try to go like this heavy, like swingman type, high leverage arm like route and try to get their innings and win ERA and WHIP. But that's tough because now you're losing your ability to maybe rack up Ks or saves. That's 2 things you don't really want to give up on too early. But
right, and it's a very very infield heavy approach, which is something I wanted to address also. Coming into every season, Rob, we always hear first thing, outfield is deep because you got 5 of them, whatever it is, 3 guys every position. It's not really deep because there's more platoon guys than ever, and there's more split work than ever. So I find I don't like to be out of the 6th or 7th round. Man, sometimes even only having 1. So I mean I know they have 1. But other teams have 3, 2 teams have 3, a handful of teams have 2. My point being that outfield pool, I'm finding it's getting pushed up and it's being depleted pretty early. So, I mean, listen, it could work. It could work, but man, it's got me guessing because there's just a lot of risk. Having Mondesi and Tatis on the same squad just feels risky, although you shouldn't be worrying about steals. All right, let me get back everyone into that board where I just got distracted. It was Tatis went, and I wasn't expecting him until maybe 100 or 125. Let's see, what do you got, Rob? Anything kind of sticking out to you? Everything looking pretty safe. Judge fell to the middle of the 4th. I think people are worried about the vaccine stuff.
Yeah, I mean that could be an issue. I mean, I don't even know what's going to happen with that. I don't know. They signed Rizzo, and I know he's not. So I guess. I don't know. Maybe they're just, and they traded Voit, so maybe they feel comfortable that it's.
Are they playing? Well, I mean, I live here, and the word is they're not budging. I've been saying it is a national embarrassment. It's a national embarrassment to have the visiting players play and your home players can't with fans in the stands unvaccinated. This has nothing to do with my opinion on the situation at all. All I know is I use common sense and consistency, and that not only that lacking in both. It really is lacking.
I just don't understand the whole visiting person thing can play. That's really
it's
wild.
The stupidest thing, Rob. The answer is it's hyper political. These are politically driven people, hyper political driven people that will do anything and hurt anybody to get across their political movement.
Love that pick.
There will be no backtracking on looking the fool.
Right.
All right. So let's get back. Let's get back into the board. All right. Yeah. Judge stuck out, so I was trying to avoid the vaccine.
And John, one quick question on that: do you know, like Kyrie still gets paid when he doesn't play? Will Judge get paid if he decides to not play? Do you know if he gets paid or not?
I don't know.
Because if he does, I think he's gonna do what Kyrie did and just say, "I'm not playing." Anyway, I love Zach's pick right there.
Hold on, but let's apply because people are listening because they know you and I together they're listening.
Yeah.
Are you drafting Yankees in high impact spots right now? That's a very simple question.
I don't tend to I love Cole early. I'll go to him early and often. I think he's in the safe mode, but later on, I've been I've been a little more hesitant to go with a Jormont. I don't know what his status is. I love him overall. But yeah, I've been kind of staying away, but not really on purpose because I don't really have many Yankee targets, honestly. And that's not because they're not good, but it's just at the point of the draft where I need to get them. I'm just usually
the Yankees are a very weird fantasy team. Somebody was talking about it just today in a pod. Damn, I listen to so many freaking podcasts. Sometimes I forget which one it was. But it was talk. Oh, you know what it was? It was Paul and Justin on Sleeper to Bust. Were talking about Rizzo and where he might slot in the lineup. And it was like, the point was the Yankees don't really have a prototypical kind of leadoff hitter. I guess LeMahieu could kind of be that guy. They were wondering if Rizzo would be like a Schwarber type leadoff guy, and I think it's possible. But to the point was the Yankees don't. They're like monotone. The Yankees are monotone. It's like slug, 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 and if that doesn't fit the way you build, then it doesn't fit the way you build. Right. I've been really curious to see how far Stanton falls. I mean, I've been trying to make room for Stanton because if you're gonna have a guy in your team that is not like a prolific base stealer, let's have the guy that can hit it. Like if I told you, let's say, Rob, somebody hit 87 home runs. Stanton's on the short list, right, of people that did it, no?
Right? No, absolutely. It's so funny with him because even when I have the type of build that I would probably be safe to take him, I just never really find myself taking him. I don't know if it's just the age thing. I just don't know if in my head it's what's the chances he stays healthy for 2 straight years.
Are you worried about health?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know at what point you stop worrying about health.
Well, I'm buying the yoga narrative. I'm buying it.
Yeah.
I bought it.
Yeah.
I bought it. I love it. It's funny too. You have people saying like, I'm not making fun of yoga, but I think it's stupid. Well, I think I've seen yoga change people's lives. And
definitely.
People that can't, again, you and I have a very, very unique experience around people that have been dilapidated, I'm lucky to even be upright sometimes, but I've done physical training with people that can't, and they'll tell you yoga saved their life. And what I'm getting at is, I think certain players, particularly some New York Yankees, are learning that it's not like muscle. Its flexibility is more sustainable than the big bodybuilder type. And now we've seen those Yankees do exactly that. They've trimmed down a bit. They've looked more flexible, and they've stayed on the field. So his injuries were always kind of ticky-tack for me anyway. So I'm all about Stanton. All right, let's go team by team, left to right. We covered CJ and Greg. It's all bats so far. So the holes are obvious. They're missing pitching. So now we got
I thought Matty Wood for a second. Sorry, I thought Matty Wood had just one batter, but I forgot he had Ohtani in there. See, and I didn't realize Ohtani went in the second round. I think that's freaking phenomenal. I mean,
Ohtani fell out of the first. Yeah,
that's like outstanding. I'll take that every single day of the week. But
14 is the bad boys of fantasy football. Frank and the Roto Surgeon are at 14. I really like this build. I really do. I like this build. I personally have not gotten, so for everybody running it down, it's Luis Robert, Manny Machado, Clase, Lindor, Berrios, and Wander Franco. I think the double tap shortstop may have been overkill. Like, had I gone Lindor, I wouldn't have gone Franco. I wouldn't have gone Lindor if I was going to go Franco, but it is a pretty solid build. Like, you can see where they're going. They're going to a place where they're not going to get into any trouble. Balance builds are easy. Rob, talk to you about Matty. Matty Wood's up in the 13. So they went Brandon Woodruff, Shohei Ohtani, Freddie Peralta, Edwin Diaz, Brandon Lau, Frankie Montas. Holy moly. Could you have more strikeouts? Ohtani, I guess, hits though, right?
Yes, I mean, you could throw him in there on weeks, but just to comment on Team 14's build too. I really like the Robert and the first. That's pretty solid. Again, though, they're going to have to hit on pitching because it's okay. Like, you can get 3 pitches out of your first 10 picks. But, you got to really have Berrios, which is strong, but it's just how you come back in there. Me too. I probably wouldn't have double tap on shortstop so early, only because I think I like a lot of options later on.
Yeah, that too.
So maybe that Franco should have become a pitcher, which would have been good. A Montas or a Manoah or Trevor Rogers, might have helped with the Berrios. But overall, like the build. And yeah, I mean, Matty.
Hold on, let me ask you about the Matty Wood team 13.
Yeah.
Now I mentioned, like, with closers, if you get a closer, can you wait? Now, they went 5 of the first 6 picks are pitchers. Can you even make room for another closer here? I feel like it's time to start getting some offense going.
Yeah, no, I think they'll do that. I think they went for the K route, which I think is strong. I mean, there was a couple of leagues last year where my first 3 pitchers were really solid, either like 3 straight starters to start a draft or 3 out of my first 4. And I mean, it's really good when you don't have to worry about innings and Ks. So I think they did a solid job to start off like that. I like
Do
the
you think there's enough offense to keep up, though?
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to
Steals
have
in particular. They're
Yeah,
only a
yeah.
hitter is Lau. You're only going to get a few. You're only going to get a few from him.
They
so
might-
you still need
yeah.
to steal. I
This
mean, how about this, Rob? Give me your number. How
This
many
is-
steals do you need to have in a standalone? How many steals do you need to leave the draft with? 75?
No, I would want to leave with way more than that.
Well, I'm saying on a team that is behind the 8 ball. Like,
Yeah.
obviously, if you're pushing
Well-
steals, yeah, we want to leave at 105.
I mean,
But
what
let's
do you?
say me and you were
what-
saying, all right, we're gonna punt back on steals a little bit. You still got to leave with 80.
Well, what do you? I mean, right now, I mean, Otani's what 25. You want to throw 25 on him?
Yeah,
Well-
I guess you could put 20 or 25. I guess I hate.
I
Putting
mean, he had
25 on it.
26 last year, so I would say minimum 20. Lau,
Okay, I'll go 20. I'll go 20.
Lau gets what 5, 6?
Yeah, maybe 5
Okay.
to 7.
So he
sure.
doesn't have nothing, but he just
Right,
gonna.
yeah, you're right.
he
You're
might-
right. I forgot about
might-
Otani. Not
yeah.
only does he hit, he freaking runs. He's so ridiculous.
Otani's
Okay. Let's go on.
a
Let's
monster.
go on
So-
to Cross and Govier, who just made another pick. Man, this is a beefy ass offense right now, Rob. Beef. Go Cross and Govier with big bat style. It's Acuna, Trout, Matt Olson, Starling Marte, Austin Riley, and Corey Seager. I mean, gosh, the Seager pick almost feels like overkill because he doesn't. I don't necessarily feel like he does anything great, right? He's good. I'll be honest. If you want to give your take on Seager, I'd love to hear it, Rob. I really have not been able to get to a guy like Seager because it's like a non-speed profile that also is not like a 40 home run profile. So that's like where I just don't. I kind of struggle to get there. Like the power numbers are all pretty good. 392 x WOBA, 49 hard hit rate, 429 xCon. I mean, the power numbers are legit. He puts the ball on the ground too much, right? So Corey Seager's lift is not great. The standard deviation of launch angle is actually very good, but the average is so low that it's just too many ground balls. So his swing path is good. Like his back control is good, but the ground balls are way too frequent. But now that tells me if Seager gets a little bit of lift, he is like a 40 home run guy. But until I see it, I can't really get there. How do you feel about Seager, Rob? Especially on a team that, listen, let's be honest. If you have Trout and Olsen and Riley, I mean, you're not really short for power without speed.
Yeah, doesn't fit the team. Would have been. I would have went another route. I'm not. I like Corey Seager as a player.
Yeah, are you drafting Seager this year?
No, I haven't gotten him yet. Didn't get him last year either. Actually, one team last year. Yeah, I love a whole bunch of other shortstops more than him, and that's just the meat of it right there. You know, it's
Right.
Like you said, it's that speedless profile. Great bat, you know. I love his bat.
It is. It really is, man.
Yeah,
Diving into that, I really kind of got a good taste on that. But yeah, that would be my take on them. They just added Carlos Radon to that squad to go with Logan Webb, so they're kind of going for it all. Again, standalone. I get it. I don't know if Rodon is going to get hurt. I don't know when he's going to get hurt. No one does. I'll be honest though, Rob, and again, you know me, I take my losses like right on my fat forehead. I don't really care. But I'll be honest, when I saw the qualifying offer, again, I don't just chase narratives. The White Sox are competing for World Series. They do it with very good pitching, and they wouldn't offer Rodon $19 million, which is really not that much in today's market. That terrified me. And then you have a really smart organization like the Giants giving them 2 years. I don't know, man. What do you think? Like, are they just smarter than everyone else?
The Giants?
Yeah, I mean that's what. Well, let's be honest. Is that not what everybody's banking on right now?
I just think that it's a lot of it has to do when a player doesn't sign. They kind of don't have this settled ADP, and I just think that has a lot to do with it. Narrative or not, you know, SF qualifying offer. SF, you know, they do get a lot of, you know, they bring some pitchers over that have injury histories. They kind of monitor them in a way, I guess, maybe that would limit their injuries. They still didn't stop them from getting hurt, or who knows if they were just ghost injuries, saving their arms. I don't know. But Wood spent some time on their IL, right? And so did Cobb. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not scared of the whole White Sox didn't offer him the qualifying offer, because I just feel like they might think that Kopech is going to be who everyone thought he was going to be, and they might look at him and say, we don't need him. We have this kid who's just going to come out and throw bullets, and we're going to use him. Maybe they feel good with having, Lopez step in as the sixth type of guy. And I think Crochet is going to be
he was so good, man. It wasn't like, this isn't like a serviceable guy.
I know.
He was ridiculous, right? He was like,
he was ridiculous.
Good. I actually haven't looked in a long time, because I didn't want to start convincing. I didn't want to start convincing myself. Let me get him up real quick. Let me get up Radon. I'm gonna puke when I see how good it is, because then I start convincing myself, because you know me, I love my numbers. So here, everybody, here's our little cup of coffee on Carlos Rodon. Last year, 132 and 2/3 inning, he returned $39, which is massive. 2.37 ERA, 0.96 WHIP. All the earn run indicators firmly in place. 265 FIP, a sub-3 Sierra, 222 deserved ERA. Those numbers are all at the top of the board. 186 batting average allowed, 252 xWOBA against, 35% K to 7% walk, 28% K minus walk, 15% swinging strike, 33 whiff. He was just ridiculously good, and he suppressed contact when he did it. 6.5 barrel, 342 expected WOBA on contact with a sub home run per 9. Carlos Rodon, my man, that is ace level production. And I was just shocked that they let it walk. I was just shocked that they let him walk. But it happened. But it happened. And we're going to find out one way or the other. I'm not really heavy in Rodon. I'm starting to pile on him in underdog, because I don't want to get left out. Okay, Team 11, let's work back at the board, is Tony the Tiger and Dave Swan. Kyle Tucker, Rafael Devers, Giolito, Robbie Ray, Jonathan India, JD Martinez, Corey Knebel, and Wilson Contreras. Rob, my first thought here is, I like this team. It's very balanced. They could really almost go anywhere they want, even at this point in the draft. And, to be in round 8 and still have that kind of liberty, right? There's average all the way up and down. There's Tucker's going to steal some bags. India's going to steal some bags, so they don't have to worry there. Giolito and Ray are going to have ratios. They're going to strike people out. They're going to be in line for wins in good context. And then Corey Knebel, who I think is a legit RP1. So that's a team I really like. I think the balance kind of speaks for itself. Why don't you talk to me, Rob? Let's take a look at number 10. So 10 is Baseball Pods and Common Sense. So that's Chris and Drew, our buddies. Mm-hmm. They go Ozzy Albies, Cedric Mullins, JTR, Gaussman, Lynn, Trevor Rogers, Shane O'Mac, and Mitch Haniger. What do you think about Team 10?
I think Albies in the first round is really, really that's something.
Is that too rich for you?
Yeah. I love Albies. I have him on teams, but
You don't think he can repeat?
No, I think he can repeat, but I think just looking
at Whoa. You're going to get 290, 30, 20, 100. You can take him in the first round, no?
Yeah, but you could get him in the second round. I mean,
I wonder if they're worried about the position eligibility.
I get that, but I don't think it's just. I think you're not.
It's a little rich. No, man, dude, we're here to be. This is all about the honesty. It's a bit rich for you. It's a bit rich for your blood. What about the rest of it? What about the rest of that? The rest of that build.
Yeah, love JTR. There, Mullins. I guess I'm not a fan of that either. That early, I probably pick Mullins in the third round. But then I like the four. The four arms are really strong,
Yeah, and they are very strong.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice foundation for them.
Curious to see where they go with saves now that Knebel is gone. Doval just went. Taylor Rogers, Blake Train, and Gallegos just popped. So saves are flying. I'm curious to see what the teams that don't have anything yet decide to do. It's not easy to really make it up. Yes, funny. Your take was really interesting, Rob, because I like the Albies Mullins combination. I really like it from a balance standpoint. And I was talking about this at the Open. I don't know if you heard the whole intro was a little bit long, I wanted to be set up. But sometimes I feel like me liking guys like that, chasing the balance, keeps me away from a lot of ceiling sometimes.
Well, yeah, that could definitely happen. You could definitely shut yourself out from that.
Chasing too much balance, right? You know what I mean? Like almost trying to be too perfect with 5 categories,
Right. I usually get like that when I'm like too stuck on looking at the category targets. I limit upside that way.
How about Johnny Fish? Do you want to take a whack at Fish here? Fish is at number 9. Everyone, it's Scherzer, Trevor Story, the new Red Sox, Zach Wheeler, who, I mean, Zach Wheeler, just because of the shoulder thing, fell back to the middle of the third. I'm hearing now he could be on track to start the season. It really didn't sound like a big deal. I don't know the case. But after that, it went Judge, Castellanos, George Springer, Tommy Edman to pick up that speed where he has a lot of – I never want to call it empty power because I think Judge and Springer hit for average. So to me, it's not empty. Edman and Blake Treinen. So I guess my first question is, do you think Treinen gets the saves in LA? Then do you hate Tommy Edman as much as I do? And even though I'm only half kidding about Edman, real talk, do you think he can hold on to the leadoff spot all year? That's my real concern.
Yes, I think he can, but I think what a lot of people undersell is, and I know you went through it and you knocked down your point to why you don't think it's there, but I do think that there's sneaky power there, and I do think that he's not empty stolen bases at all. I think there's
let me ask you a question. What do you think? It's just I'm not even trying to demean him like, oh, he runs into something. That maybe like he destroys mistakes, right? You know what I mean? Like, is that what you mean? Maybe.
What do you mean destroys mistakes? Like bad pitches?
So if we're gonna say that, like, if you think he has power, he's shown it, so it's happened. So like you're correct. But what I'm saying is underlying stuff is not there, but he continues to give you the home run. So there has to be an answer. And maybe it's like, I don't know, maybe like I said, maybe he looks for, I'm gonna have to dive into this because I'm just curious now, this answer. Meaning like maybe he looks for first pitch breaking stuff, and when he gets it, he annihilates it. Or maybe he just mashes meatballs. Like, so maybe if you do happen to make a mistake to Tommy Edman, he will take you yard. Because he does happen to get to 10 every year. But we can't front. The power metrics are just not there. But that, again, that doesn't mean he can't hit home runs because baseball's so nuanced. So, like, I'm curious what it is. So you happen for, what, 10, 12? You think he hits 10, 12 jacks?
No, I think he's going to hit more than 18.
Oh, get that. I'm cutting you. All right, Rob has to go, everybody. You can check him out in the Deadpool Hitter Pod.
Lock it up and go to bed. Like my buddy at work. Like my buddy at work.
God. Used to always say. On record. No, you're on right. Dude, the internet is forever. You're screwed on that one.
Take this pick and go to bed. No, but
I'm not even going to bet that with your 18 home runs. 18 home runs.
I like his team though. I like Fish's team. I love Scherzer, Wheeler. I think Wheeler fell to a point where he shouldn't be falling. Story is awesome. He was definitely an aggressive there to get him because we see him lurking in the 30s in DCs. And my OC today he went 25, which was his highest. And I think that he's going to start to really creep into that second round. So I like how they were aggressive with that. So Scherzer, Wheeler, great start, and then you get the power. Judge, Castellanos, Springer come back with some
speed and Edman counting stats you can
and training. Back to your question about the Dodgers, I think the Dodgers are going to go like a little bit Rays and Mariners style. So I think they'll have.
You think so?
Yeah.
Gratterall, you think?
I don't like Gratterall, but I'm sure they'll probably go to him. I just don't.
Who else is there?
You got Daniel Hudson, you got Vesia, you got Phil Bickford.
You can't go in an hour without mentioning Phil Bickford.
I mean, just for name, just for name alone. I mean, who?
Yeah.
Even if I read his name, I say it out loud because it's just. Even if I'm by myself, I say Phil.
Wow,
Bickford.
You know what? Now, Hudson, man.
But
Hudson,
how about Shane Green? Shane Green's in the house too. He's in there.
Wait, is he?
Yeah.
Wait, Shane Green?
Shane Green.
I didn't even know. I didn't even know that. All right, so I mean, so the.
And Roberts mentioned his name when he mentioned the guys. He said, "We got Shane Green in here too." I was like, "Uh-oh."
And Fish just added Erod to that squad to go with Scherzer and Wheeler. So he's building. He's got a nice balance too. Yeah. He's got infield. He has outfield. He has stars, and he has some saves. All right, Team 8 is Rob G. I actually just played against him in that our auction. He was in our auction league, Rob.
Right, and he was also on my online championship.
Yeah, yeah,
Today.
yeah.
Yep,
He's
yep,
cool. I was actually speaking to
yep.
him offline.
Great
Really
guy.
cool.
Yep.
So team 8. So Rob went Corbin Burns, Walker Buehler, Raisel Iglesias, strong pitching and saves. To Javier Baez, Chris Bryant, through Rocky, Bobby Witt Jr., Alex Bregman, Taylor Rogers, Reese Hoskins. Man, I really like all the players. I struggle with the Rogers pick here. Taylor Rogers, like once you have Iglesias in a standalone, I don't think I could get to Rogers in the 8th because I don't even have the confidence that I have in, let's say, a Trainin or a Gallegos. What do you think about Taylor Rogers?
I like Taylor Rogers. I think he's.
You think
I
it's
don't think he's
his?
gonna. Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I do. I
Aren't
do.
they
I think
always
he's gonna.
screwing around the Twins? I feel like the Twins. This might
Well,
be anecdotal. I feel like the Twins always mess with me.
last year, I think between April and July, you probably saw a lot of Robles in there. But who knows if Rogers' finger wasn't hurting him all year and they didn't feel comfortable throwing him out to close all the time. But I mean, he had 70% of the team saves prior to last year,
Right.
But like 3 years prior, he had 70, I think 68 to 70.
Do you know if he's throwing yet? He got hurt last year.
He did.
Right?
Yeah, no, he threw yesterday. He threw 20 pitches. He had like 13 strikes, 8 swinging strikes.
Okay,
I
if he's
think.
throwing, yeah. To me, that's the big
great.
thing right now. I don't really, and again, I might get some ire for this, Rob. I know people are chasing spring training velocity. I kind of chased that last year. It got me in trouble. So I'm not really doing that. The only thing I am worried about is health. I just want to know, are people playing and are they going to see James Andrews after the game? Other than that, I'm getting away from.
I don't know. I bought into Ray and Rodon in spring training last year, and it seemed to work pretty well.
Those are good. Yeah, I guess I had the wrong.
And they were big differences, So yeah, I guess it's just not every guy who has a velo bump is gonna get it, but where those guys were going in drafts for some pitchers who had the pedigree, I think it was a good shot to get. But I just like the way Rogers looks. I think that their whole shift to try to win now is changed my thoughts about him. I was kind of like wait on him, but I don't know, he's got great ratios. I kind of like that pick right there.
Okay, I like this team in general. I like Rob's team. My question for you on this one is, what do you think about the double tap third baseman? He went Bryant in the 5th, Chris Bryant in the 5th, and Alex Bregman in the 7th. Now, I like both of these guys. I think they're kind of equal. So, I prefer the Bregman in the 7th pick. What do you think about going with 2 third basemen and kind of locking up the CI so early?
That's I would probably like to, and he got Hoskins, so that's a lot of early first and corner, but I mean they're solid options. I would probably like to keep
Hoskins is going to play first, and Bryant's figure third. It's just to have Bregman at the corner.
I guess
I think what it is. I think I like a lot of late CIs, and maybe that's my thing. All right, so that team's pretty good. Let's go.
Well, you can also flip Bryant to the outfield, right?
What's
he could also flip Brian into the outfield, right?
Oh, see, ding, 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 and that's why you're the man. That's the answer. That's the answer. No, there's your answer. See, and that's why I forget sometimes with these stickers, they kind of get you in trouble. You know what? I do it with you know what happens to me with Tatis? Well, although Tatis injured all the time, I was always counting Tatis as shortstop, and a lot of teams I found were actually drafting him as an outfielder. And coming because they think shortstop is deep. So you could kind of get Tatis in the first, and then we're getting Dansby Swanson. And it was Swanson who's the shortstop and Tatis who was the outfielder. So I like that one.
Pro tip, if you're drafting, right, and if you really want to play, because people look at your roster grid, when they're taking their turn and like, oh, Rob's got this guy, so he's not going to pick a first baseman or he's not going to pick a second baseman because he already has some. If you have multi eligibility guys, move them around. Move them around in your team. Throw people off. Because if they're looking at it, they can, oh, wait a minute, I already had a third baseman. And I don't know.
I'm laughing because I do it to motivate my guys. I'm like, yo, Bregman, you don't want to end up in the CI, bro. Right. You better get it together, man. You don't want it because right after the CI is the UT, and after the UT is the bench kid. And once you get the BN, you're one way out the door before you know it, you're on a bus to Tuscaloosa. All right,
Sonny
so that's
Gray
number 8.
just went,
Let's
Johnny.
go Brun with 7. So Brun went Harper, DeGrom, Simeon, Will Smith, catcher at 4. Hold on, Nelson Cruz's face is in the way right here. Then Jordan Romano, Nolan Arenado, Yu Darvish, Dansby Swanson, Sean Manaea. So again, a lot of balance here. It has the big outfielder, has the big starter, and I kind of like to replicate my fantasy teams like real teams. So DeGrom is the ace, Darvish is the 2, Manaea is the 3. You're tracking to have one of the better staffs in the league. Arenado and Swanson, Simeon, Harper. There's more of like this is the chip in steal team, which I think is fine, because that's another way to get you to that 85 or 90 that I think you're going to lead. So I like 7. How about Waxman at 6? Let's take a whack at our buddy Zach
John,
here.
real quick, I just wanted to. I have last year's standings because I know you mentioned a couple of things like how many steals you're going to need. And last year's standings for this league, the last team that had 1 point in stolen bases had 73 stolen bases.
Wow.
So and then it was 82, 83, 85, 92, 10th. Siege was 10 with 100. So 10 teams had 100 or more stolen bases. So
wow,
you're gonna need speed to compete.
Yeah, wow.
And so, and I also wanted to throw out saves too. Top team had 81 and 77.
Yeah, give me the same numbers. Yeah,
81, 77, 70, 66, 64.
What was
63.
last place?
Last place 32.
What was middle? What was like 7-8?
7/8 was 57, 56. So,
okay, so you got to get 65, let's say.
65, and you got 10 points, 11 points. Yeah, absolutely.
Wow, but isn't that amazing how 65 middle pack, 81 is first place?
Yes,
man, they're important. They're still important.
Absolutely.
I think maybe I've undersold them on this. Like, oh, it's a standalone. It's not that big of a deal. You can get one guy. Well, 35 ain't going to do it. 35 just ain't enough.
I think there's things to do in a standalone and there's things to do in overall, but I think if you shift your strategy too much, I just try to stay the same. I just try to stay in the same course, draft the same guys I like, and it just comes together.
You're a win the league that will win the overall. Some people have them as separate goal. I don't know if that makes sense. Maybe I'm not saying it right. Some people have winning the league and winning the overall as almost like separate goals.
Yeah, but I'm saying in a standalone league like this, I wouldn't switch too much from my normal drafting pattern.
Right.
I'm not like, I don't have such different routes that I'm going to go to, because I just feel like why be so dramatically different? If you feel like you could win a league drafting, in an overall, why can't you just win it the same way in a standalone?
You would. Well, I get, what's really, that is pretty intuitive. If you think you can beat 4,500 people.
Then you could beat 14.
You put it up against 14, right? I mean, that is just a little bit of what makes sense. And God, Rob, you just like messing. You threw me off on that one. So hold on. So let's take a smack at Waxman, our buddy.
Yeah, Team 6.
Stop the Hop, Jacob DeGrom, UCL, whatever, is at Team 6. So Zach, man, I really tend to love Zach's builds, and it's funny as I was saying that he drafted Kelnick, who I am into Jared Kelnick in the 10th round if I don't have the steals, because I believe even if he's not great, Rob, I think he's going to get a chance to play, and I think he's going to run. I think no matter what, we saw him kind of force that. Not say I don't mean force it in a bad way, but I mean like he seems like the type where what, you're going to tell me he don't care? People are talking about the number one prospect ever is garbage right now. No, he's out there trying to make a difference, and I feel like it showed in the field. So I can get with Kelnick. Talk to me about Zach's team, which I was hoping I was not going to like this much. He's got Cole, Oscar Hernandez, Byron Buxton, Tyler O'Neill, Kenley Jansen, Ketel Marte, Blake Snell, CJ Crone, Nate Eovaldi, and Jared Kelnick. Right now, I think I've got Zach in the lead as far as my favorite team. What do you like, Rob?
I like this team a lot. I like the starting pitching. I think it's strong. I love the Buxton pick. He might have got a little aggressive with the pick, I guess. But
wait,
no, maybe not.
With
Buxton? Buxton.
That's a great Buxton pick. In the third. It wasn't going to come back to him.
In a fab league, I love that. That's a solid pick. Jansen is interesting. I don't know how I'm approaching that. I think I'm a little off Jansen right now for the time being. I don't know.
Why?
I know. He was awesome last year. He really was the second half. I know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of staying away from it right now. I'm just going to let that settle a little bit and get more feelings right now about it. Right now, I don't feel
my heart is so warm. Breaking news. The Siege just followed me on Twitter, and I've made it, everybody. I mean, that'll do it. That'll do it from Big Johnny Stud and Rob Deadpool Hitter. Siege finally followed me like I've made it. No, all kidding aside, man, it's funny. It's been really fun. I hook up with all these people I used to follow. Rob, last question that I thought was a little ridiculous, though. You know what? We're in the conspiracy theory part of the draft season now, where people mention one little thing, and you're like, oh, wait, what if? I've been hearing people possibly worried about CJ Cron's playing time, or that they're maybe trying to baby him for injury stuff, right? He used to miss time. Now he's right. Isn't he a perfect example of a guy we worried about health, and now he just plays all the time? But are you worried about Cron's playing time? I think is the question.
Not really. Like you're saying, if he's not hurt, you're saying.
Yeah, I'm saying health, right? I'm saying healthy, and I think part of the worry, and I think this, I'm glad we got to this, you and I. Part of the worry for a lot of people, Rob, is if I don't want to call them fringy. It's just on teams that have a lot of moving pieces. If there are guys that get relegated to a 5 of 7 role, and 5 of 7 is rough to navigate, especially at NFBC where you're looking for blocks of playing time, not a guy that might be in and out every so often. And I love CJ Cron. I've drafted a ton of him. But are you worried about that at all? I mean, I think he's a 6-game-a-week guy.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he played 142 games last year.
Yeah, and that's without the DH.
Yeah. I think he's good. I don't think they're gonna play games with him. I think they gave him the money. He's gonna, I think with Bryant there, he's good. He's gonna be a solid piece of the lineup. I have no worries about them trying to get Colton Welker in at first or anything like that. I don't think that's happening. But I want to ask you something about Kelenic, right?
Yeah, because
this is from a different angle. This is not from a physical playing baseball angle. This is from something different, right?
Okay.
He was the big prospect, right? He was the big guy, right? He was the big guy. How often do you look behind your shoulder and find that the next number one prospect in baseball is on your team?
Breathing down your neck right now.
John, can he handle the pressure? That's my question.
I don't know.
Can he handle it? Because it's a big thing. What if the Mariners are doing, again, this is all speculative, right? What if they're doing well? What if he's the worst outfielder on the team and J-Rod is ready to pounce? Will they give him the job and send him down, or either just off the
No. This is
what if Kelenic's hitting 200 and J-Rod comes up and smokes it? You don't think he's
what J-Rod? Dude, there is no J-Rod this year. Stop it.
Yes, no. They're gonna be in a position to win, and he's gonna come up.
No.
Yep.
No, I think, and I'm surprised after the Winker move that people still think. I think the Winker move sealed J-Rod. I think that put the nail in his coffin.
I think if they're playing well and he's playing well, they aren't going to be afraid to bring him up.
I mean, but even now, so this is a situation where the Mariners are playing really well, but Kelenic is a drag.
Yeah.
Why not? His defense is terrible. I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing, Rob. He does. Now, I'll give you where he gets stuck in the 9 hole and he's irrelevant for fantasy teams. But I don't think there's any way he doesn't play until the wheel falls off. I really believe that.
What if they fall off? I'm just saying.
Well, I just don't think they do that soon. I think they're going to let it exhaust itself.
Interesting.
We saw the Braves do it with Pache. And the Braves were winning games. Pache's rolling out there looking terrible, playing defense. It's actually not a bad comp until Pache got hurt. But listen, there is a massive downside with Kelenic. There is a massive upside with Julio. I just think there's too many hurdles in the way. Meaning this, how about this? I think I may even still get my crack because I think even if Julio is to come up, it's not going to be for a while. And I think a lot of NFBC teams that may have drafted him are going to have to drop him out of necessity. And people like myself maybe will have a chance, you know what I mean, to scoop it. I don't think you could, I'll meet you in the middle. I don't think you could draft him and hold him until he comes up. Even if he is going to, I don't think it's immediate right now because I think they have too many pieces in place. But,
no, this is not about drafting J-Rod. It's just about
right. I got you. No. Then all your points are
a whole.
Dude,
it's a whole baseball. Just look at.
Yeah.
This kid may be feeling pressure.
All right. So that was Waxman. He tacked on
Brendan Rodgers.
Didn't Rodgers get hurt today?
I don't know. I don't like it either way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really not
a Brandon Rodgers guy.
I'm not. Yeah, me neither. I'm not a Rodgers guy either. But now I was curious. I want to look. I thought he literally got hurt today. It's Brent. I always spell his name wrong because it's Brent. Like Brendan. He's Brendan Rodgers with a D. It's like.
I like the Guilds and Pete getting in a little Matt Chapman there. Interesting way to start off round 11. Seiya Suzuki went to Dave. I like the back-to-back. Rosario and Suzuki. Pretty solid there. Like the approach. But what we missed here, John, where do you think what do you think about where Chris Sale went real quick before we come back toward the middle of the board?
Wait, Chris, you know what's funny? I wasn't looking. I didn't know.
He went to start round 9 to Dave and Tony.
Just when you think you know what Dr. Dave is going to do. He throws you a curveball. Chris
He's-
Sale's going to be out for a couple. Isn't Sale going to be out for? Isn't he going to be out for 2 months right now?
I don't know. Like,
I thought Sale was going to be out for
I
a while with the rib. I'm not. I wouldn't touch it. That's me.
Yeah, I wouldn't touch it
that.
either.
He looked good. We already had injuries. He's already frail looking. No, thank you. Just for people following along, Brandon Rogers was scratched from the starting lineup yesterday with back tightness. That was yesterday. So Zach was not on that one. It doesn't sound detrimental, but again, well, Rob, you want to speak to this real quick, and then I'll dive back into the board. How do you deal with injuries coming in? It could be easy as case by case. Dude, I'm not trying to get with anybody injured right now. I already have Luis Arias, and he's hurt. I'm not drafting anymore. I just don't want. I'm trying not to invite it. How about you? Something like that. Can you get down with Sale? Can you get down with Brendan
can't
Rodgers?
get down with Sale. No, I don't like Brandon Rogers anyway. Sale, I was kind of off, but yeah, now I'm gonna definitely be off of him. But a guy like Zach Wheeler, like him falling into round 3, yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that chance because I just think that he's not really super hurt. I just think that he got a little behind in his
and the news actually, man, shame on me. I'm always telling people to read news very carefully, and I get sucked into the headline sometimes because it's so easy. And it was almost like, I had a little bit of soreness when I started ramping up, but I think I'm fine. And it sounds like now he may even be on time. So Fish might have just got like the craziest deal. All right, let's get back into the draft that I'm supposed to be covering right now. So that was Zach at 6. Let's go Justin Mason and Shelley. So Mason and Shelley are at 5. They went Bo Bichette, Liam Hendricks, Jordan Alvarez, Joe Musgrove, Randy Arozarena, Alec Manoah, Grandal, Chris Bassett, Josh Bell, Jake Cronenworth, Akil Badu. I'll tell you again, right off the bat, just from reading names, this is a team that I like. Outside of Randy Arozarena, I'm firmly the low man on Arozarena. I feel very much the way I do about Arozarena is like a Trevor Story. These guys are not power hitters. They're not power hitters. And people keep putting like, oh, well, he hit 20, he's in 22, so he's going to hit 32. And to me, that's just not it. I get it. They're going to steal bases, but I don't know. Arozarena, there are parts of Arozarena's profile that are just, downright terrifying and like are almost non-starters to me. Here, I happen to have it up. Randy Arozarena, this is why I don't draft Randy Arozarena in 45 seconds or less. A 216 XBA, 358 X-Lug, 299 X-Woba. Rob, those will land you on that bus to Tuscaloosa. 28% K rate, a 76% in-zone contact rate. Puts it on the ground too much at 49%. The 299 X-Woba, like I mentioned, 8% barrel, 5% blast, a 380 expected Woba on contact. I mean, to be honest, those are hardly average numbers. So I just don't. I think his 20 home runs is the ceiling. Maybe he's like an Edmund guy and he runs into them and he does have the stroke when he needs to. I'm not putting him on more than 22. So I like the team a lot. I can't really get to Arozarena, but I understand that he fills a need. All right, let's go 4. I don't know Mark C, but I do have the name on the board. So we got Vlad Guerrero, Julio Urias, Alcantara, Goldschmidt, Chisholm, Polanco, Jorge Polanco, Luis Castillo, Stanton, Mountcastle, Ryan McMahon, Ian Anderson. This almost feels like, except for Chisholm, who's like spicy at AF, this is like a vanilla team, but to kind of get it done. What do you think about this one? Right? I don't mean to knock it in a bad way, Rob. I'm a conservative player. When I say vanilla, I mean it in a good way. What do you think about Team 4?
I think they're gonna have to get some more steals for sure. I mean, Jazz for 20, Polanco 10. Yeah, that's about 30 steals. So right now he's gonna have to really and he missed his chance to get a couple of
Miles Straw just went.
Yeah. That's
Tambo.
That's a team that could have used Miles Straw instead of Ian Anderson with that last pick for sure.
Yeah,
I think if you throw, because I think that's going to be tough. That's going Vlad number 4 is fine. Listen, I think he's a stud, and I think he might even have another gear. But you have to come back with some stolen bases.
You know what this team feels like to me? And again, I don't want it to be just a knock because I'm part of it too. It feels like when you kind of take the projections for granted, not say for granted as like a given, and you just count them. So you're like, okay, what do you mean? I'm going to get 6 from Guerrero, and I'm going to get 14 from Goldschmidt, and I'm going to get 28 from Chisholm, and I'm going to get 20 from Polanco. And before you know it, you're kind of putting a ceiling on everybody when not everybody reaches those ceilings, especially when we're talking about players that are not real base stealers. that, can meet the floor, right? I mean, again, I like Vicaro, but there's a chance he only gets to 3. There's a chance Goldsmith stops at 4 or 5 also, right? He's not getting younger. So I have to agree with you on the speed. But I do like a lot of the players on a standalone basis. The order maybe is a little off me. Okay, let's go Gilds and Pete. They were supposed to be the heel team, right? So I was hoping I was going to have more time and play like the Demolition theme song when they were on the clock. But they went.
This is a great team so far. Yeah, I like this team a lot.
Okay, so I'm hot and cold, man. I'm hot and cold because it's like either my favorite players on the board or guys I cannot get down with. Soto, my favorite. Merrifield worries me, but I understand that. I just think it's too early. Aranola is my least favorite of the SP2s. I've covered him in depth. I worry about the fastball shape. I also worry about the knuckle curve. The location has been very poor. Pete Alonso is my pick for MVP. Ryan Presley is one of my RP1s. Dalton Varsho is my catcher 1, like outright catcher 1. So they have my favorite players, but also guys that would touch. I can't get with Bellinger. To me, I'm sorry, guys. I don't want to say I don't know what people see, but I don't know what people see. You're just passing on a ton with Bellinger there. Schwarber, Yelich, Grisham, Stanton, I don't know. Gallegos, I think, with Reyes down, I think the door's open for him to at least get the lion's share of saves. I'm off of LeMahieu. I'm worried, having watched him. Same with Chapman. I think you're asking for a lot. Matt Chapman, that is, with the Blue Jays now, who I think can bounce back. Rob, talk to me about Chapman. I still see him as an average kind of sinkhole, but a lot of people are calling for this giant resurgence. What do you think about Chapman in the middle of that dope lineup?
I have a couple of Chapman from early in the season when people were a little like unsure of how to attack third base, and I got him pretty late. And then as the season went on, my strategy for third base kind of shifted. And yeah, he's the kind of guy like I really looked at when I needed some power. I haven't really liked his profile in the last 2 years. I just thought it was power only, and that's it. And it has been, but strange things happen. And I just think being in that lineup and just even being around guys who hit that well and just, I don't know.
Listen, it's not
he
magic.
Doesn't have
they
to.
learn from each other. That's okay. Listen,
and he doesn't have
people
to
are afraid of saying that. Of like,
yeah.
you think it's. We're not talking about osmosis. We're not saying like Vlad is going to touch him and he's going to learn average. It's you're watching great hitters in a routine, right? Yeah. I mean, Chapman at one point was mentioned in the same breath as Matt Olson. Olson just happened to take those next steps forward as far as discipline. So
I just don't
Chapman
think he has to
really,
be that,
really polarizing.
I
So
think
give me a batting average for Matt Chapman. Give me a batting average projection.
240.
Wow, so I think I'm bringing them up right now. That makes you the high man, yeah. So you're the high man by 10 points, but 10 points is 10 points. Zips has him at 230, ATC 227, Steamer at 222.
10 points is a hit for every month. That's 6 hits over 1
Isn't
month.
that great? Is that like back of the napkin math? I didn't even know that.
Pretty much. It's close to it.
All right, fair. I love that. I love that you would actually have that handy. Right, you're right. So I would never react over 10 bips. But the worry, I think, regardless if it's 210 or 220, is that that can hurt you, right? That's a negative.
Right.
Even I'll tell you what, if you could sign me up, if you could guarantee me the 240, I'd be drafting him. Because the 240, I feel like I can offset, but 210, I don't want. I'm not getting with.
Right.
So I haven't been able to get with Matt Chapman for that reason. Let's get back into the board.
Jordan Montgomery went at 170.
Oh, hold on. We're gonna get into how all my favorite pitchers just went in the last 5 minutes. About 25 picks earlier. About 25 picks earlier than I'm used to seeing them go. And I'm seeing this. I actually was in a main event qualifier, and I'm noticing the pitching helium. I shouldn't call it helium. Helium is like a negative connotation, but the rise, the pitching pitch price movements are moving up. And it's real time. It's happening right now. So, okay, so that was 3. That was Gilds and Pete. They actually tacked on Ranger Suarez and Marcell Ozuna. Both really, really good picks. Especially a guy like Suarez, I'm loving the discount because he's not hurt. And not only is he not hurt, Rob, nobody was expecting 190 innings anyway. So let him miss the first 2 weeks when you have a bench full of healthy guys that can pick that up. And then Suarez is going to give you the whole season. I love that pick, and I love Ozuna. I was actually hoping to come down a little bit harder on Gilds. and Pete, but they're really doing a great job. Again, I'm going to have to see LeMahieu. I'm the worst kind of Yankee fan. I'm like the pessimistic Yankee fan. I kind of hate them, but I feel like LeMahieu it did not look good. But he is shown to be a professional hitter, but he's got some work to do. We're going to have to see it. Let's look at Matty Moe, my dude, Roto Soprano. I was in love with this team. Let's get back into it. You tell me what you think. It's J. Ram, Tim Anderson, Bieber Fever, Max Fried, Eloy, Jose Abreu, Justin Verlander, Franmil Reyes, Scott Barlow, Avisel Garcia, Craig Kimbrell, Jordan Montgomery, Gene Segura. Segura might have a chance to lead off on that team also. I know people talking Schwarber, but it could be Segura as well. What do you think about Matty Moe's team in the 2-hole?
I love it. I think it's a really solid build. I like exactly what he's doing here. You got the speed, you got the power, you got some really high upside arms. If Bieber can return to, the old form and you get a first round pitcher and this, at the start of round 3, if then you get the upside Verlander, and Jormont, I think it's a nice 4. Bieber, Fried, Verlander, and Montgomery, really solid. Scott Barlow, it's a pretty good choice when you haven't gone, closers the whole draft, and you come in round 9, you grab a Barlow, and then
do you think he's a closer? I thought I've heard you say you're not particularly high on him.
I mean, I'll take a stab at him if I go this kind of route where I got to go back in at 140, 120. I think he took him at 120. That's a little early. I don't want to go too early for him, but I don't know. I feel like he shouldn't be replaced, but you never know, right? I mean, he didn't do anything to show that he couldn't close at the end of the season.
Now, how about Shane Baz? There's no question to the skills that we've seen. He looks, God, I don't really like to use the eye test. I like to use Savant for pitching, but man, he looks ridiculously good. Can we start him from week 1 though? I think is my worry. Like, you think he's rotation bound at least 5 innings right off the gate?
I do. Yeah. Okay. I do. Yeah.
That's good. Well, if that's the case, then you draft him. Yeah.
I like, again, like you just said about the eye test, he passes it. He also passes when you bring up, if you're on Chamberlain's leaderboard and you got it, downloaded into Excel or Google Sheets, and you could filter out his fastball shape is like some of the best in the game, and that's not something that is nothing. It's real, It moves and it explodes, and it has a path through the zone that's like Coles and DeGrom. So if he can pitch 5 innings a game, I'll take it.
Yeah, so his stuff on Savant is still limited, I guess, because of the number of pitches. Oh, I was actually looking in the wrong spot. Yeah, he's pretty ridiculous. I mean, very, very rarely, if ever, do you see a 30% whiff rate on a 4-seamer. I mean, that's just kind of bananas. Well, I want to bring up some of this the shape stuff that you were talking about. Let me see if I got just real quick. So yeah, the spin at 24 is really nice. Double-digit tail is really nice. And the 11 vert break, yeah, you're right. He's got a really nice looking fastball, in particular for a youngster.
Yep. Yeah.
I've been noticing now, tracking a lot of these youngsters. This is stuff I've talked to you about, looking to identify pitchers at the end of drafts and draft champions. What I've noticed, Rob, is the thing that comes last, it seems like, is the fastball, right? So you kind of get youngsters come up and the breaking stuff is really good because of the movement, and a lot of times they struggle with the fastball. And if I'm right, I'm going to make a lot of money this year. And if I'm not, I'm not. Because that's like Josiah Gray, right? In that case, if Josiah Gray gets his fastball together, he's going to be phenomenal. Remember, he got traded for Max Scherzer, man. This wasn't like he wasn't a throw-in. But he struggled, and the home runs were there, so we'll have to see. All right, let's get into that.
Yesterday, Luis Guillorme and Scott Plummer on the Mets took him yard.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, yeah.
But,
gosh.
But also, sometimes pitchers are like experimenting, but whatever.
No,
right.
I know. Just
let's get Dr. Dave. Oh, you know what? I got it because I don't want to play favorites, even though Matty Moe really might be one of my favorite people, like, on the entire planet. I cannot get on the Kimbrel pick. Like, I don't, especially now, I feel like every day that passes, it's actually losing value. Like, I feel like that pick should be dropping in desirability. We haven't even heard rumors like he's being traded. The only rumors that Kimbrel's being traded are in fantasy draft rooms, dude. So like the White Sox are also competing one thing competing teams like to do is build deep bullpens and shorten the game, right? I mean, that's what the Braves are doing right now, right? So the Braves are a perfect model of a team that just won the World Series. Kenley Jansen, Will Smith. There's a very good chance. I truly believe there's a good chance Kimbrel is a White Sox. I mean, I feel like no one is talking about that. He's been in everybody's, like, I don't want to say in everyone's mind. It's just like people are just assuming this trade into reality, and it hasn't happened. And for an 11th rounder, I can't get there. What do you think about Kimbrel, quick, Rob?
I think that it's a decent gamble where they took him in round 11. Like I said, coming off with one Barlow, I think that the team is set up pretty well. That right there, I think it's a decent stab. I don't think he stays there. I think they're just leveraging spring training right now, and they're leveraging the market. And I think that once a team with a good closer, a bona fide closer, goes down, that they're going to be on the phone.
Okay, so you think it might be an in-season move?
Maybe in season or maybe in spring training. I mean, who's to say that Edwin Diaz doesn't get hurt, right?
Yeah.
Tomorrow, and the Mets are on the phone going, "What do you want, Kimbrel?"
Yeah.
In a heartbeat.
Well, no. That's an open possibility. For me, it's just they feel like a stretch almost. That feels like a stretch to me because we just don't know. We just don't know. Right. So to me, it's a lot of draft capital at that stage for the lack of certainty.
Definitely. No, that's
especially. Oh my gosh! Like I'd probably if we were talking certainty, I'd probably go Colomé if I really want to saves, or even Soto. Maybe, although Detroit's kind of brought in people to threaten Soto, so I don't think I touched Soto. I would have said Colomé. Okay, let's get on Dave McDonald for a second. Let's get on Dave's case. How's Dr. Dave doing?
Dr. Dave is just, Severino, Sale.
He doesn't care about injuries anymore.
Dave got a guy, Charlie Morton. He's got a broken fibula. I mean,
Dave doesn't care about injuries anymore. It was all a ruse to get people off of all the injured guys. Dave is now solely drafting.
It's always he's always preaching risk assessment, which is good. You have to.
Yes, I agree.
What means fancy, and I think there's, even though I like the Suzuki pick, I think he can be a pretty solid player, but there's risk in that. There is risk in that because you don't know how he's gonna translate.
Yeah, it's true.
Into the league, and even though I love Sal P, but I heard him on a podcast saying he was on Sal P last year, and I knew he was later on, and that he wouldn't take him early this year. So I think DiVincenzo talked some sense into him and said,
there we go. Right. Although, let's put it this way, because you are right. And Dave catches an unfair amount of heat for the help he tries to deliver. And I think people automatically kind of assert on him that he never touches guys with history. To that point, this is Dave's narrative aside. I think this staff is too risky. Like this, I don't forget jokes, right? Forget the jokes. This staff for me is too risky. Morton, Sale, Severino is too risky for me. I'm not going to say I don't want one of those guys, because I want one of them. Two of them, I'm like shaking. Three of them, no Sale. I don't know. Look what I did there. But especially Sale being currently injured.
Yes.
Currently. Yeah. I'm gonna ask him about that, and I know that they'll back their position. I'm very interested to hear, why you'd go. Man, how could you pass on Boz, Eovaldi, even Minaya, Logan Gilbert? Those guys are legit SP2s, let's say. They have a legit SP2 ceiling.
Absolutely.
Eovaldi could be a top 30 starter this year. The same for Minaya. Erod, I probably have him a bit outside that, maybe 40. But still, Sale is going to time.
I would have took Pablo Lopez, Framber, Honey Gray.
I can't get to Lopez. So talk to me about Lopez. He's another guy that I guess maybe I'm a hypocrite because I was talking about not like projecting injuries on people. But man, Lopez, he's never even done it before, right?
No, he hasn't. He hasn't. But I'm saying over a current injured Sale, I would rather take a chance.
Oh, that's a fair point.
Lopez.
That's a fair point. Yeah.
I was saying I would take any of those guys that went after Sale. I would have replaced.
Well, he's never thrown more than 145 innings, and this is Pablo Lopez, and that was 5 years ago.
Right.
So that's a long time, man. He went over 100 in 2018. Just over 100 in 2019, 57 in 2020, just over 100 in 2021. Yeah, he feels hard to pencil in for more than 120 innings.
Right.
They're very impactful innings.
There is
So,
that's the thing. I think with him is you're gonna get beautiful innings whenever he pitches. So
I'd also like to say on Dave's team before we go back, we'll go back around the other horn now. There've been some picks made. Dave and our hitting work is very much in sync. Because this is like a me team. I'm not a big Perez guy, but it's just a catcher thing. But don't get me wrong, I see the numbers. So Dave's work and my hitting work are very much in line. I am obsessed with Willie Adames. I also really like Ahmed Rosario. I didn't want to name those guys because I didn't want to be naming players that hadn't been drafted yet. But part of what you said earlier, right? We were talking about double tapping the Lindor and Franco. That was in the 14 spot where I like Adames and Rosario so much. Dude, I may take them face up. Like, give me those guys apples to apples. To me, I have Adames finishing in front of Lindor outright. So I like that's why I'm pushing back on shortstop. All right, after I mentioned Siege following me, we hung him on the line a little bit because now he wanted us to get to him. And it is time. Let's get to 15. Rob, why don't you lead us off? Talk to us about 15. That's CJ and Greg. They're in the corner spot. That's the Betts Freeman team.
Betts Freeman, Bogart, Mondesi, Tatis. We talk about support. Altuve.
Right.
Then they double tapped Melanson, Doval, and then went Moncada, Stevenson, and they went back. They started their starting pitcher run with Houck, Kershaw, Clevenger, Wainwright.
I see what they're doing, man. As it took shape. It's starting to get handsome here a little bit,
It's interesting. This is definitely not my style of drafting, but
it's wild, man. It's wild.
No, they have to hit their the best possible projection of those players, of Kershaw, of Houck, of Clevenger. You're looking to get, if they're your three, top three starters, you're looking to get, because Wainwright will probably out inning all of those guys.
Right.
Maybe a couple of them combined even.
But now isn't like Frodo in the ring, isn't Houck's fate tied to Chris Sale? I mean, with Sale out of the way, I think Houck is in the top 5.
No, it is. Yeah, no, he's in there.
Oh, so that's great news for him. To me, he's just become like fully viable. I was very worried about him, and I have not been shy about this. And this is one of the problems with playing fantasy and when the major league teams don't care about the things we care about. Houck was so effective in this flexible multi-inning role on a team. Look, CJ just said Houck got named in the rotation by Cora. Yeah, I believe it because Sale is out of the way. Yeah. I thought I read Sale was out for a couple months. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not actually looking up because I hate bad info. But I thought I read that Sale was out for a couple months. And if he's going to be out, Morse did it, but I can't. Morse did a video. He won't be ready for the start of the season. That's an it. I'm seeing it could be at least 6 to 8 weeks. Yeah, could be up to a couple months. Yeah, you got to get with Houck, man. Houck should have gone rounds earlier in this draft because where you were mentioning like Pablo Lopez and we were saying he could give you 100 innings, dude, give me the Houck 120 over the Pablo 100. So that corner team is a bit wild for me. Mondesi and Tatis on the same team. Freeman and Bogart don't really run. But Altuve, they do a lot of everything. Moncada does a bit of everything. Same for Stevenson. Yeah, it's injury concerns, right? Clevenger, we don't know what we're going to get. Kershaw. But I think, and again, I don't like to speak for them, I think they're thinking what I was saying before. They're going to look to run these guys into the ground. I don't think anyone thinks Kershaw is going to be bad. He's never bad when he's on the mound. So while Kershaw is pitching for you, you're actively searching the wire. I think that's what we're seeing from the 15. And it's weird. Like I said, it's not my avenue to take, but I see where it's going. That team could be a problem because I think where they were lacking in strikeouts and saves, they might have cleaned all that up. So they have the speed. The average looks like it's going to be there. So I think 15 is going to be in the running. Let's look at the next one.
Let me ask you something about Tanner Houck.
Go.
Why do you think he hasn't gone past 5 innings since September of 2020? Last year, he didn't go Tanner Houck. Last year, he didn't go.
Well, I said I was worried about. I was particularly worried about usage. I don't know. In the age of babying, I know that Rob. And this is something I've been speaking to people a lot about. I try and use pitches thrown rather than innings pitched, right? Because innings pitched doesn't really tell us the workload, right? Because pitchers are on a 100 pitch count. They're not on a 5-inning count. You know, like it's weird because we do impose. I see CJ put innings cap. Yes, pitchers have innings caps, but innings do not define the workload. It's an improper definition because you could throw 50 pitches in 1 inning. You could throw 20 pitches in 3 innings. That's as simple as I need to explain why innings don't work, because 20 pitches is less than 50, even though 3 innings is more than 1 or whatever. So how, back to what you were saying, Rob, check this out. How they actually let him throw 90 pitches a couple times in August. And like that, I remember was like, I was starting to get a little excited because they let him go 5 innings and they will let him get to 90 pitches. And then they immediately pulled out the reins, back as far as pitch count. It started to come down. It went from 90, 68, 70 to 42, 34, 41. And when I saw that at the end of the year, I said, I'm not drafting Houck. So I don't know where you were going with the 5-inning thing. Did you have an answer? Is it because you're worried also? I mean, I just think.
All right, so whatever, you want to go innings pitched or you want to go pitches thrown. So if he can't get past 90, that means he's not working efficiently through games. No, I'm just worried about him.
90 through 5 is not efficient, but I'd say it's in line with what you get in
I just don't think it matches that team. Like if I have 3 good pitchers and I want to throw Houck in as an upside shot, I don't think it's good for that build. I think
not enough volume. That's okay, not enough volume.
Yeah. I just don't think you're getting I don't think you're getting the volume there.
Yeah. No, I think that is the objective concern with that team. Like I think that's the concern. I also think, like I said, my guess would be, if this was me, is I'm thinking, all right, I know I'm not going to get 200 innings out of these guys, but they're healthy right now. Let's run them out there. And while they're out there, I'm going to be searching. Like I would imagine they're going to be aggressively adding innings pitched. Okay, let's go on. Team 14, Rob. This has been great. Thanks for jumping on me. Frank and Kev, the bad boys. Let's see. I love that start. They went Luis Robert, Manny Machado, Clase, Lindor, Barrios, Franco. Again, I wasn't crazy about the double tap shortstop. They are quality players. I just happen to like guys better later. Yelich, Grisham, I really like. Yelich has been really polarizing. I hold Yelich on the front of your mind. You're going on Yelich in a second. Pablo Lopez has the innings concern. Logan Gilbert, I'm very high on. Austin Meadows, I am not. Kopech, I worry about the usage. Ryu, I am back on. He's a very interesting case. You got to watch my video. And Conforto, I think, bounce back. So what I want to know from you, Rob, talk to me about Christian Yelich and a possible return to form, Austin Meadows, and Michael Kopech.
I don't think you're going to get 40 home run Yelich, but I don't think you need that from him in that spot to be a good pick. I think if you get 22-12 minimum, with anything plus that and a good average, good counting stats on that team, I'll take it where he's going for sure. Grisham, you said Grisham or Meadows?
Oh, yeah. Well, you go Grisham. I think I'm hoping you're going to say you think Grisham was an injury related thing and he's good to go.
Yeah. At this point of the draft, I mean, like when you're shooting for that high upside speed threat home run, you can't get too hung up on, injuries. I just think that Grisham, I think they're just going to need him to bat up at the top of the lineup. And, you just got to hope he, I don't know if I guess the run count might come down without Tatis behind there. But I know the Yankees fan thinks Luke Voigt's going to match Tatis's output anyway. So, but I do like Gilbert.
I am glad to see he's going to get a run. Are you kidding me? CJ?
I do
just draft Jack Flaherty. He's not going to pitch this season. God, CJ, what are you doing, man? Stop that. All right, everyone, people, stop drafting and don't draft Jack Flaherty at all. Okay. Sorry, what did I do on my list? Oh, here's my list. I'm blind without the teams. So I think they did pretty good. Those kind of usage questions are the things that get me in trouble. But again, I am not saying they're wrong. I am saying I, as a conservative player, have struggled with those players, taking that leap of, no way, Kopech is awesome, and they're going to treat him as such. Yeah, he's awesome. There's no question. My worry this year, Rob, is Kopech. My worry is Kopech 2022 is Tanner Houck 2021, where he shows us all of the goodness. You even get innings, right? How many innings? Houck gave us 70. So I think Kopech will go more than 70. But I don't think it's 160 innings as a starter. I just don't think that that's the role. All right, let's get into the founder of the feast, Matty Wood, at 13. They went very pitcher heavy. 5 of the first 6 picks were pitchers. Woodruff, Otani, Peralta, Diaz, and Montas with Brandon Lau stuff in there. And then they went 3, 6, 8, 9 out of 10 hitters in a row. Schwarber, Correa, Rendon, Cabrian Hayes, Verdugo, Harrison Bader, Kirilloff, Dylan Carlson, Enrique Hernandez. I mean, I am worried about the speed on this team, right? Because like Schwarber's a goose egg, Correa's a goose egg, Rendon's a goose egg. So maybe, I mean, Hayes is usually the third baseman you take for steals. Bader is generally a guy you take for some steals. They actually passed on Miles Straw for Harrison Bader. Talk to me about the Matty Wood build. Like, I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all. I think it's a little speed deficient, and I felt like Straw. I would have traded Straw for Bader right there.
I think that's fair to say. Yeah, I probably would have done something like that too. Make that swap right there. They were 13th in the league last year in steals too. Maybe steals just isn't in their card. They don't like.
Right, he's not interested. Okay,
to push that, but yeah, I think I liked Hayes for that 10 to 12 bump that you get for him at third base. Yeah, I mean, steals will be an issue. I like Verdugo. I think he's one of those boring but beautiful type players. I think he's just gonna. In that lineup, I know he won't be batting on top of it now, but I don't know. Bader is, if he keeps all his gains, I think that's a good pick right there. You got the power, speed.
The bat loves him. We spoke about that. I think bat absolutely loves Bader. And it's funny, he was kind of where I was going with. We got sidetracked, of course, when I was talking about Tommy Edman, and I think I would probably profile Bader as a better leadoff guy than Edman. That's just me. I know the fantasy world is in love with Edman because they're not willing to part with those steals, right? And they're not willing to part with the draft cost. I just think Bader. Hold on. I see you, Graham. Okay, we'll do that for now because we and you were blocking it. So we'll go side by side. That team is good. What do you think about the home runs? I mean, they have guys that hit for power like Lau and Schwarber. But then after that, Verdugo, Bader, Kirilloff, Carlson, and Kike, there's not a single 35 homer guy in there. So I think they're going to have to address some power as well.
Go back up to the top.
Wait, it's not all showing? Oh, okay.
Again, we're forgetting about Otani. The same way you overlooked the steals thing. You're forgetting about. Oh my
God! I did it again. Oh, just stop. Yeah. Stop. I'm the worst. I'm the worst.
I think without Otani, then you're questioning.
All right, I'm petitioning Derek. I'm going to petition him to give us a half sticker.
Why not? Yeah, straight diag.
Like a shipping, look like a rowing, a boating sticker.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Like my mom used to make me wear Bugle Boy had shit like that on it.
Bugle Boy, dude.
Yeah, Bugle Boy jeans, baby.
Dude, I know. I know. That's what I wore too. And my friends made they were their mother used to shop Polo and Tommy Hilfiger, and I got the fucking Bugle Boys.
I had Bugle Boy, and I was wearing Buster Browns, bro.
Hell yeah! Cheers to you. See,
wearing Buster Browns. That's why we connect. Okay,
They used to call me Bobby Bugles.
Okay, let's get Cross and Govier, who
I get Cross and Govier, and then I got to head out.
Okay, I'm very disappointed they're not on the wheel. I think that's kind of bullshit.
I know. How did Govier get away from the wheel?
That's bullshit that they're not on the wheel. Okay, I'm also going to petition Derek that Govier only gets the wheel. He only gets the wheel pick. All right, so let's go Team 12. Very heavy hitting out of the box, like I mentioned. Acuna, Trout, Matt Olson, Starling Marte, and Austin Riley. I mean, everything you love. I've been avoiding Starling Marte, especially after the oblique. He falls under that basket of players I'm avoiding with new injuries. I don't think the Mets are going to run the way Oakland did. I actually was doing a bit of a stolen base study for The Athletic, and let me just put it this way. They're very wonky. Steals are very wonky. Even year over year, people think it's an organizational thing. Even that is not the case. It's really not the case. It's really kind of it's almost like an opportunistic kind of thing.
Yeah, I like that they didn't have to reach to get him. I'll
give you that. Yeah, I will give you that.
Great spot for
Yes,
Marte.
okay. You know what? I do have to give you that. Yeah. And I think the oblique pushed him down a bit. Yeah, so then they had a little bit of pitching to catch up on. We had left them off with Logan Webb, and they went Seager, where I just didn't think Seager really fit. I didn't think he fit the team because Riley, Olsen, and Trout might be my three favorite power again, when I say, I don't mean power only, but you know what I mean? My 3 like bopper types that I don't think Seager was really necessary there. I would have went for a little more balance, but they picked up the pitching. They went Reb to Rodon, David Bednar to get some saves, which I think he will at least get some saves in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh has no one else. Tyler Molly, who I really like, 30% K rate possibilities there. Ty France, Zach Gallen. Dude, they went Gallen and Julio Urias and Ian Happ. All 3 of those guys are hurt right now. All 3 of them are hurt right now.
Yeah.
And I can't get there. And man, I obviously love Eric. Like I follow all of Eric's work. He and I are friends. We talk offline and stuff. He's a little risky for me, man. That's a little risky for me with the injuries in particular. And maybe I'm the new Dr. Dave. But
no, I think you're right.
Gallen's got bursitis. He's set back right now. Yep. And now again, it's almost like we were mentioning with Dave's team and Sale and Morton. It's not like I'm not saying you can't draft any of them, but I believe combining them is asking for I think you're asking for trouble.
I think so.
I
think because even Webb, I think if you look at on Eno's pitching ranks, right? And Jeff Zimmerman did the IL days, like he made a model that forecasted IL days, and Webb was pretty high on that list because he missed time last year with the shoulder. Right. So he's high on that list. Rodon's a risk, Gallen's a risk, and then I don't know what you're going to do with Whitlock. So again, this is another team I think that might struggle to fill out good, healthy innings. So Gallen's going to be huge. I think Gallen, getting him in that spot, if he can get past his problems and just get to like 160, 170 innings, that's solid. But I think there's a lot of innings pitch risk there as well.
And the injury too. Like, so Gallen is the one that I could get down with because the price. And I spoke to Nick Savali, and he was saying bursitis is not structural and it's a pain thing, and he really could be fine. And then the reports from him, he threw, and he said he felt fine after he threw.
Right.
Gallen, I can get down. Luis Urias just went down. Mm-hmm. It's a quad. They're expecting a minimum. It's a minimum of a couple weeks. I'm not touching it because
I know
there were already a couple flaws, so I couldn't get there. And I think Ian Happ is down also right now. Ian Happ is starting on the IL, I believe.
Did they announce that he's starting on the IL?
I'm looking to confirm. I'm almost positive that he. Maybe not. I could have swore I heard that he was banged up in the beginning of his season, was in jeopardy. Yeah. All right, maybe not. Maybe I can't confirm it. Maybe I got this Twitter hype. Maybe I just
had a procedure to get loose elbows, loose bodies, I think, out of his elbows. But I think he's. I mean, I saw him in the cage. I don't know if I saw his name in the lineup yet, but I know he's out there.
Okay, if he's hit, then that's not as bad. My worry in Chicago is there's going to be a big press for playing time, and if he misses time at all, I don't think there's a rush to get anybody back. Now Suzuki and it's like Ramirez and Cody Frazier, there's a lot of bodies there. So as much as I like the Cross Govier start, they really kind of lost me after Gallen. And then even Andres Jimenez, I have issues with. I'm surprised with Luis Urias over O'Neal Cruz, who, I mean, listen, he's hitting the top of the lineup. He just hit a home run off his shoe tops. Thing hasn't landed yet. Mm-hmm. It looks like the Pirates are going to run with him. He played last year. I'm not the type to project, like, push prospects into starting roles. He already played, so I just think he's an opening day starter, and he looks like an absolute monster. So, like, Cross and Govier, you had me in the beginning, you lost me after that. Hey, Rob, can I ask you for a big favor?
Yeah, what's up?
Before I let you go, Can I want to run to the men's room so there's no dead air?
Yes.
Can you hold this down for 30 seconds?
Yeah, go ahead. Take your time. Right.
I love
Take your time.
Friend, everybody needs somebody sometime.
Boom. All right, folks. Johnny's going to go to the bathroom. This is me, Rob D, the pull hitter. We're around 17 now of this tag team satellite draft in the NFBC. Everyone in the league has a partner. Was a part of it last year with Jenny Butler. This year we decided not to participate. In the middle of round 17, to start off this round, we have Frank Schwindel, Adam Duvall, Noah Syndergaard, Gary Sanchez, Stephen Matt, Jonathan Scope, Nicky Lopez, Josh Rojas. Interesting back-to-back here by Dave and his buddy Tony. Spencer Torkelson going pretty early, going right after Bobby Dahlbeck. as the end of round 16. Then Schwindel on the way back. So they avoided corners throughout the whole draft. Yeah.
That was like, I don't know if I've ever trusted somebody that much in my life. That was like leaving somebody in your house or giving them the keys to your house. I left somebody on air on Cork Stats. So Rob, you never ever question again how much I love you, man.
Yes, man. Absolutely. I'll do anything for you.
I appreciate you, dude. I appreciate you, man. We are so glad to have you back. We're just so glad to have you back, man.
Yeah, man. It's good to be back. Good to be back.
And I listen. I have the receipts, bro. It was wearing on me. You know what I mean? It sucks because you've become part of the cycle. You know what I mean? Like we're talking, we're doing this, we're doing that, and I even had to apologize to you a couple times. I'm like throwing baseball stuff at you, and you're like, dude, I'm not. I'm not really doing that right now.
Right.
And I can't help it because you're the first person I thought of. Oh my God, you see that, Rob? And you're like, all right, just relax, just take a breath. I know. Fastball VAA is important. You know what I mean? Rob, you'll never guess what I found. It's like, and it puts real life into perspective. And then really, it was so really, dude, we're all so glad to have you back. I'm not sure there's anyone more well liked than you, man. Yeah, Anthony, Gialdi just hopped in. We all love Rob. It's a God's honest truth, and it's what people gravitate to you because you're such a good dude, man. You're such a good dude that we love you, man. We love you. So thanks so much. You have to get out of here now.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, I appreciate you having me on.
Everybody, if you are not following Rob, follow him on Twitter right now. His podcast is I don't know how to put it. I don't know how to put it, Rob. I'd say I wish I would. I don't know if I have a word for it. If it's like informative. I mean, as pound for pound, I think your podcast has the most takeaway, which at the end of the day is probably one of the most important things. You know, like aside from entertainment and this and that, I was saying this about Zach's podcast, and this is the truth, because I love his podcast and it's got all the jokes and everything like that. But even though it's not wall to wall like statistics, you take a lot from it, and your stuff in particular, when you really kind of introduced us to a lot of the high stakes players that we didn't know before. Right. And you're now responsible for this kind of convergence, right, of like analysts and players, where I believe there was a little bit of a rift, not like a beef, like, yo, I hate that dude, but it was just like there was a lack of communication, right? And you built that bridge. And now the bridge is up and running. Like the 1-lane bridge that you built is now 4 lanes on both sides with Easy Pass. And it's the truth, man. It's like you've brought people to the fore, but you've also brought the analysts closer to the game, if that makes sense. Like,
yeah, no, it does.
Like, dude, you've made myself and other analysts like really good players that I'm not sure they'd be as good without the work you've done. So I just want to thank you because it really is impactful. It's really good stuff.
I appreciate that. I think that's one of the best.
You do great.
Yeah.
You do great stuff.
Yeah. No, I think that's one of the best compliments I can get. And I feel like I see that too, because I see a lot of last year's episodes still being listened to and downloaded, and that's when that when I look at the analytics and I see that, and I'm like, wow. So I know that it just doesn't apply to like last year. People are still listening to apply to this year. So all right, Johnny boy, time for a little TV with the wife. Love you, buddy. Keep it up.
Take care, man. Everyone be
good.
All
right, everyone.
Right, let's close.
Good luck in the league. I'm sorry I shit on your team, but you're gonna do great. All right, goodbye.
Rob leaves us with the sorry, not sorry. What are the kind of options I have here? Okay, no, I could either block it, I could disappear. You don't have to look at my ugly face. You can see my ugly face a little bit. All right, let's look at the board and let's see you not look at my ugly face for 1 second. All right, now with Rob out of the way, let's do a little more team by team analysis. This will be a little bit easier. Flying solo. So we left off Cross go V8 at 12. Let's go Tony the Tiger. I wonder if I could like shrink the screen and fit more of this. Does it work that way? I'm learning. Oh, it does work that way. Okay. So I'm going to everyone following along on Twitter or on the video. I'm going to shrink the screen along with the progression of the draft. So we have a little bit before I'll do that. So I'll try and keep everybody, up to date on this stuff. So let's take a look at my boy, Tony Tambo. Tony the Tiger is doing great. Here's Kyle Tucker, Rafael Devers, Giolito, Ray, India, Martinez, Nabel, Contreras, Votto, Gray. This is a very good team. Benintendi, Miles Straw, Matt Barnes, John Means, Jake McGee, John Gray, Will Myers, Miguel Rojas. Wow, my immediate take is I like this team a lot. It has a lot of players that I know I like. And I know this always sounds so cheesy, like these players are good because I like them. No, they're not good because I like them. They're good because I put players under so much statistical scrutiny because I can be so wild and off the cuff that I want to make sure I'm kind of data backing all of my own assertions. And a lot of these players hold up to all the scrutiny. Joey Votto is still just not getting nearly the love he deserves. So let's just take a look categorically. I think that'll be a little bit easier where, we've got Powers, Tucker, Devers, Martinez. There's a little bit of speed. Let's see Tucker and India. They finished that up with Straw. I love that. Straw will hurt you without the home runs, but you're going to have a couple boppers in there. The rest of the hitters are going to be hitting home runs. Votto is a candidate for 30 to 35. Martinez, if anybody, JD that is a candidate for 35 to 40. So he's going to need power potential from his guys, but I think everybody does. No team's going to be perfect, even on paper. The starting pitching looking really strong. I mean, my beef here is the bullpen. It's part of the reason why I don't wait this long. Because Matt Barnes was their first closer in the 13th. And it's not to say you could do much better. I don't even know. Joe Barlow goes after that. I mean, Joe Barlow, but that's the Texas Barlow. Gregory Soto, Detroit, or Colomé are probably the only saves guys after that. Maybe Rowan Wick. I probably wouldn't went with any of those guys over Matt Barnes. I really worry about the situation in Boston. They also just brought in Hansel Robles, who is just one of those guys. He's like a Colomé guy. He gets saves. And people don't want to admit this to themselves, but I actually believe with the specialization of bullpens, it's actually been the closer role which has fallen into the least important role, it just sounds weird off the tongue, but I truly do believe that. And what I mean is, I think what we're seeing is the progression of committees, right? And I think and most people would agree about that, right? That we've seen a move towards committees. But what I believe now is teams would much rather use the very best pitcher in the high lev situation and keep the closer as just a guy that gets the job done. Like that's your job. You just just shut the door for us. 1 run, 2 runs, 3 runs, preferably 2 or 3, but you shut the door. And that was like, that's your Colomé, that's your Kennedy, and those guys. And, I think teams are doing that. And I think Boston is going to be one of them, and that would make Barnes maybe like a wasted pick even. I've heard people talk, maybe Brazier gets a look, or Darwinson is out there, although he walks way too many guys. It's just, I think it's going to be Robles. I really think Robles will get the first whack at them. John Means, who I really like, I think not just the ballpark, he was phenomenal last season before the injury. People are just not giving him the credit he deserves. He was nothing short of phenomenal before he got hurt. Jake McGee, I think he'll get a lick at some saves, but the Vol's going to be there also. So there's 2 picks round 13 and 15, where I'm not really sure. I'd still rather have Colomé than McGee. Ratios be damned, because you got to get those saves, right? The worst thing you do is draft a reliever that doesn't get saves. I'd rather have a reliever with saves and bad ratios than a reliever with ratios and no saves, because you got to fill the category. Then they went Myers and Rojas, players that I like, who I think do a little bit of everything going late. Those are really good picks. Let's go number 10, back to baseball pods and Drew. Let's see, Albies, Mullins, Ramuto, Gausman, Lynn, Trevor Rogers, Shane O'Mac, Haniger, Justin Turner, Nelson Cruz, Gleyber Torres, Mancini, Brandon Crawford, Gregory Soto, Jorge Soler, Luke Voigt, Christian Vasquez, Rowan Wick. This is another team that I like a lot. I get what Rob was saying. I do get what Rob was saying. In the first 2 rounds, you could probably shoot a bit higher than Albies and Mullins. But if you're looking for the lowest possible blood pressure while you're drafting, Albies and Mullins are the answer, in my opinion. They do everything. And when they are not doing the one thing, they're kind of doing the other thing. And that's what I love about it, right? That if they're not hitting home runs, then they still might steal bases. And regardless, you're probably getting batting average, runs, and ribbies. And when things are really clicking, those guys are going off. Now, granted, I do think their ceiling is a bit lower than a lot of the other surrounding players, but 5 categories is 5 categories. Realmuto filling in, the catcher spot, lovely. I'm going to be honest, I've been off Realmuto myself. I'd rather get almost anything else there and give me Varsho. I'm not sure, how much better Real Muto is going to be the VAR show that we need to pay the 5 or 6 round premium for it. But he is an excellent player and fills out the lineup. They went Gaussman as the one. I do see it. I don't particularly like Kevin Gaussman. I think he fell off at the end of the year. I prefer to go Musgrove or Freed, but Gaussman is a 1. You know what I mean? So even though he's not my 1, he is a 1. And I think it fits a very good construction to Lance Lynn, Trevor Rogers, and Shane O'Mac. Those are my guys. I have all the Rogers, all the Mac. Give me all those dudes. To me, those are guys that can finish as high-end SP2s when all said and done. I've done my video on Mitch Haniger already. Look that up on YouTube if you're interested. Haniger is a boss. Those injuries are not lingering. He is amazing. Then this is all the value. Justin Turner, Nelson Cruz, Trey Mancini, possibly 3 of the biggest values on the board. Turner's been undersold for missing time. Nelson Cruz didn't have a team. He also was a victim of the batting eye in Tampa. Just look at the road splits. Nelson Cruz is fine. I am off Gleyber Torres myself. I guess he picked up the speed and stuff at the end. I don't know. Torres, to me, is not the player the Yankees or even myself thought from a fantasy aspect. So I've gotten away from Torres, but I do love Mancini. I love Soler, and I love Luke Voigt now. Rowan Wick also. I think this is where you spec. At the 18th round, that's where I'm more willing to spec on a closer that may or may not get the job, though please keep in mind he is under great threat right now. The Cubs brought in David Robertson. They also brought in someone else, and I'm missing that, and shame on me. But they did bring in other closers, and I don't think anybody is like the guy. You need to run away from the other ones, but you definitely have to consider a guy like Robinson who's got the experience, and he could fill in that role, the role-specific role, right? Give me all the seeded roles. So Team 10, looking really good. Lots of balance there. They're going to need help in the saves department, I would imagine. They'll be shopping for them immediately, right? If you have Soto and Wick, I think you're hoping for saves right out of the box. I doubt you expect to have 70 saves without having to fab. All right, let's go to Team 9. It's Johnny Fish, the mother effing legend up in here. Johnny, remind me to send you my address. You can send me your best bourbon. We got Scherzer, Story, Wheeler, Judge, Castellanos, Springer, Edman. Let's see who's after Edman. The sticker is covering it. Well, quick pass, man. This draft board is just flying. I'm loving this. We're going to be in bed early tonight, everybody. After Edman went Blake Train and Erod, Kybert Ruiz, Winker Garcia, Rizzo, Yuli Gurriel, Tommy Pham, Jesus Sanchez, Elias Diaz, Kikuchi, and McNeil. I'm a lot more in love with the front than the back, though I wouldn't say it's bad. It's not a bad team. It's not my team. There just seems to be guys I haven't really gotten to. Rizzo, I was worried lost a step. Gurriel, I'm normally looking for more pop from my corner. Pham, between the strip club stabbings, I'm just kidding. He's actually really good and probably much totally underrated and being undersold, including by myself. Tommy Pham pops on all the if you plot projections against ADP, Tommy Pham guaranteed profit. Jesus Sanchez, who I started looking into, I know Dave McDonald was into him, and he's very good. And I think that pop is real. I've usually been chasing some speed back here. So I do like this team again. Hasn't been my direction. Elias Diaz is my catcher, is my most drafted catcher. Kikuchi, I worry about. I don't know, what to expect. I think people are investing in the Robbie Ray to Toronto narrative, right? Big strikeout, lefty, control problems, home runs. Hey, man, to be honest, at the 19th round, 18th round, maybe that does even fill it out for me. I just think there are pitchers that I like more. I will only mention ones that have gone after him since, and a few of them have. So I think Christian Javier with McCullers down and now Greinke leaving, I think Javier is in line for major IPs and their strikeouts, and he's shown to be really good. So I would have went to Javier route because I think wins are in line for him. Also, they're hard to chase, but a good way to chase him is with the Astros. So I think Fish is looking good. I'm a little bit worried. There's only one closer there. I think Trainin is the guy, but gonna need some help there. Gonna need some help. There's probably some steals missing. The power is good. Let's go Team 8. Hope everyone is enjoying this special edition of Cork Stats. We're here live at the second annual NFBC $500 Tag Team Extravaganza. Number 8, so that's Rob G, my new friend. Burns, Wheeler, Iglesias. Then to the hitters, he went by as Bryant, Witt, and Bregman. Taylor, Rogers, Reese Hoskins, Framber, Muncy, Rosario, Eddie Rosario, Wong, Scubal, Renfro, Blackman, Josh Rojas, Casey Mize, Carlos, Carrasco, lots of names I really like here. The only beef I have is Max Muncy. Maybe this is me. I have crossed him off. If you're like bragging about maybe being able to swing a bat in spring training, I have a hard time getting excited about that. The Dodgers also have a lot of guys that want to rotate into the DH spot. I just can't see Muncy giving us a full season. I just can't see it. Hoskins is already there, and there's already 3 strong corners. I'm just counting Bryant again. I guess I have Bryant in the outfield. I keep making that same mistake. Third base is so shallow. I think that's why I pencil in Bryant at third. Muncy really scares me. Eddie Rosario, I guess, is nice. A little bit of balance there. Colton Wong, gotta love it. He's moving upwards. Getting kind of scary how late I was getting him just a month or 2 ago. I have not been able to get into Tariq Skubal and the control issues there and the home runs. I've just gone with other guys. Let me see. Other guys I've liked that went after Skubal. I mean, I like Luis Patino a little bit more. And then all of the pitchers I like are after that. I mean, and they all went much earlier than I was used to. That's Patrick Sandoval, Patrick Sandoval, Ranger Suarez, and Jordan Montgomery all went in the 12th. Severino, 13. John Means, 14. Patino, 14. McKenzie, 14. Wood, Joe Ryan, Cobb, and Ober, 15. And that's where I live, people. I mean, the reason I named those are my highest owned pitchers. That is my pitching staff right there. So I have all those guys on every single team. They were all going more like pick 200, and they're all shifting up. So that was what I wanted to highlight for people following along, wanting to see for their home leagues what's going on in these bigger, more serious events. And that is something you can expect. The better pitchers at the end of the board are being recognized and getting pushed up. So if you're like me and you're circling Montgomery, McKenzie, Ober, you really like these guys, Alex Wood, you could circle them, but I think the days of us getting them all are over. I mean, I have stats with all of them. But again, that was 6 weeks ago. Not much I could do about that right now. So Rob's team looking pretty good. A lot of guys that I like. Just outside of Muncy, he easily could drop 38 bombs right in my fat face, and it wouldn't be a shock. But that's just been me. Mize I like for the bounce back. Carlos Carrasco I think is a perfect example of a pitcher that you ride until the wheels fall off. Okay, let's get into Team 7. So that's Stevie B, Bryce Harper, DeGrom, Simeon, Will Smith, Catcher, Romano, Arenado, Darvish, Swanson, Manaea, Chris Taylor, Lord, Gurriel, Jared Walsh, Pollock, Kittredge, Ober, Urquidy, Nicky Lopez, Nathaniel Lowe, Julio Rodriguez, and Mike Zunino. Again, another team I really like. This league in general is very sharp. There's a lot of very strong builds here. And I think even last year, looking at the board, I think I was a lot more skeptical of it. So we've seen a progression of the analysts and the high-stake players alike in this league, really tightening up the board. I mean, there's very little value to be had here. It's basically a war of attrition. Don't get too cute. And I'd be looking for IPs and PAs. No real prospect waiting right now because anybody with any value is flying off the board. So I really like Carrasco. Then, sorry, man, I gotta say Stevie B went with Adley. I'm sorry, that was Rob G went with Adley Rushman. Stevie B went with Zunino. I can't get with either one of them. Zunino, for me, is such a sink in average, potentially, that if he doesn't repeat that ridiculous run he went on, I think he could hurt you more than he helps you, and he plays enough to hurt you. Adley Rutschman is down. You cannot draft him in a league with shallow benches. In my opinion, I would not touch Rutschman. I would have taken Stasi over both, who just went to Justin Mason. So that's the only reason I mentioned Stasi. I'm not blowing up any other picks that haven't gone. I'm not trying to highlight anybody and give away any info, but Stasi did just happen to go. So Stevie B, I think you're doing a very good job. Like I said, I worry about Zunino, and I did mention to Rob, I don't think Julio Rodriguez is up this year. Even if he is up, I don't think you could hold him on a shallow bench. But best of luck to you. And Julio Rodriguez is one of those guys that I actively would love to be wrong because he's so exciting that he could help to promote the game of baseball, which is my most important goal. It's the biggest thing to me. So I want all the J-Rod. I hope for all the J-Rod. I just don't think he's going to be in a position to produce before you have to drop him. Let's get into last year's overall auction champion. So that's Mr. Zach Waxman, Garrett Cole, Teoscar, Buxton, Tyler O'Neill, Kenley Jansen, Ketel Marte, Blake Snell, CJ Crone, Evalde Kelnick, Brendan Rodgers, Sandoval, Bauer, Trevor Bauer. For shame. Joe Barlow, Alex Cobb, Joe Adell, Jonathan Scoopaloop, Alex Colomé, Travis Darno, and Victor Robles. Zach is really one of my closest friends in this industry. He's a very good player. And I find this happens whenever I look at his board, that I start at the first, like 10 picks, and the pants are off, rosterbation beginning. And then he just kind of loses me. So, okay, Brendan Rodgers injured in the 11th. I think that's a mistake. I'm not touching guys that are injured right now, especially guys that are going to be missing multiple weeks. So I'd much rather have Colton Wong apples to apples than Brandon Rodgers. He's going to run and a half later, even if you had to jump him. So that's one. I love Patrick Sandoval. If he stays on the mound, he's one of the best young pitchers in the game. Sandoval does like everything. Here, let's do a little thing. Now that we're flying solo again, we could actually rattle off a couple of statistics here, right? So what do we got? How about let's do a little Control F. My boy Patrick Sandoval, my man Bubba calls him the Irish Panda. All right, so again, not just to read stats. The reason why I compartmentalize statistics into baskets is that as we go across the description, it's telling us more and more about the profile. So I generally break pitchers up into pitchers, earn run averages, discipline, elevation, batted ball statistics. Earn run averages, being all your indicators and BABIPs and stuff like that. So earn run indicators, excellent. 3.39 ERA, 118 WHIP. Not a single indicator above 4. The Sierra was the highest at 3.98. The deserved ERA down at 3.13. 297 OBP against a 328 slug. That was good for a 625 OPS against, 276 expected WOBA against. That is phenomenal. Into the disciplinary basket we go. A 26% strikeout to 9% walk, but it's backed. The underpinnings of his statistical strikeout basket, I should say, is really the sex. Like that's really all of the sex and all of the stuff that we want from these players. 15.5% swinging strike rate, 31.5 CESW. He has a very low foul ball rate, one of the best in the league, with one of the best whiff rates, better than average chase, better than average in zone contact at 79.5. His heart rate at 20.5, one of the best in the leagues. So here, think about what I'm saying. That's what I mean about not just reading stats. So the strikeout metrics are very strong. He has a 50% ground ball rate, a 33% hard hit rate, and a home run rate per 9 better than 1. So we're talking about everything. This is like the perfect picture, everybody. And I'm just not even sure how else to get out. Look at my fat head on the side. Oh, that head's a little too fat. Oh my gosh. StreamYard, help us, StreamYard. What am I doing, man? I can't. Oh, there we go. Little fat head on the side of the little big board. So Patrick Sandoval is you're getting all the strikeout metrics that you're looking for. When they make contact, the ball's on the ground, hit softly, and most importantly, not out of the yard. Sandoval has a chance to really do it all. Really just be, I hate to do the Robbie Ray thing. That's like so kind of cheesy and played out at this point. But he has the chance to be the late pitcher that moves the needle for you, right? And that's what we're all looking for. That's what we're all looking for at the end of the day. So I'm a big Sandoval guy. That was Waxman, right? So let's go back. Trevor Bauer. I was only half kidding with the tisk. My beef is the reality. I don't care about the moral stuff whatsoever. There are no criminal charges. I am not, the moral compass of the world. Trust me, we don't want me in that position. All I know is that if he does pitch American baseball, I want his American baseball stats. Whether or not he's going to play American baseball is another question altogether. So all the best of luck to people drafting Bauer. I'm at the point where now, man, I'm not really sure. What I think is going to happen now, I can't believe me say this. I literally think they're going to pay him $33 million to walk away. I'm not willing to shut up and be up. Go away. Just shut up. Here's the money. Shut up. Go tweet. Shut up. Almost like I just have this really sinking feeling because we're already seeing the extensions happening. We're extending, and he's getting paid for this. How much is he going to complain getting $33.5 million to sit on the couch and play Nintendo Switch? I don't know. That's not a question I can really answer. So I wouldn't really touch the Bauer thing, not because of the morals, because I'm not sure if and when he's going to play. Joe Barlow with Texas. It's funny enough. Barlow is one of the few guys like those bad, right, quote unquote, like bad closers right now that he has not been supplanted just yet. Zach has a little more confidence than I do. I can't touch Barlow there. I don't know if he's going to get to work. He's not even really the best pitcher. But right now, I guess he's in line for saves. Love Alex Cobb, another one of those pitchers that really has a chance to move the needle for you. Think about what San Francisco has done with bad pitchers. How about a pitcher that's been pretty good? Should we do a little do-si-do on Alex Cobb? I mean, why not, right? It's just me, you, and the Cork Stats crew over here, right? We got nowhere to go. We got nothing else going on. All right, let's take a look at Alex Cobb last year. 93 1/3 innings. He returned $20. So give you an idea of the impact there. 3.76 ERA, 1.26 WHIP. All the earned run indicators popping off the page. He had a sub-3 FIP. I mean, wow. I don't even know how many pitchers even have a sub-3 FIP. Let's check this out. I've got this on the conditional here. So Alex Cobb was 15th in the majors with a 2.92 FIP, tied with some guy named Jarrett Coley. So I'm not sure who Jarrett Coley is, but if he's good at pitching, Alex Cobb has the same FIP as him. So the earned run indicators all in really good positions there. The slug really low at 336, 645 OPS, 305 expected WOBA. Really where I like to be with my pitchers, right around that 300 mark. Right, sub 300 is great, but anything below is even better. 25% K to 8% walk, 16.5% K minus walk. We'll take that at this point in the draft. The K basket also kind of strong. 12% swinging strike, 30.5 CSW. The foul ball rate down below 17, which helps the strikeouts. The chase rate is above average. In zone contact rate at 84, good, but not great. Heart rate, again, one of the best in the league, down at 19%. Right, paired it with the good chase rate and the plus 53% ground ball rate, 4% barrel, 1.5 blast, a 367 expected WOBA on contact, 1/2 of a home run per 9. That's all the things that you want in life from your pitchers. So, guy like Alex Cobb going to the pitching reclamation factory that is the Giants has a chance to be, again, the Robbie Ray, the pitcher to move the needle. But that is a reality. So, Zach, I'm cheering for you there. How about the back? How about the back end of Zach there? Joe Adell, I really like to bounce back. Jonathan Scope, one of my most drafted late. I'd like to stick him in a late middle infield position, maybe even in the corner. I like it better for the middle, the way the lack of power plays there, but he plays every day. The average is good. The runs, the counting stats are going to be there. I like Scope a lot at the price. Alex Colomé, that's where he went. Good job, Zach. You got to get those saves regardless of what they come with. I believe Colomé will be the closer in Colorado. It doesn't matter what you think of it. Estevez won people leagues last year. Zach wrapped it up with Travis d'Arnaud, Victor Robles, and Jeremy Pena. I've got a funny sidebar on Jeremy Pena that has to do with Zach as well. I was looking at a draft that he and I did a long time ago, earlier in the year. Zach drafted Jeremy Pena in the 49th round. So to give you an idea how sharp this cat is, that this is 21 the round. That's 27 rounds of CLV he posted. And it shows you he believes him enough. I don't know how it's going to shake out. In Houston, I do think Pena at least makes for a good draft now, early cut, like let's say if he doesn't make the team. So I think Zach is doing pretty good. Couple picks in there I really can't sink my teeth into. I'm afraid Barlow is a goose egg, but again, he may get that answer before the season. Maybe Barlow starts with the closing job, then you troll the fab market and try and almost replace him before he's replaced, right? I think that's the best way to attack closers that we don't necessarily have the most kind of confidence in. All right, let's get into my boy, Justin Mason. Oh, my goodness. Thank goodness I remembered. Congratulations, everybody. Stop what you're doing right now and tip your cap. Tip the 5-gallon cowboy hat you're wearing to our good friend, Justin Mason. Congratulations on the award. He won the Lore Michaels Award. Now, unfortunately for myself, and I'm very careful about these things. I don't like to talk about people I don't know, and I don't want to wax poetic about somebody like Lore, who I unfortunately never had the pleasure of meeting. However, When I have enough people in my life that I not only like, love, but respect, show this kind of outpouring for a single human being, I know where the truth is. And for Justin to be named, I've always felt that Justin was in that ilk of human. Justin was one of the first analysts that I was listening to. He has a special place in my heart. I've told him that he and Paul, along with the RotoWire pod, with Jeff and Scott, because the session, what I'm getting at is after I had a career-ending injury, I had a major spinal surgery, and was told that I may never even, not saying that I was told I'm going to walk again, but I was told I wouldn't be active again. And every Tuesday morning, I had very intense physical therapy sessions, and I was knocking out podcasts, and they become part of it. This very painful 2 hours. I'm a very hard worker, and I was working, and you're screaming, and you're in pain, and it hurts because you want your life back. I wanted to bounce my daughter on my knee. I want to bounce my son up in the air, put him in the razor's edge, and powerbomb him through a table. All things I couldn't do while I was hurt. And that's where Justin and Paul and men like Jeff and Scott came in and were really there for me. And I think that it's really important for anyone in this room that podcasts, how we all may touch people. And Justin, you've touched me, bro. No, so hat tip to Justin. He really is the best guy ever, man. Organizing TGFBI and reaching out to people. He's afforded me his own platform, as annoying and kind of crazy as I can be. Justin and I really have become really friends. And it's an honor to roll with a guy like that. He's so established not only in the industry, but has the respect of everyone around him. All right, that's enough nice stuff. Let's trash the dude. Let's trash him, everyone. All right, let's see. He's rolling with Shelley. They are a very good team, and the proof is really in the pudding. Look at this squad. It's excellent. Bo Bichette, Liam Hendricks, Jordan, Musgrove, Rosarena, Manoa, Grandal, Bassett, Bell, Cronenworth, Badu, Grossman. Someone stop me when we get to a bad player. Josh Donaldson, Patino, Candelario, Tony Disco, Stephen Matz, Michael Brantley, Cesar Hernandez, Max Stasi, Paul Sewald, Eric Lauer. I would probably have to say this is my favorite team thus far, even though I do not like Rosarena. I think I was very clear about it. I don't think he's a bum. I think he's very productive in fantasy circles. I also think people projecting too many home runs from him, though I doubt Mason and Shelley have him for more than whatever, the 20 or whatever. And that's kind of where I'm pushing back. That I've had some people like, Rosarena is 30-30, 35-35. No. I'm having trouble getting to 25 myself, but I do think the floor is 18, right? So I'm there with you. I think the ceiling is capped as far as power, but if he puts together, he just has a couple holes in the game. I worked there before. He has to cut the strikeouts. He has to increase his contact, and he needs more lift and a bit more power. So it's a lot of parts of the game of Rosarena has to add. And I feel like maybe without the monster playoffs 2 years ago, he might not be going where he is now. Maybe, who knows? Average plus steals make fantasy and owners do crazy things. But back to this team, it's excellent. It's all the players I like. So I'm going to bias it because it's all the players I like. I think Jordan Alvarez is first round talent. Like I mean it this way: if we are to take hitters in the first round that don't steal, Jordan Alvarez is as good as anybody. It's just that's to me it's a simple fact of life. And because I was wondering it myself, I actually did it. I encourage people, if you're curious, I guess it's pretty easy to just say, "Oh, Jordan, great. You really don't care." I kind of like to get out the microscope and see what's going on under the hood. And you can check out the Jordan Alvarez video I did for Mayo. Man, he's really seriously good. It's really seriously good. When there are power hitters that kind of transcend because there's more to it. Here, let's bust out the videotape on Jordan Alvarez real quick. I mean, he is bananas good, and he just doesn't get the love. I don't know if it's the knee. Hit for average last year, 277 average, 92 runs, $104 ribbies, 33 home runs. That was good for $29.20. 877 OPS, 138 WRC plus. The disciplinary basket, again, it's okay. It's not terrible. However, when you get this kind of batted ball quality, you want the hitter to be a little aggressive, even if it means it comes with some whiffs. However, 24% K, 8.5% walk, leaves you with 16.5% K minus walk, which is good, about average. 30% O swing, right? So his chase rate is actually better than average. But the thing that jumps off the page for Alvarez, this is ridiculous. Jordan Alvarez has a better than 91% in-zone contact rate. That's top 50 in the entire league. And we're talking about names Eric Sogard, David Fletcher, IKF, Kevin Newman, Austin Nola, Michael Brantley, Luis Arias, Adam Frazier. Like, there really aren't top round talents until you get to Jose Ramirez and Mookie Betts. And that's about it. Maybe other, recent greats like, I don't know, Miles Straw, perhaps. But the fact is, for batted ball quality, like we'll talk about think about that. Think about the disparity in batted ball quality between Miles Straw and Jordan Alvarez. Like, if there could be an opposite, they would be the opposite. But that's the point, everybody. Jordan Alvarez, 91% in zone contact rate with, I don't know, one of the best power baskets in the entire damn league. I mean, it is ridiculous. Let's go to the videotape on Jordan's power. Again, it's always good to kind of quantify these things sometimes. How about 54% hard hit rate via Statcast? Is that good for first in the league? No, he's not first in the league, but he is top 12 in the league. So Jordan Alvarez, a top 12 hard hit rate with a top 40 in zone contact rate, 16% barrel, 10.5% blast. Think about that. A 10% barrel rate is considered very good. 10% blast rate. 6% of his barrels if you ignore. And God, it's great. I mean, this light in this camera is really bugging me out. Anyway, so Alvarez, all the goodness. He really is a first round hitter. And if you can't get to that, he's a second round hitter. And if you can't get to that, I think you need a new form of analysis, man. I just don't understand. It must be the knees. He's in the best context imaginable, hitting in the front of the Astros lineup. They even got him into the outfield a little bit. So he's rotating outfield and DHing. So it's not like, I don't know, man, he only DHs in the knees. No, they're like, they're pulling off the regulator, man. They're opening up the gas, hitting the gas a little bit. It's all wheels up for Jordan Alvarez. I mean, all right, I'll talk about him without in perpetuity. He is phenomenal, one of the best hitters on the planet. So then that team, this is Justin and Shelly out of the 5-hole. Really, just a lot of really, really strong profiles. Justin Mason, second hat tip to you, my friend. You and I have had part of this journey together, the batting average journey. Now, maybe mine is a little different than yours because I know Justin used to talk on his pod about punting batting average, and now he's very aware of what it takes to correct it. And now I've had to do that as well. So that's why a lot of these players end up on my team outside of Robbie Grossman. I do get the power speed appeal, but that's where he's lost me. I worry about Grossman maybe being a sinkhole. I think the lineup spot's his, and I think he runs when he's on. The Tigers have no problem running. I just worry about the batting average. Again, I fully understand that my corrections, maybe overcorrections, and maybe the thing that hurt me. And then Donaldson, Patino, Candelario. Candelario is a line drive machine. He's perhaps the best line drive hitter in the league. He's third in line drives going back to 2020, I think. So he is really awesome. He is one of the better standard deviations of launch angle in the league as well, which is one of my favorite places to look for sustainability when we're talking about elevation, because his tightness is firmly intact. So Candelario is a fantastic pick. He plays every single day. Him and Scope are such a great pair. I have them together on a bunch of teams. Then Disco and Mats, I go different directions, but they're both pretty good. There's nothing wrong there. Mats, I don't know, man. With the Cardinals and these old lefties, I just, like I said, I'm not getting there. Brantley, no problems there. Cesar Hernandez gets a nice bump now having a job. They mentioned he could lead off. Yoshi Susugo, they just drafted. It feels early for him, but good players are getting pushed up. I just covered Susugo in a sleeper article at The Athletic. Check out my stuff there. I love working there because it's not just player analysis. I do a lot of Cole analytics. They let me my freak flag fly over there. We're doing all types of cool stuff. Plus quality starts and I have all types of stuff going on, man. Check out the home run derby article coming out. There's a lot of cool stuff. Even the shift, even though we're not doing the shift this year, I did a study on the shift, and there's a ton of interesting stuff in there. I promise you, not just because it's mine. I don't get paid per click. I promise you, there's good stuff in there. So in the player analysis thing I did, Susugo was ringing like a mofo. People have firmly discarded this guy. He was a generational talent overseas. Generational. The best hitter they had, 35, 37 home runs, 38 home runs. He's a 900 OPS player year over year over year over year. He's come to the States. He's gotten passed around like a freaking doobie, this guy. I'm going to bring it up for you because it's absurd, right? So we got 2020 is the start. He was with Tampa in 2020. He was with LA, the Dodgers in 2021. went back to Tampa, went back to the Dodgers, and then landed with the Pirates. That's too much moving around for a player with that many adjustments to make. Not just a new ballpark, forget a league, like moving AL to NL, moving to the MLB against the best pitching with the language changing and the environment, the big stage and the media. Yoshi Tsutsugo has 447 career plate appearances. That's it. People have written him off. How long of an adjustment should we allow for foreign hitters to adapt? Well, I hope the answer is more than 500. Okay, so people have lost me with this discarding. Let's look at the split stats. First half, Yoshi Tsutsugo, 155 batting average. Yikes, Shaggy. No home runs, no steals. That's not good. Second half, turned up the heat, 268 average, 8 home runs, and no steals, right? No steals. I don't know what I was mentioning steals for. What I was looking for is the bottom here. When we look at the disparity, WOBA and WRC+, those are my favorite amalgamation stats. I believe, they are the best descriptors on their own, instead of having to go through a million stats. First half, 215 WOBA, a 36 WRC+. Wrap your mind around that. Then the move goes to Pittsburgh. 372 WOBA, 134 WRC+, and the 885 OPS with the 260 ISO that we saw in Japan. And that's kind of my point with Tsutsugo is it's not like, he improved, and now I'm expecting these improvements forever. He's just become the player he was before this, monumental shift, this seismic shift in leagues and environment and competition level. I mean, geez, I don't think he's been given a fair shot. And I think Tsutsugo is an 850 OPS guy just going really late. And I don't think people have caught on. And I think if he kind of, let's say, picks up where he left off, right, that continuation on the bull chart, that I think he could just go fly. And I think you're going to have an 850 OPS guy in a legit slugger who's going to have every chance to play every single day in the top third of a lineup that, may not be great, but he's going to be a part of everything they do. So, again, loving what Justin and Shelly did. They made me go back to it. All right, Team 4, everybody. Let's see what this draft is flying. We just wrapped up the starter rounds. We're in the middle of the first reserve round. That's 24. Hat tip to everybody in this room. This draft is humming right now. This draft is humming, and I love it. Not just because I'm calling the play-by-play and kind of had to pee a little bit ago, but it's fun. It's more fun that way. The flow, when a draft room has flow, and if just real quick, if I could speak to the speed of these slow drafts right now, it's disgraceful. Listen, I get it. A slow draft is a slow draft, and no one should be yelling at you about taking your time that you need. You shouldn't be looking to maximize every second on the clock. It's bad form, in my opinion. Yes, it's within the rules, and no, you're not cheating, but that doesn't make you a good person. I don't know if it even necessarily makes you a good player. It might make you a sharp one, or at least a shrewd one, but whatever, yo. But people that are taking 8 hours on 4-hour wheel picks, to me, that's just wrong. I don't know what you think is going to happen. I'd love to see the success rate on those, as if you think you could guarantee it, because you delaying at the wheel might have just stopped you from being on the clock when the news happened. Now, granted, if you're automatically picking, you're not going to get the news, but take a reasonable amount of time. Let's say you say, all right, I'm going to take a half an hour. I'm going to take 25 minutes, and I'm going to digest the pick, make sure I make it, and then check, the news line, the news wire, before I actually make the selection. But this whole, I'm taking 8 hours on the wheel, that's despicable. No, thank you. You're not really beating anybody like that. I don't necessarily think that's a winning strategy. All right, let's move on to Mark. Team 4. I'm starting to sprint a little bit as I continue to shrink the draft board. We still have the entire draft board up. Big far cry from last year. Really struggled with the video last year. I don't know if anyone remembers that. Oh my gosh, speaking of struggle with the video, I'm dying. I bought a new 4K video camera, and for some reason, the lighting resets it. I don't know, with the green screen. I don't know if anybody can help me out with this stuff. Please holler at your boy. I'm just going mad. I think I didn't buy a good enough camera, maybe. Anyway, let's dive back into the board. I was saying Team 4 and Mark. All right, let's take a look at Marky Mark, what he's up to. Let's see. Vlad Guerrero, he's terrible. No, Arias, Alcantara, Goldschmidt, Chisholm, Polanco, Castillo, Stanton, Mountcastle, Ryan McMahon, Ian Anderson, a lot of good players here. Adolis Garcia, Stroman, O'Neill Cruz. Love that pick at 14th. Now, love that pick, man. I really do. And it's not just wish casting on Pirates. We're talking about a real talent that's going to get a real opportunity, and he got it last year. I really think he's in the opening day lineup. And if that's the case, this is like you're going to look back and say, wow, he should have been going a few rounds earlier. So I'm digging team 4 to Dylan Florio and Trevino. I was wondering what the teams without saves would do. Floro and Trevino is kind of an answer to that. I do like that. I actually do. It's not great. I like it better than the Texas Barlow. I like it better than Kimbrel, who doesn't have a job. I like it better than McGee, who I don't really think necessarily has a job. So I think those two players at least start the season getting saves. Maybe Floro splits a little bit, but you'll know. It'll be telegraphed, and you can exchange them. The problem that we're seeing here, and I think this is going to be an issue across leagues, right, nationwide, is everybody chasing those same saves, right? So there is, even with the ability to add saves at some point in a season, that doesn't just mean like, oh, don't draft saves. Meaning I'm looking at this, thinking of myself, like, what will I do in my next big fab draft? And I want early closes. I really do. I just want early closes, man. I want early closes. Then I shut the window. I don't spend any more capital on it. No specs, nothing. I'll do my specking late. Also, I play a lot of draft champions. I feel very comfortable with the back of the player pool. So, that's how I kind of skin my cat. Let's get back into the end of team 4. Gary Sanchez. I can't do the batting average sync. I mentioned that before. Even with catchers, I just can't do it. I think Sanchez maybe did need a new environment, but I'm afraid that he posts a 190. It's just in the range of outcomes. Tapia for Colorado. Again, I like the player. I drafted him last year. I worry about the usage, right? Chris Bryant is in the building now. They said he was also going to play some outfield. Connor Joe and Tapia. I guess Tapia's a center fielder. What about Hilliard? There's just a lot of moving pieces there. I don't know the answer, so I don't know who's right and I don't know who's wrong. But I do know that a lot of people much smarter than myself are just getting burned in the anus, trying to chase down and project Colorado. Not only do they have a lot of pieces, they're also not very good at what they do. The Colorado Rockies are not a good baseball organization. They're not good at optimizing their talent. They're not good at roster construction. They're not very good, and it shows in the win column. Part of the problem, I believe, has been their poor usage. They seem to run a team as if a child would playing a video game, where you just take John out and you put Dave in. And Dave goes out, Rob goes in. Not interchangeable pieces. Baseball players in particular, young ones that have struggled, generally need routine and rhythm continuity to get success. The Rockies seem to refuse to give that to anybody. And if you believe, like I do, that it's one of the more important things, you're never going to get where you're going. And to me, that's why I feel like I'm right and they're wrong, because I'm telling you, you're doing it wrong. You keep losing while other teams do it the right way and win. So the Rockies are a disaster, and I don't mean to spoil your pick there, but I just can't do it, man. I've even found myself drafting Hilliard in reserve rounds, and I love the second half breakout. I do think he's like a good post type guy. But man, oh man, that Colorado usage is infuriating. And then with the addition of Bryant, put the nail in the coffin for me. Miguel Sano, Mark Canha, Savale, Marco Gonzalez, Lamont Wade, Eric Haas, and Will Smith Brave round out team 4. Pretty strong. I am not crazy about the last few picks. I think you get what you can. Like Haas, okay, I would have taken Kenley Jansen, who went after him. So like Haas, I'm not really sure what that playing time is going to look like. In general, the Tigers were using him like in an outfield role, where now they've brought in players where he just might kind of platoon out there. I'm not really sure. And again, I just like guys that are a little more sturdy. Jansen had the breakout in the second half. He was supposed to be a really good hitting prospect. And again, I think that's part of what I'm buying, right? The narrative that maybe didn't happen at first and now it happened. Like, you give me a good prospect, it's supposed to be really good. When he finally starts hitting, I'm not expecting him to go in the toilet. I'm expecting the growth curve to continue. So again, I don't know if that's right or wrong. That's just kind of how I do it. So let's look at team 3, the Bad Boys, Guilds, and Pete. Open invitation, both or either of you onto Cork Stats. I'd love to have either or both of you on. Let's see. Soto, Merrifield, Nola, Alonso, Presley, Varsho, Bellinger, Gallegos, Boz, LeMahieu, Chapman, Ranger, Ozuna, Eugenio, there's 2 Suarez's, Ramon Laureano, Syndergaard. No. We'll get to that in a second. Lane Thomas, Hawaska Noah, Urshela, Lucas Sims, no. Zach Greinke, Cal Quantrill, Josh Harrison, and Melendez catching for KC. Now, the reason I exaggerated on the no so much was because I like this team so much. This is a me build. There's a few pieces I'd swap out apples for apples, but again, I'm not going to pretend to know the future. So, I don't like Aranola. I'm not drafting Aranola. They got Aranola in the third. He went in front of Alcantara, Wheeler, and Giolito. I'm probably going with those guys first. Nola could outperform them, so that's why I mean, this is not my guy, but I try and look at team builds as if I don't know the right answer. And so for me, I'm just trying to look at it as SP1. It's not my SP1, but it is a SP1. So that's where I like this team so much. So I know some people might say, I know I don't like Nola and I don't like Bellinger, right? I mentioned that before. I have some highs and lows in this team, but then they really get back into the groove. I'm pretty sure our work, the three of us, really kind of closely aligns. You can't have this many similar players on a single team and not. Although I don't know where the discrepancies happen. I almost expect, because they're so similar, that we're going to be the same all the way. But Noah Syndergaard, I don't know, guys. I can't get one. We haven't seen him throw, and we've actually even seen him throw and not be great. So that's an area of concern for me. What are we going to get from Thor? How much are we going to get? I can't get there. But again, I like to give answers instead. So, Syndergaard went right in front of my boy, Josiah Gray. I'd much rather have Josiah Gray. Oh, man. Noah. They went with Noah. He ended up going after that. Pitching did really go. So, yeah, I guess I see it. It's just tough. I would have had to swap out Syndergaard. But other than that, I really like Joe Ryan. Even though I did a video on him, and I know it came out sour. I've had a few people reach out to me about it. It was about this irrational hype that I felt he was getting. And I feel like the price hasn't really moved with that, and I like it now. Where Ryan is falling in the Cobb over where I think he should. At first, with the surface stats, I was afraid he was going to go flying. He didn't. So I really like Ryan. I personally love Ramon Laureano in particular now that we're getting 162 games. I thought we were getting 162 the whole time, so I was drafting as we were. He's on a ton of my teams in my first bench spot. God, man, I am so glad to get 162 because, he was a player that really stood to be damaged, of course, if you were to lower – come on, this stupid green screen. If you were to lower the amount of games played, then that 27 games, of course, represents a higher percentage of misses. So I was taking that gamble, hoping that, Jesus, let's say we went to 100 games, all of a sudden I'm missing 27% of the season, and that pick is probably busted, especially considering I would have had to hold him the whole time. Now with Laureano only missing 27 games on what is I can't even believe they're projected for 71 wins right now. I think it's because Montas and Manaea are still on the roster and maybe not for long. This team is garbage right now. I'm sorry. And sorry, Scotty, if you're out there listening. I tend to kind of like the A's. I think A's fans are good people. But man, they stink right now. They stink. And if they jettison Manaea and Montas, they are really going to go in the toilet. So not only is Laureano going to get full run, we've seen what the A's did. And that's kind of like the thing I'm doing. I'm doing this thing over here. Because look what they did to Starling Marte last year. They just say, F it, run. F it, run. You got open space, run. They don't care. So I think that's where I'm looking for my boosts in steals. That's where I think the bonus steals come from, where a guy like Marte, I don't think 47 steals near that is in the cards with the Mets, because I don't think the Mets are going to deploy him like that, where Oakland said, we don't care, run the bases. So Oakland still kind of stinks. Laureano is going to have every crack every day, and he's going to be running like the Dickens, baby. I love Ramon Laureano this year. I think he's being grossly undervalued. Remember, he's also given us 2 seasons of a 285 batting average or better. So he has potential to be 285, 25, 25. All right, runs and ribbies might be low because the team stinks, but what do you want to say? He scores 58 runs leading off and maybe knocks in 68 RBIs, maybe 71 or something like that. Listen, you're going to go 25, 25, 280. That's going to pay the bills where he's going. So I love Laureano. He has a 5x5 skill set. And I think because of the suspension, people have kind of, maybe punished him too much, or maybe not done the proper corrections to the math. Again, with 162, he needed to be off the board here. So really good pick on Laureano. Yeah, again, I like these team. I like the team guys. There's a couple guys I don't know if I'd mess with. They were on the who was the other guy? I said no to Lucas Sims. Come on. You can't be drafting guys with quote unquote elbow stuff that are not ready for the beginning of the season. I'd love to hear this one, guys. Again, my platform, my show is a two-way door. You come up here and tell me how stupid I am. I really invite that. But I'm always going to plant my flag. I don't want injured pitchers with arm injuries that are behind. And then the pitcher saying, oh, no, I'm fine. And them saying, oh, it's not like it's an injury. But it's not a real injury. It's just a little behind. Oh, that's how first opinions turn to second opinions, turn to James Andrews, turns to a zero. And again, I understand it's fab and he could be replaced. But I would have treated that draft capital probably a little more precious, if it was a little more precious, because the spec save guys all went right after that, so we can talk about that. Paul Sewald, Chris Stratton, even Rasmussen, Ken Giles, Tanner Rainey, all went right, boom, 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 boom. Cole Sulser, I don't really like Sulser, but they did go right afterwards. So I think by grabbing Sims, they started the back end closer run. And I mean, listen, Sims is just not starting the year. If you think he's going to end up at the job, you may be right. I have been gotten burned in the past, chasing saves in that bullpen, right? Whether it be Amir Garrett and TJ Antone, Michael Lorenzen. I've been there, and they've hurt me. Right? Show me on the doll where the Reds touched you, and it's everywhere. So I'm not going there. And I think that pick hurts, but the rest of the team, I think, is very strong. I love the Josh Harrison pick. I think the White Sox have been hinting he's going to play every day at second base. They were moving guys around. It was like Mendick and stuff like that last year. So he has a pathway to play every single day. Harrison also has a potential to be a 5-category contributor. Something I've always been beating the drum about. Even if you're not topside, you don't need 40 home runs. You don't need 40 steals. But if it's 270, 18, that is a perfect. You could always take that player and move on, right? And you'll kind of figure out the rest. And if you put together enough of those players, everything kind of takes care of itself because you don't have to kind of reach. So that was the end of theirs. They tacked on Kyle Finnegan for some saves just now, and Pavin Smith. I kind of like those picks. Finnegan, another one of the bad closers who has yet to be supplanted, right? It has not happened yet. Although, did they bring in? Oh my gosh, did they bring in Doolittle? I don't know. He's a bum. I don't know. Everyone loves him because he's like a Twitter personality. Yeah, I don't know. They've got they signed Steve Cishek also. I mean, this is like ridiculous. This is ridiculous. God, these guys are, if you happen to be looking for the Major League Baseball saves leader from 2011, by all means, there they are. They're widely available. But no, I'm the one to go that route. So I think Finnegan, right now at least, I don't think he's very good. But he gets the rock, and he's gotten some tough saves. And for whatever this is worth, check the game log. The Nationals showed they went to him every time he got destroyed. Every single time he got beat up, they went right to him the next day. He was being used like the guy down the stretch. I thought it might be Rainey to supplant him. He was really brutal last year, but if we see a return to topside Rainey, I think that's where the saves are going to end. But out the box, I think Finnegan will be fine. This draft is just absolutely flying. I'm loving this. Let's get the last two teams in. My dude, Matty, Mo. All right, let's be picking up halfway. We left them off at Segura after Montgomery. I love Jordan Montgomery. Matty Mo likes a lot of the players I like, and in my imagination, I tell myself that he follows my work, and that's why he likes them. Gosh, if you're watching on YouTube, I gotta apologize. This camera keeps going blank. I don't know why the lighting is not changing. It seems like if I move around, the shadow is making it reset. Like I said, I'm tech stupid, so I'm sorry, but I'm trying my very best, everybody. All right, let's get into the end of Matty Mo. So Matty Mo's got a ton of guys I like. Jordan Montgomery, Segura, Jonathan Villar. I mean, VR, that's another one. I was drafting VR before he got picked up by the Cubs, thinking this guy, again, you heard me say it a few times already. We got Frank Amarante is looking for the link. I see you, Frank. I see you. Sorry, I was at 10. I don't have an eye on my DMs. I just sent you the link. If you want, check your DMs, Frankie. You're invited. Anybody else, feel free. Drop a DM here or get in the comment section. The door is open, like I was saying. All right, back to life, back to reality, back to Matty Mo. I was talking about Jonathan VR, and I was mentioning guys that are just roto players, right? So Jonathan VR is a roto player. He steals bases and hits home runs. You know, like it's just weird. That's something he just does those things, especially stealing bases, which he always seems to do. He's a double guy, like habitually. And that's what we're looking for. I was drafting him before the job, and what Rob was talking about earlier, how some players are kind of punished for not having a job yet. I thought VR was that guy. I thought he'd sign somewhere he could play every day. And now we're hearing people not sure about it. I don't know. I'm on VR to the Cubs. Is VR playing every day? The Cubs are not that good. They do have the DH spot opened. You know, they have interesting players that people like. Like I get that. You know, I get that. You know, when Wisdom and Schwindel and all that stuff, and I was like Harold Ramirez. But I mean, listen, you know, Suzuki's playing, for sure. And I totally I just brain farted looking at this. Oh yeah, Suzuki is playing for sure. Other than that, I'm not sure who's guaranteed on that one. I think Bayar is one of the players. I also think you'll see him move around and serve a lot of purposes. So he's going to be multi-eligible, hitting home runs, stealing bases on a team that, the Cubs are a weird team because they're kind of easy for us to say, oh, they're bad. But they were really good down the stretch. And sometimes we get these major league scenarios, the movie, I mean, where these weird kind of pieces that don't look like they're going to fit together and do. All right, let's go back into Matty Mo's team. Oh, my gosh, I'm roster baiting hard right here. Alex Wood, Bobby Dalbeck. This is a big Johnny stud team right here, baby. I haven't really gotten to Duvall, but I do understand it. I'm worried about the average. Riley Green, my prospect this year is Riley Green. Have him on every single team to tie on. Brandon Nimmo, Michael Fulmer, Abraham Toro. I kind of backed off of Toro. I was a little worried he might be on the odd man out with all the new additions in Seattle. He has been DHing the past couple days. I don't know if he's a solid DH, but maybe he'll be part of an everyday rotation. If Toro is going to play 6 days a week, absolutely fantasy viable. I think that was my worry off the bat, that he might have been somebody that could lose playing time. So not to totally knock the pick. I'm just keeping an eye on it. The catchers that got late, Joey Bart and Kenley Jansen. See, that's the kind of late catcher combo that I like. I'd rather have those guys apples to apples any day over. I don't want the batting average sink. That's just me. I don't want Zunino. I don't want Gary Sanchez. I don't want a 210 average. I need 3 guys hitting 280 to be by. It's such agita. It's so much headache to get home runs. I could get home runs that don't come with a 205 batting average or whatever it is. So I really like the job that Matt and his partner did out of the 2-hole. That Michael Fulmer move might end up being extremely sharp. I think, regardless of what the coach said about Soto, I believe Fulmer is in line for some work. He's going to be getting some saves. He's also good for those weird 3-inning saves. If it's his work day and they're way ahead, he'll get you a 3-inning save. So Fulmer, remember, really hot commodity as a rookie. I think he might have won Rookie of the Year. Then he got injured. It's been kind of a tough road back. COVID, he looked kind of sick. Now he looks good. So he's part of that bullpen. If Soto was going to keep walking the yard, Fulmer could turn into a legit closer. So I think out of the box, he's good. Seth Brown, I love the Seth Brown pick. I believe every day at bats just opened up for Seth Brown, and people are not, buying that because of listen, Jason does such a great job at roster resource. But, you can't subscribe to it absolutely. And I truly believe he's a market maker. He's it's like mad money over here. He tells you to buy something. It's like Warren Buffett telling you he bought a stock, and the next day there's just a self-fulfilling prophecy, and a certain piece of the market goes to buy that asset. So I'm liking Seth Brown. I think he's going to stands to move up a bit as draft season progresses, as we see him playing every day. So I think in particular, when you see him starting against both-handed pitchers, his price should begin to move. There's a lot of pop and potential there. They wrapped up with JT Brubaker and Hudson on the Dodgers. Rob and I mentioned Hudson as a potential closer spec. I think Treinen is going to get the job. The Dodgers have shown us elite usage. So I'm not chopping in the Dodgers bullpen. It doesn't mean it's not happening. It also doesn't mean he's not going to be in an early mix. I don't know why. And again, I don't draft from gut. That's why I'm not judging their draft on a gut. It's not wrong because I have a gut feeling. That's not how things work. I just have seen Dodger usage be elite. We've seen Treinen have elite closer usage. Before that hiccup, remember, he was sick. Oakland. And now that pitcher seems to be regained. The Dodgers have shown to have a the guy mentality. So I think Treinen does kind of fit the mold of somebody who could be a C1 legit. All right, let's get to the first team, and then, man, we're going to be getting ready to say our goodbye soon. I want to leave the link out there and open for anybody who might want to jump on afterwards. This draft ended a lot sooner than I thought, so I'm definitely game to go up to, let's say, 11. So if anybody is in the draft room listening to the podcast, DM me on Twitter after we're done drafting. I'll check my Twitter DMs. Let me check for the stupid camera reset again, pain in my balls. All right, let's do this last team. It is Dr. Dave, Mr. Dave McDonald. I'm sorry, I'm going to drop that nonsense. Dave McDonald, Turner, Hader, Perez, Chapman. We mentioned how strong of a team it was. I was worried, if you're just jumping on, about some of the pitching risk. Again, not to bust Dave's balls about risk. He understands firmly. He knows exactly what he's doing. He doesn't need us to bust his chops. But if I am going to be going objectively at this, like if I didn't see the name and I see Charlie Morton, Chris Sale, Luis Severino, even Tristan McKenzie, Steven Strasburg on the same team, I can't go there, guys. That's just way, way too risky for me. Like Sale could have been, Minaya gave us a full season. Eovaldi gave us a full season. Or Boz is really impactful right afterwards. Molly, Gilbert, all guys I would have taken over Sale. Severino, I probably would have either went with Stroman, maybe even Wainwright, McKenzie. I probably would have went with Alex Wood or Alex Cobb or Bailey Ober. I do like Tristan McKenzie, though. Maybe I should have trashed him. I do like him. It's not the trash guy. It's just they all come with risk. There's just a lot of risk going on that team. And we know arm injuries, can tend to pop back up. So I like the players. I think there's a ton of skill. My worry here, of course, is the innings pitched. And if all these guys are going at once, this team could be excellent. Let's take a look at saves. He has Chapman, which you got to like. And I think, right, they just tacked on Hector Neris in Houston, which, again, I'm not buying that. I know there are super sharp people expecting from Neris. I'm expecting 0 from Neris. Houston was the topic, the center of that very famous Alex Fast study about closer usage, and it's continued. Houston has a guy mentality. Presley has been good, and until he's terrible, I don't think he gets supplanted. So what I mean is, as far as an application standpoint, is you're going to have time to replace Presley. Meaning I would pick up Neris the first time Presley gives up a 3-run homer, because I think he's going to get rolled out to give up at least a few more of those. So I don't think Neris gets saves before he's dropped. I could be wrong. Of course I could be wrong. I'm wrong all the time. But that one, I feel pretty firm about it. I'm pretty firm in the camp. The Astros' usage is going to bleed into Presley, given the success that he's had with them closing games. The only time he didn't close, he was hurt. And when he came back, he closed games. He closes all the games. He closes all the playoff games. So, I'm not going there. But again, I'm not trying to throw out the baby with the bathwater on a 27th pick that a team is no good. I think this team is pretty good. Let's dive into the offense. There's a few pieces that I like here, a few pieces I'm not absolutely crazy about, but there are pieces that I really like that did really well. Oh my God, I keep shrinking this thing. I'm absolutely going to go blind. I love the Ha-Seong Kim pick. That's a pick to me that is a league-winning pick with Tatis down for who knows how long. Kim, again, similar to Yoshi. We have these tremendous talents. Listen, you don't be so American supremacist, right? That, if coming here, we're going to just dominate you. You can't possibly hit us. No, there's just an adjustment period, the way there is for all types of changes in life. And we've seen that with many of the imports. So I think Kim is another one of those guys where, he might be in line to really break out. I think the playing time door is wide open. He's going to steal bases. He should be near the top of a lineup. And San Diego is sounds good on paper. Oh man, the Padres. When you get down the lineup, it's not great. Luke Voigt is a nice boon to it, but they really aren't great. So I really do like the Kim pick. I think that's a really good one. I actually like the Torkelson pick as well. I haven't quite gotten there, but it sounds more and more like people that are more in the know than I am feel very strongly that the youngsters are going to be up early. And if Torkelson he is really being criminally underdrafted. Bobby Witt and all the shine, he's great, but the Torque is a legit prospect. It it's getting to us. You know, we don't expect these guys to come up, and then if they do, we don't know if they're going to produce. So that's like slide. If Torque gets an opening day nod, you got to get on Torque. There's a possibility for a big payday there. If somehow he starts in AAA, that could be a bit of a problem for this team, right? We've already spoke about how they may have IP concerns, maybe looking to stack IPs, and those two things don't necessarily mesh very well. But I love the middle infield because Trey Turner, Willie Adames, and Ahmed Rosario is ridiculous with Kim. I guess Rosario dual eligible. I guess Rosario is dual eligible. I really like this team. There's a lot of pieces here that I like, and would say Suzuki, Ahmad Rosario, just players I like. Even Schwindel from a slugging standpoint gets you there. I think Santander from a slugging standpoint gets you there. I think he's been forgotten. I think that power stick is absolutely legit. I have some worries about the average, but I mean, listen, when you're in the 20th round, like that's part of the package a lot of times. 21st round, I love the Senzel pick by Dave. I love that pick. He's been widely forgotten. The Reds have just jettisoned everybody. Senzel is going to play. You want to talk to me about guys that get hurt every year? Fine. You tell me exactly how many games he's going to play and what day he's going to get injured on, and we'll go from there. You don't know. I don't know. He could get hurt in game 1. He could get hurt in game 163, in which case, it doesn't impact us. He get hurt in the first game of the playoffs. He could get hurt fishing on the bus trip afterwards. Nobody knows. Yes. It would be the favorite, if we were to post odds, the favorite bet would be that Senzel doesn't play more than 145 games, let's say. That being said, we don't know. He's going to be at the top of the lineup. He's got skills. He's post-hype. People are tired of this guy breaking their hearts. He does it all. And again, I think the Reds are going to fall into that category of teams that are almost going to have to run to be effective. Like that. I think I'm totally buying. So I think there's a lot of potential in this lineup. They took kind of a different path than I do. I normally have like more power up front. So speaking to power, I know that's the Schwindel pick and the Santander pick. I'm not sure there's enough home runs on this team. Look at Team 9, Judge, Castellanos, Springer, Winker, Jesus Sanchez. Man, even Mike Moustakas, Trevor Story, there's home runs coming out their ears. Where like Reynolds is a great player, but the overall player. It's not a big pop. Adames, I love as an overall player, not a ton of pop. Same for Rosario, same for Suzuki, same for Escobar. Schwindel is big power potential, but the rest of the guys, maybe not so much. All right, we are coming around the bend in round 30. Frankie asked for the link, but I didn't catch him yet. Maybe I missed him more. We're in round 30. This draft just absolutely flew. Thanks to everybody for participating. Thanks to everybody for following along. Several hours of me bringing the heat, I hope, bringing the smoke. Didn't lose one word per minute. Although this video thing really kind of frustrated the hell out of me. I don't understand why it resets. Let's see. Well, how about some final thoughts? And then I'm going to leave the DMs open for anybody that would like to jump in and do some wrapping up. Like I said, I'll stay on till 11. We'll keep the stream going. Let's see what we got at the end here. Let's go over some last round picks, maybe stuff that I missed, at the end here. And the front end, we could go, how about the back end? So CJ and Greg wrapped it up with forgive me. I'm gonna blow this up. I can't see. My eyes hurt. It's getting late. All right. A lot of guys I like here. Reed Detmers, Sam Hilliard, which I mentioned. Then Adam Frazier, Brady Singer, really like all that. Genesis Cabrera, I can't get to. I think that is a 0. Patrick Wisdom, Christian Walker, and David Fletcher. Love the PA stacking at the end. Christian Walker in particular. I think once he starts hitting cleanup every day, people are going to realize he should have been getting drafted earlier. I heard that bloop. We got Frank Amarante in the building. What's up, Frankie, man?
What's up?
I'm going to just stop where we're going. Talk to me about your draft. You were pick 14. Tell me what'd you do right? What'd you do wrong? What do you like?
Well, I'm happy with the draft. We have a nice mix of upside of young players and with some steady contributors, some bounce back candidates. I know Tani was on the board, but me and Kev, we don't want to fill up our util hole with our first rounders. So we went, I know he's flashy, but you got to love that the way he cut down his strikeout rate. Louis Rob.
I love Rob. Man. Love him.
He's got massive upside. He could take a real leap if he could stay healthy and hopefully he'll run.
Yeah.
And then I know Machado might look like a little reach, but he's got that sneaky stolen base production.
I don't think so.
Like I didn't even talking to Kev, I didn't even realize that he stole 12 bases last year. Like he was saying, and I think it's a good point. Maybe with Tatis, they let Machado run a little bit more than usual. You never know. Like it was between him and Devers, and I just because of Machado's higher stolen base production, we went.
Yeah, he's going to probably get 10 or 12.
Yeah,
I think so. So how about? Did you hear the thing I had critiqued? Was the double tap of shortstop early kind of threw us off. Talk to me about the double short. I mean, listen, again, I don't know if you heard it. Not bad players. Good, very good players. But shortstop is really deep. And it's not like Franco does. God, I guess I'm kind of the low man because I don't see the big power speed. But that's what I mean. He doesn't really move the needle. So I was curious about that pick in particular.
Yeah. So that's a good one because that's when we were kind of like, fuck. Sorry to swear. But it was when we could swear on here or no?
Yeah, okay. It's late, man.
Okay. Okay, so anyway, it was sort of a thing where he kept falling and we're like, there's so much upside here. We feel like I know people aren't as enamored with him because he doesn't steal bases yet, but I feel like he could steal 10 to 12 and you saw an advanced approach at such a young age, 20 years old, and we didn't expect him there. So it was sort of a kind of thing where it was a really
tell me what you expect. Tell me what you expect from him. What does a realistic end of season line look for you from Wander Franco?
Well, first I always like to bring the projections as a baseline, and I'll tell you what I think. I'm going to pull it up real quick.
Yeah, no, that's a very good idea. I always do the same.
So we look at ATC here. We'll go with them because they average out all of them together, I believe.
So, no, that's funny. I like when people use the one that agrees with them the most. Let's use the bat because this one because it agrees with me. I use bat X, and I'll tell you what, Frankie, it breaks my heart when it disagrees with me. Like I hate that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
All right, go ahead. Talk to me about Franco.
298, 19 home runs.
Wow.
Oh, sorry, I'm freezing. Can you hear me?
Yeah. You're coming in crystal clear. You look good. It's okay. Just talk. Don't worry about the video. Talk it out. I hear you. Oh, I lied about that. We lost him.
Damn it.
Hold on. I see you moving in the background. Sorry, one more time. Yet? No? Maybe? All right, we'll try Frankie again. Let's try Frankie again. There's Frankie. There's Johnny Fish, baby. What's up, Johnny? How you think you did? All right, I'm going to pull Frank out one more time. Let Frank get his tech stuff together. Johnny Fish, you were number 9. Talk to me about number 9. Let's see. I don't know if you were following. I love your team. We had to get into the late teens before you even did something I didn't agree with. This team, I think, is very strong. You have a ton of balance. I think you did a good job addressing some speed. You don't have to get it all here. You can get some, but you have a base. So, man, John, I gotta be honest, dude. There's not much missing here for me. All right, what? I don't like Andrew Haney. So what? You know what I mean? That's stupid. I get it. The rest of this team, dude, I think you put yourself in a position to compete immediately. You know what I mean? You can't win in the draft room, but I think you put yourself in a very strong spot. How do you think you did?
Love it. I was telling Ryan, this is probably one of my favorite teams that I've drafted so far this year. I wasn't expecting Judge, Castellanos, or Springer to be there in the fourth round. And we got all of them, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Yeah. But that's what set us behind in speed, right? But with it not being an overall competition, I wasn't overly concerned. I'm like, oh, no, we can't, I've got to pass here. We got to go get speed. That wasn't really a concern for us with it not being an overall. But, yeah, I was not expecting Judge to be there in the 4th. And I was I told Ryan I thought there's a chance that Judge, Castellanos, and Springer all could have been gone by our 4th round pick.
All right, so talk to me about the obvious thing with Judge just for a minute. I mean, Johnny, I'm at the point now. I can't draft Judge. How could you draft Judge right now? You think I live here, and they're saying we're not changing anything. Meanwhile, you think you're winning votes by doing this? You're losing elections doing this. First of all, genius politician. It's so stupid. You don't think regular people are saying, Wait, aren't you the idiot that said the visitors can play and the home team can't? You're out. You're out. What kind of moron? It's the most inconsistent. And of course, these are the people yelling at us to follow science. I don't know what kind of science this is. A freaking Banana Republic science. But anyway, can you? I can't. It's killing me. It's not even just. It's funny. This is all of my personal emotions wrapped up at once. Like, dude, I was here in New York City through the epicenter of this nonsense. We dealt with it. We sucked it up. We locked up. We masked up. We did all this bullshit that we had to take care of. But we did what we had to do as a collective. Yo, let it go, man. Let it go. If the visiting team can play, the home team can play. If the hot dog vendor don't have to wear a mask or have a vaccine, the right fielder doesn't need one. This is absolutely it is patently absurd. It is the theater. If you wanted to see where we've gotten to COVID as a society right now, all the theater, that's all. It's imaginary. It's political. Frankly, it's embarrassing. For me, it's embarrassing. New York City is supposed to be progressive. This is regressive. It's really it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. And if you believe that these rules make sense, unfollow me now. And if you paid for any of my subscriptions, I will refund you. Go away. Leave me alone. I cannot be around this type of insanity. But dude, the real question is, I guess you're comfortable drafting him. You're ready to put him on the bench in week 1. Like, what are you going to do?
I just don't understand. They play outdoors. Like, if it was indoors, okay, then they have a little bit of an argument there, but it's outdoors.
He can go to the game and sit in the front row without a mask.
Yeah.
He can be closer to the third baseman in the stands than he can in the field. It's a thorough embarrassment. And I was saying common sense will prevail, reason will prevail. You know, I've been saying that, and it hasn't. And unfortunately, New York City is just backwards now, right? It's this whole, like, we're backwards for the wrong reason. Like, we're going to be so smart, we're stupid. And dude, I'm afraid now. I really am afraid. And I was the guy saying 162 on time. This is nonsense. Don't sweat it. You got to worry now. You got to worry. Hold on, Frank. You're back.
Yeah,
Johnny
sorry about that.
No, that's all good. Johnny Fish drafted Judge at the discount. And again, I don't want to. I already spun off on it. I hate it because it makes me so aggravated. But the point is, even if we keep it between the lines, regardless of what you think of the policy, the fact is, right now it looks like Aaron Judge is not. Dude, you can't. When you're going to play 90 games, 3 games, 2 here, you can't even play him. You know what I'm saying? What do you do with Judge? What do you do with Yankees?
I feel like the rules will update by the time as we progress further along.
You got 2 weeks, bro. And you have to understand the gravity of this, Frank. Yeah. It's because they've been so insane here that this New York City and these quote-unquote progressive policies, this has become the new Nigerian prince. Like, once you pay the Nigerian prince, the fake online scam, you can't admit you're an idiot and it's fake, so you just pay the scam.
Double down.
So that's where we are now. It's like, it's clearly not a prince. Why are we paying? Can we stop paying this person? But we can't, because if you allow the Yankee to play, it's an entire statewide, citywide, fascist government control thing. It's absolutely insane. Dude, it's not the kind of thing where they're going to say, oh, okay, don't worry, it's an exception. You're talking about a major rule affecting millions of people. Dude, millions of people are on the edge of their seat right now saying, go ahead, let him play. Because if you let him play, you got to let everyone work. And that's why it's everybody that works.
But why can't there be an exception because they're playing outdoors? Like,
because then you'd have to make an exception for all outdoor employees. Construction workers and field workers and shit like that. People who shouldn't have had to need it in the first place. This is what I'm talking about. We have decided to usurp medical freedoms. You can say whatever you want. Some people believe that they should be superseded, and that's fine. I'm not here to argue our rights. All I am good at is pointing out bullshit. And when you bullshit me, I could smell it a mile away. And this is bullshit now. This is why I was the person saying, guys, we have to listen to the doctors and we have to be safe. Because I don't know if you guys know, in a prior life, I was a commercial electrician working up in the air on bus loops, 365,000 volt loops. Very dangerous shit. Do we not have electricity? Because, oh my God, someone got hurt. Someone got hurt doing electrical work. We don't do electricity anymore. No one gets electricity because someone got hurt. Or do we practice caution and move forward? And the saying we used to have is we would say, I don't fear it, I respect it. But now we're just fear. Now this is just wild fear. In fact, do you wear condoms when you don't have sex? Oh, should we start wearing rain jackets because it's raining somewhere else? No, it's patently absurd. It is completely absurd.
I agree.
It's completely absurd. But the problem is the absurdity is hit a point where it's become real. So this right now, and again, I was not trying to talk about mandates and vaccines. I give a shit about that. I'm talking about baseball. But we're talking about third-round picks that might not be able to play. And so obviously Johnny gave us our answer because my answer would be, where would you take Judge? John Fish's answer is in the 4th. What about you, Frankie? Could you draft a guy like Judge at all?
I'm the type, I take risks. I think I'll take him even in the 3rd. I'm not. I honestly, I know I said this to you, and it might seem off that they'll change the rules, but I think as we get, at least the season starts, and as we progress through the season, I feel like these sort of strict rules will kind of be loosened in a sense, just like comparable to Kyrie Irving with Brooklyn, that he'll be able to play all the time. I feel like it'll be, Wait,
but hold on, isn't that a perfect example? Didn't he miss games, right?
Yeah, he missed games. I know, but that was earlier in the year. It was more in the thick of the pandemic. Like, I feel like it's a more positive outlook at this point. So, I think that I'm not too worried.
Look at this guy with his common sense. Look at him, Johnny, with his common sense. Look at this guy. Look at him. Look at him with your common sense. Yeah. Dude, it's gonna get you nowhere. Where I hate doing this because I'm telling you, while people were telling me lockouts, strikes, and delays, I was nonsense. 162 on time, and that's what we got. And this one, I'm like, I'm nervous because I've seen the policies. They don't care, dude. You got to see what they've done to our poor kids in the schools.
No, I've seen it here in Ontario, in Toronto, and in where I am now. Yeah, I see all this.
So again, enough of that. It's just I'm gonna have to ask everybody. Yo, CJ, what's up, man? Great draft. I think you guys did very well. We're trying to avoid like mandate talk, like politics stuff. But I have to ask because it is I think it's the most pressing issue right now, more so than Tatis, who we know is hurt. Can you draft Yankees, CJ? Like, is it even viable?
I can't draft Rizzo or Judge now.
Right. He's right. I think you're right.
Like, Rizzo at least might get a medical exemption.
Oh, that's right. You're right.
Because of the lymphoma, like that might happen.
Yeah.
But at this point, I just don't know enough to, like, I kind of thought through 2 weeks ago, I was like, oh, this is a little absurd. Like, it's a month away, but we're, 15 days away now.
And
there's normally a 2-week lead time on this stuff. So
I live here, and they're digging in. Like, so we were a little encouraged because the new mayor was like, all right, let's listen. He was like, I thought masks made sense when it made sense. He's like, now the numbers don't back it, so let's be smart. And he was pulling back on restrictions, so I was hopeful. But we got Zach up in the room too. But so I was hopeful.
Oh, there
right
he is.
now,
Stop the hog.
What's up, Frankie?
Zach, what's going on, man?
What's up, John?
Right now,
What's
I
up,
have
Fish?
to agree.
How we doing,
CJ? I don't think Judge or Rizzo are viable right now. I don't think you could draft them because of the headaches. You don't know how you're going to be able to deploy them. I mean,
draft them anyways.
Plus, what's that?
Couldn't draft him anyways.
You're too much, man. You guys drafting Kelnick over here. Tell me I can't draft Aaron Judge.
You drafted.
okay, so hold on.
You drafted Kelnick to our Battle of the Podcast.
Yeah, but that's a fake draft. That's not a real draft.
You also don't know. It's
Who's your partner anyway?
Your roster around it. You don't know when Judge is going to play. Like, you have. It's not like Tatis where it's like, okay, I know he's going to be out 2.5 months.
Yep.
Like, I can plan and draft accordingly. With Aaron Judge, the range of outcomes is so wide, you have no idea what you're even constructing around.
Yeah, even with NFBC dual changes, you don't necessarily know if it's going to overlap. What you know what I mean? It's absurd, and I'm with you. I really hope that common sense prevails, but right now I'm pulling the plug.
I'm hopeful.
Even in things like shit, like Underdog and stuff like that, I'm not even touching those guys anymore. I'm not even touching them. And I had Judge as a first-round pick in Underdog. He is a first-round pick in Underdog. Anyway, CJ, I see you in those damn rooms, but whatever. Okay, so how about in order? So let's go at the bottom, Zach. You're last. How do you think you did, bro?
I think we did okay. I think we're the one thing is we're short. Like, third base is a big hole for us. But other than that, I think the draft turned out pretty well.
Yeah, I like what you guys did. Your team 6. Oh, what? So you're starting what? Scope? You have to start Scope at third?
No, he's not even a third baseman. He's a first and second. Our third baseman is Kevin Smith.
Woo.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Holy crap! Yo, all right, well,
Stop the hop.
Stop.
Well, start the hop. He better start the
I
hop.
make fun of you, but my middle infielder is Adam Frazier, so I can't.
Yeah, it's pretty terrible. Zach, you hit a home run, by the way. I don't know. Did you see that? Zach, he hit a blast, by the way.
Who did?
Kevin Smith hit a home run in spring training today. Just
my partner's in charge of that stuff.
well, it's better than him. Yeah.
I don't know what's going on, but Kevin Smith, like, it's a 15-team league. You're gonna have some soft spots, right?
Yeah, I agree. I
guess.
think you did pretty good.
I hope
you want to
everyone
speak to I don't know if you were listening.
No.
Listen, I
was
not had nothing to do with moral. I'm not judging you. What about you? Weren't not worried about Bauer? I'm getting more and more worried about Bauer as they move back.
Before he answers that question, he wasn't getting back to him.
Thank you, because Curlin said that he thought he might come back to us, but
He
Wait,
wasn't
who
getting
was
back.
taking CJ? That was you. You wanted it.
Yeah, we were
Okay,
taking
so hold
him
on.
back.
So it's the same. It's gonna be the same question. The news is coming out. They look like they're going to pay this guy to sit out. You're not worried about that?
they're going to pay him to say. What did they say? They said, did the Dodgers say something?
No. Well, see, again, they've just been dictating extensions. So every time they dictate an extension, he's getting paid for that.
I heard that.
I just don't think he's going to take it much longer.
I heard that his camp asked for that extension because he is trying to get his hands on the phone records of that woman.
Well, see, that's another one too. He's over here trying to prove what we already don't care about. Okay, so how about the CJ? You think it's going to be the Dodgers?
No,
I agree.
So you think so? Who else is going to take this guy? You got to be kidding me, man.
Well, I think Deshaun Watson just got $230 million guaranteed, and his stuff is way worse.
You're not wrong. Who do you think would take him though? You're not wrong. Who do you think might take him?
Can I take this one?
Yeah. Where do you think it might go?
So I was talking about this on a podcast the other day, and I had a gentleman by the name of Rick Poundstone on our podcast, and he said,
I'm a big Poundstone guy.
Yeah. So Poundstone.
I'm a big Poundstone guy.
Yeah. So much.
Me too.
He was great. So he thinks that Trevor Bauer is going to sign with the Tampa Bay Rays because it's like a red state, and this is what he said. I'm just paraphrasing. And he says basically they have no fans anyway, so they don't care about upsetting their fans. They don't care about upsetting their fans. They'll take him on. They just want to win. And the Dodgers, I agree with Siege. The Dodgers are just going to release him, right? So that was his take, and I kind of agree with that.
I've always been plotting out the Rangers personally for a lot of the
same
That's
idea.
what I said. That's what I said.
Fish. We were on that podcast too. That's what you said.
Yep.
I think the thinking makes a lot of sense. So how about this draft board? The thing I was supposed to be talking about today. Siege, how do you think you did in the draft, man?
I think we executed our plan pretty well. A couple spots we got sniped, but I'm pretty happy with the plan. You know, we're just going to do what we did last year. We're going to be chugging and plugging in pitching. That's fine.
How'd that work
I
out
said
last
that.
year,
Yeah.
If everybody else is going to push it up the board, let them fight for spots 15 through 11 in pitching. We'll just try to get 10 through 8 in the pitching categories. I
don't know if you were listening. I got to ask, dude. Jack Flaherty?
I'm more comfortable with that just being in St. Louis than I think most people are.
Isn't he finished? He's done, no?
PRP injection,
Second opinion. I don't know, man. That 0 is coming. I'm sorry.
I feel pretty confident with what I've heard from Jack Flaherty.
What you think?
If I draft a Cardinals player, you should probably take note.
So you think that you're getting so he'd still have to ramp up?
I'm projecting 140 innings for Jack Flaherty. I think we see him by mid-May. Oh, you need mid. Okay, yeah. Well, you need mid-May to get 140. Wow, I'd be shocked. I'd be shocked. I really think he's gonna be throwing in 2 weeks. I think this was more precautionary than anything.
All right, let me ask you about one more because this was another one I'm into, and a lot of people are not. Talk to me about Ken Giles.
Yeah, love that pick. Love it.
So this was a Greg pick. He was really banging the table for Ken. We kind of felt like we had 2 decent closers, but I thought he thought the upside of Ken Giles was worth it in case Gabe Kapler does Gabe Kapler things. And the Melancon contract is strong for Arizona, but I guess I couldn't say with 100% confidence he's going to get the job. So made a lot of sense there. Just kind of felt like a value at that point. We almost took him earlier, but at that point I kind of was just like, all right, fine.
Yeah, I've had Giles in the easy cut bucket, meaning I think you're going to get your answer. He's either going to be like the closer for the Mariners or not. And I'm going to be honest, I really think I think the answer is yes. And I think I was talking about this in the stream. I won't go too far into it. I think we're seeing teams take the closing role and move it down the priority list. And I think the Mariners are rather use Sewald and they'd rather use Steckenrider when it matters, and then give Giles the ninth every single day, which is something he's done. So I really like that pick. Giles has slid down boards. And again, you're going to know if he doesn't get one of the first 3 save opportunities, sayonara. But you could be looking at 40 saves and no fab ads. So I really like the Giles pick.
I was surprised that there weren't more dart throws thrown at the Padres situation. Late. I was pretty surprised by that.
We took one.
We took one.
You took Johnson?
Yeah, we took Johnson. Yep.
We took
Where the hell Suarez go?
I think there's did Lamet go? I missed it. When did he go?
Yeah, we took him
27th. 27th.
Yeah. I just think that situation, whoever hits that home run is really going to be very well off in saves. Because we were actually going to take one, and he went right in front of us. The guy who I just think I think it's going to be Robert Suarez. We were going to take him instead of Detmers, but I mean, who the hell knows, right?
Man, I love Reed Detmers. I got to say, I love Detmers. I really think he's one of my guys to take that next push, man. You know, I generally am trying to stay away from young, but you're going to be shopping late. I really like Detmers. Hold on, Curlin is up in the house. Mikey, how do you think you guys did today?
Not bad, man. I mean, obviously third base is a glaring area of concern, but other than that,
I'm glad.
You're saying that, and you're saying that, and Kevin Smith could be Brian Hayes.
Yeah, that's why. Well, and I'll give.
Why not? Why not?
Give
Brian Hayes not a sick beast. He's going to run a little bit.
I'll give Zach credit with that one, not because me and him were both in on Kevin Smith, but when he wanted to jump him as much as we did. I was like, I think we can go him around. He's like, no, let's just take him now. I'm like, you know what? Third base is flying off the board. We've kind of screwed ourselves a little bit. Let's take the upside play. We're both Kevin Smith guys, so it wasn't a matter of wanting him. It was a matter of when to take him, because we're trying to adjust to the ADP, because the ADP hasn't adjusted to that yet. So
now, okay, I wanted to know why you guys took Brandon Rogers when he got hurt yesterday.
It was between him and Gleyber Torres, and I made the choice because I hate Gleyber Torres that much.
I wanted to take Torres, but Mike wanted Rogers, and I did a lot of picking.
I didn't necessarily want Rogers. I just didn't want Torres. It literally was a spite thing.
Come on, you're missing games in spring training with a back. Come on, guys.
I'm aware it was a back. Trust me, I'm very aware. It wasn't like it was just that's how much I don't like Torres. I'm so anti-Torres. I took the guy who got hurt.
Think about that. I'm so anti-Torres. I'm taking a guy who's not going to play. I mean, that is really. That's like, I don't like him so much. I just took a guy in another position.
He's gonna
Trevor
play.
Bauer, Brendan Rogers. You can't have that players that don't play.
I hate him so much. I took Trevor Bauer. Hold on.
I also don't.
I'm looking for questionable stuff.
Well, and Rogers, real quick, I don't think he misses any significant time. They've already said that it's legitimately minor to a point where it's precautionary. I know we've heard that before. You've heard that with Marte's oblique. I get that, but I'm not concerned about it yet. So I was like, I'll take a little bit of gamble there. And Fab was our friend. The idea of having Fab as our friend a little bit. Ease the idea of me too. I just didn't.
I just noticed now that you guys drafted Espinal with the last pick. Was that like a Kevin Smith eject button type of deal?
It was, everything was gone, and we looked at a couple options that were sort of positions that we didn't necessarily need, but maybe had upside, and we said, third base just got so thin by the end. We're like, the third baseman that were getting taken that we were sort of looking at, we're just like if they go,
yeah,
they go.
No, it's bad.
I
haven't even done my thing on Kevin Smith. I'm already easily the high man because I have him where everyone's trying to value him right now. I think he's the first pick in the reserve rounds. To be honest, I think once you get to the reserve rounds, he offers such a unique potential combination of everyday playing time, potential average power and speed at a tough position. I don't know what. Yeah, Smith. You're asking a lot for him to step right in, but I think that might work out for you guys. So hold on. I got Fish for a while. I didn't get no Fish. So the number 9. Let me see Fish. Let me pick at you now. Yeah, you trolled me. You drafted Tommy Edman, even though you know he sucks.
Yeah, right. You don't like 20 home runs and 30 steals?
Oh my God! I'm gonna
20 home runs.
Oh my God!
20?
I am going to kill you, Fish. I'm gonna show
20
you.
home runs. I'll give you 2. I'll give you 2 to 1 odds on the under. On the over of 19.
No, but 15 and 25 when you needed steals.
All right, yeah. You know what? I've been trying to figure out how
Even
Edman gets
15
decent
is
runs.
bullish.
I don't know. I don't think he gets
Could
to
be,
15.
yeah.
I bet Kev.
Fine,
I bet
10.
thanks, Kev, that he doesn't get to 15. I think I bet under 15. But yeah, 25. I shit myself when you said that. So hold on, Johnny.
Nice.
No, I'm just
That's
kidding.
the ceiling.
Listen,
That's the
Edman's fine. I'm just kidding. Edman is fine. I actually really like your draft. The one question I had, not that I'm sure you have the answer, is what do you think happens to Kevin Biggio?
I hate you
yeah.
guys so much.
Yeah, a lot.
To be
He's
honest with
very
you,
hated. He's very.
No,
he's very
I broke my mouse when they took Kevin Biggio. I had to get a replacement mid draft.
So
I realized when I took Plesac that Biggio was on the board, and I said that was a mistake. Because I didn't realize I was sorting by pitchers and not overall hitters. And I saw that we'd let Biggio by. I was like, that's a fucking mistake. We needed a second baseman too.
The old
you
sorting
think
by
he's
the wrong position thing, huh?
So
Yeah.
you think he's the everyday second baseman, right? Is that end of story?
I don't think so.
I think it's
Biggio.
I think he's going
Biggio.
to start there at least.
Yeah, he's gonna be the second baseman.
Yeah, if you think Biggio is the everyday second baseman, then I mean, that makes a lot of sense. So I got Zach.
Who else will be?
I'm not. I mean, listen.
Espinal?
We were kind of in the same boat as Zach and Mike. Like,
Yes, you were.
We didn't
Welcome
wait
to the
till-
sinking ship.
Yeah, we didn't get third base till round 22 when we got Moustakas. So I'm like, okay.
I have a serious question. Sorry to interrupt, though. Why hasn't Biggio started at all this spring? Like, not that it matters this early, but what's going on? Is he hurt or something? I haven't seen any news. That's why I'm asking. What's up with him? I couldn't find shit during the draft.
I heard that they're just working with him on the backfield at second base.
But how does that make you confident in him being the starter if he's being worked on?
Because they're working on it and not just ignoring it.
Because he's way more of a name within the organization. Like he was up as a decent prospect, and
decent is a strong word.
He was solid like 2 years ago. This is a guy they're gonna play over Espinal, 100%.
They're at least going to start that way.
Groaning.
They're not playing Espinal over Biggio as the everyday guy.
Why not?
It's pick 330. Like you'll really
Espinal's
quickly.
like a utility guy. He's a utility player.
Okay, yeah, he's utility because he knows how to play second base. But let's go ahead and throw Biggio, who didn't really show any reason that he's like.
Ask Zach. Zach, is Biggio not going to be the second base?
He doesn't feel confident in Biggio.
Right now, he should be.
Yeah, 100%.
Well,
can't be worse than Andrew Vaughn, guys.
I was looking at Biggio a couple times, but we decided not to take.
Man.
Oh, I'm just not confident. Maybe I should be more confident. I'm just not.
Well, the way third base is sort of thinned out, Biggio probably should have been a pick.
He doesn't feel confident in Biggio.
Right
Dave, mute your background.
Come on, Dave.
Dr.
Dave. Dr. Dave
okay,
drafted
Dave
injured
McDonald.
guys. Can't figure out his computer.
has a 90s fucking camera. Like, can't tell if that's like yellow paint or smoke stains on the
Dave, hold on, we have got Dave
wall.
in the house. Dave, the obvious question, I don't know if you were listening, is, and again, it's all stupid injury narratives aside, I thought you took on a lot of pitching risk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was saying you kind of blew your reputation out of the water there.
What was that?
Your reputation of not drafting injury guys is now shot for a long time.
Well, it's a lot of people who don't actually understand what my take is, which is not to avoid all risk all the time. That's just what people who my detractors like to say to give me shit.
I said that though. I was very clear about that. That all nonsense, stupid joking aside, like I felt in a vacuum, I felt there's a lot of pitching risk.
Okay, well,
I'm just surprised. I think I'm surprised at the combination, right? So
Okay.
Morton has a little bit of risk, right? But coming off an injury, wasn't arm. Okay, Sale is hurt right now. That surprised me because he's hurt right now. He's hurt now. Severino is healthy right now. He's throwing gas, but I mean, he's got a history. McKenzie has a history, and then Steven Strasburg. I almost fell out of my fucking chair. Like that's what I mean. It's not like, oh my god, Dave's not allowed to take anybody with an injury history, dude. I like a lot of these guys. Maybe even pairs of them. I just felt like 4. I thought was a lot. That's what I mean. I feel like that's fair, and I'm so glad you jumped on because I wanted to hear that.
Yeah. So, I mean, when you're talking about the last 10 picks, the hit rate is super low in any 15-team league on picks 20 to 30. So, guys like Strasburg, if he's good to go, it's an awesome pick, and if not, then it's a drop. It's no big deal.
Yeah, that's fair. It is.
Not in the plans though. Like that. None of this was in the plan really, other than Sale, because I feel like Sale's going to miss maybe 3 weeks. It sounds like, and it's not an arm injury. If it were an arm injury, I would have been on him.
I am curious. Sorry, real quick on that, Dave. I was looking for specifics, and the only thing I kept finding was, and maybe you can point me in the direction and help me out here, because I'm actually not anti-Sale. I just kept finding that it's gonna be a few weeks before he picks up a baseball. That's like the way it's worded. I'm like,
and then he's got to go basically
that's
through
what
a
I
whole
heard
spring
too.
training.
And again, I think any of those picks on their own, I don't think are disastrous. Like it's not like mistake. I was just surprised to see Severino with Sale with Morton. Just felt like, and again, I think they've got good pricing, and I think that's part of it. So I understand it. I was just surprised.
So
because, and not just to say I know you. I mean, I know me. We're very similar with that, Dave. It's like
Severino. Severino, I was literally out on coming into like this last week, and then hearing that he was the guy that they feel like is the most ready, and he's throwing 97.
Did you see him? He was throwing gas. He's legit. He's throwing legit gas today. I saw him. He pitched today. He was sitting at over 97.
And he looked really good at the end of last year. I know it was out of the bullpen.
Fair enough. I thought that about Domingo Herman.
So I guess we don't feel like, and with Morton, it wasn't an arm injury.
Yeah, I got you.
He threw four simulated innings. So I don't know, man. It's super early to do this, but like these weren't the plan. You guys kept fucking sniping us, and we had to adjust, and hopefully we did. But
okay, let me get Robin. Let me get Robin real quick. Rob, can you just pronounce your last name for me, please?
It's Geis, but it's
okay. I wasn't sure. I didn't want the word like GC. I'm sure you've had this. You probably haven't butchered.
That's fine.
So Rob was in the 8. Rob here was in the 8 hole.
Sorry, Rob.
Hey, I love you, buddy.
I was really digging. I was really digging this draft. I'm trying to figure out, like, you had me. I was with you like into the 20s, which generally is that's a great sign. Rutschman really concerned me, and I had to ask, you're going to carry a catcher on your bench for like at least a month, it sounds like.
You're gonna have somebody on your bench. I mean, there's seven guys. If we got to cut him, we got to cut him by round 20. It's like if we got to move him later, but if he's there in 3 weeks, I think.
Okay, I guess. All right, so he's like the bottom of the priority list.
Yeah,
right.
we missed Riley Green and some of those guys we wanted as prospects, and so let's put Rutschman there on the bench. If he doesn't play, we cut him.
Other than that, really, dude,
this
team kind of rocks. This team really rocks. I really kind of like it. I was curious what would I want to ask? Oh, was the double third base? You have Bryant Moore as an outfielder. Was that the thought process? And his little
so Matt and I are partnering up. We talked about it a little bit, and he argued. Kudos to him, but he's like, when he signed with Colorado, he's like, is his stats going to be that different than Machado?
Maybe not.
We looked at it, and it's like, so when guys were going off the board, it was between Castellanos, I think, there, and Bryant. We're like, let's just do it. We're not in Vegas yet, so let's just get some guys.
Yeah, again, I don't think it's. Oh, I remember what it was. Max Muncy. Max Muncy. That was my other big question. Is Muncy? I can't get to Muncy. I'm not pulling the trigger on him. I mean, listen, man. It's like spring training, and it's like I think I'm going to be. Yeah, I should be able to swing a bat. What the fuck? Yeah, I can swing a bat. I need better than that. Like, I want to see him crushing baseballs. It's almost April, so like I'm worried Muncy drafters are going to eat a 0 on him. But I guess I'm not really sure. They are saying he's tracking to play is the word. I'm just kind of getting an idea of people's thought process. So other than that, Rob, like, did it go to plan? Did you find yourself?
Yeah, it was weird. It's weird there at pick 8 now. Pick 8 used to be, your guys are moving with Tatis out, and so when you had Corbin Burns and we tap pitcher, guys were gone. We got another pitcher. So then you're just taking hitters that you like.
Yeah, I really, like I said, I really actually like this build a lot. As it was happening,
I had Fish on one side, I had Zach on the other. We were getting killed. So
yeah. Right,
Zach sniped everything. He took like Robles 100 picks early. He took Kevin Smith 100 picks early.
I'd never been in a draft with those two, so I didn't know.
Yeah, the thing about Zach was the reason we took Kevin Smith when we did, luckily, and then we were talking about speed. I'm like, Robus. He's like, sweet. Well, you took Robus, so it worked. That's where it's not a one man show all the time, McDonald.
All right, I have to wrap this up. But let's give everyone one whirl. You know, I'm not holding you to a second clock here, but we'll go around the board. We'll start with Johnny. We'll go across CJ, Dave. Give me 60 seconds on your draft, and then promote your stuff. Johnny, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of took a little bit of a risk on Wheeler. I think he's going to be fine though, so we'll buy the dip there. We kind of already talked about Judge with a little bit of a risk there, but yeah, Judge, Castellanos, Springer, this is the top 3 outfielders is fantastic. I think. It did put us a little behind stolen bases, but is what it is. We fell behind a little bit on third base, so we'll see. You know, in a 15-team league, everything you're gonna have a weakness somewhere. So
yeah, it's true. It really is true.
Yeah. So I mean, I think I really like our squad, and
see, that was part of what I love so much about what Mike and Zach did, and we were tongue in cheeking it a bit. But you are going to come out with weakness, and if you come out with weakness at third base, Kevin Smith really could perfectly plug that hole. Where all of a sudden you kind of have a low end 3B1. I'm not saying he's the 3B1, but you could have 3B14 on your hands, and all of a sudden that hole is now plugged. So, yeah, listen, it is part of it, Johnny, and that's where I think you got to get creative with the reserve rounds. And then the first adding, I can't wait to see the first fab run in this league is going to be bananas for sure. Yo, CJ, man, good to have you again. I got the Twitter follow. Damn it, I got the screenshot, and now nobody can take that away from me, man. So go ahead, tell us about how you did, and then plug your shit, man.
Yeah, I mean, really happy with how it went.
Wait, also, hold on, I'm sorry. Let me cut you off also. You're not nearly as big of a dick as the Twitter public would have you think. And let me tell you, this has been one of my greatest disappointments in the industry was like meeting. I was like, man, I can't wait to meet Draft Cheat and CJ. And we are going to be like telling jokes, dirty jokes that are going to get banned from social media forever. And they're both actually really smart and nice guys. And it's a total letdown. Okay.
I appreciate it. Yeah, it went to plan. You know, it's funny. I actually didn't want to take Mondesi there. I'm sure everybody had it penciled in. But
you what a liar! What a liar! You
got overruled. I gotta be honest. I wanted the double tap closer, and I got overruled. But no, I'm happy with how it fell. We have to obviously starting pitching is going to be our downfall, our problem. But we did it last year. I think we did a better job at getting ourselves a little more depth than last year.
How did it work for you last year?
Didn't work out. But we also
shit, dude. I'm kidding.
Our first
coming from the guy who didn't play last year.
I played until June, and then
when does the season end?
2 weeks to go, and we got nothing from our first 2-round
picks.
CJ,
so actually, one last thing that we didn't get to that I know listeners are going to want to know is what made you decide to go with Tatis 75? Again, I don't know the answer.
I wanted to take him where we took Mondesi. I'll be honest. I thought that was too far, and he said
it sounds wow. That's funny. And that's what's going to happen in draft rooms. It sounds like and again, there's no consensus, but it sounds like people are landing around between 100 and 125. So to see 75 again, I don't know if it's early. I don't know what early is.
Late for the number 1 overall player. It's gonna be 68 weeks.
Okay, I'm going to go on to Dave in a second. Give us Tatis plate appearances, CJ. How many plate appearances?
470. He's gonna DH
70.
He's gonna DH. He's gonna DH way sooner.
470.
He's gonna DH.
Oh my god.
I would love to take the under.
You guys
on
don't
that.
think he's gonna be back till June 1st? You're out of your mind. He's gonna DH in May. He'll be DHing in May for sure.
Oh, what? Okay.
How's the shoulder gonna be?
Yeah, it's shoulder and wrist now, Dave. It's a lot. It's a grab bag of bullshit.
He's just so talented. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, agreed.
You're gonna take
when he's healthy, yeah.
Okay.
Well, even when
the guy who took
healthy,
Chris Sale. Although I actually do want to defend you on Chris Sale. That this has nothing to do with the rib cage. It's all about the fact he couldn't pitch in Toronto anyways. Okay. And so they just decided to extend his spring training. Like, that's all this is.
All right, well, we got the good stuff. I was curious about that Tatis take. That Tatis take is really, really interesting.
By the way, he went 7th at my cut line, so, some people are still high on him.
I think people have autos set. They're not paying attention.
Yeah,
Mr. Dave McDonald, talk to us about your draft and plug your stuff.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we had the first pick, so we were excited to get Turner, and then 2 elite closers, 2 elite catchers. Really want to get Reynolds. There was the shortstops kept falling to us, but we still felt like we were probably going to be short on speed. I do think that Rosario could really outperform his steals projections significantly.
Yes, sir.
But I still think, despite that, I mean, we need Kim to play every day. We need Senzel to stay healthy. Margot, we're hoping for a trade, frankly. But I think we're going to be a little short on steals. But Outfield and starting pitching, we might be a little short. I mean, starting pitching for sure. We took a lot of risks there that we might be, fabbing some guys early. Hudson was just a guy for week 1. So we'll see. I like a lot of our base, and then it's just going to be filling in fab. And we took some shots that if they pay off, I mean, Strasburg, if he is good to go, which I doubt it, but we'll see. But
right, he's not bad. Right, he's not bad. Right,
it's a good time to take him. But we wanted other guys, but they kept getting sniped. It was like Granky went right before us and stuff like that. And Zach was a fucking misery to draft in this with. Him and Fish. Right. Well, yeah. Him and Fish draft very similarly to me, so I fucking hate any draft I'm in with them.
Right, and they have such 50-round experience. I've been finding, and I actually Rob gave me a compliment in the Empire Maker auction that we did. It finishes with 20 rounds of DC drafting, and I got a lot of compliments on the draft at the end because you just much practice. Yeah, and I've been getting that in my main event qualifiers and stuff because you have such an idea of what you want to do with 20 picks that when you're trying to condense it into 7, you start to work on that and it gets pretty good. Yeah, I've been usually very happy with the end of my boards. I can tell I do it a little bit differently than other people. My shots are a little bit different, but there's no right and wrong. All right,
so
Mr.
let me ask you, John. Since you covered this, let me ask you, who are your picks for the top team and the bottom team?
All right, I'm gonna have to go through it a little bit more. But as I was reading, man, I think I loved. Gosh, I was. I know I like Modica's team from speaking about it because he has top end pitching. He has the balance.
I love Matty, but let's say that's Jason Anthony's team too.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know Jason.
Yeah, no, he's
as another boss, right? Another like big dog. Yeah. So I love that. It's that start, man. The J-Ram Tim Anderson start is all the freedom. It's all the freedom you could want in a draft room. You just do. It does it's everything, and they're hard positions to fill. So I really like that. Then Freed and Bieber. They've just got it all. They have a lot of my guys: Jordan Montgomery, Jonathan Villar, and Segura, Riley Green. There's just a lot of guys that I like. But as far as the overall, I would have to go through it because Dave. Well, and it's true because this is something I learned from you, Dave. Right? I kind of learned from you in real time was when we were going over the Battle of the Pods.
Yeah.
How you told me, you know what? I really had to give it another look and get through the depth, and that's what I want to do. And I don't want to.
That's fair.
Yeah. So I'm going to because I put in this work. But it's what I actually expect like you did to get a different result than I have right now. All right, come on, I got to get out of here. I got a beautiful wife who wants to go to sleep. Michael Curland, I don't know. This is the quietest I've ever heard you for the longest it's ever been. I don't know if this is an athletic thing now, but yeah, when all of a sudden he's he types his articles in black and white and he's hot shit right now. Come on, Curland, go ahead, man.
At least you recognize who the better person at the Athletic is between the two of us. But
oh my god. Yeah. Wait, who did that? Oh man, it was a different show. It was actually Zach's show when it did the Nando impression. Hey, where the hell go? Nando DeVito.
That wasn't a bad impression. That was actually
that was pretty good.
That was very good. Hey,
and now we're both fired. You can find me.
Yeah,
for
right.
Now.
Imagine there was not a better guy with a better sense of humor.
I'm joking.
Really.
Yes, I know.
I figured both of those guys would have find it funny.
Especially because Nando has what's his face Khan doing Errol Cohen's impression the whole show half the time.
That whole thing is very funny. Also,
so it's very similar idea.
It was supposed to be flattering, and Brian's really good with voices, as everyone knows.
It's okay. Yeah. I was the biggest kiss ass award.
Okay,
uncontested.
Yeah. You can find me on Twitter. You can. I was skipping that part. I figured Zach will talk about it. It was fine. Like I think our biggest thing is third base. I think we came around. We obviously locked in early saves with Kenley, which we were happy that he fell to us where he did. Saves otherwise are kind of iffy. I think we took enough specs to fill the second closer spot we need, plus potentially a third. Column A wasn't ideal, but we know we're getting saves there, so it's kind of like a fallback save option. Took a chance on the net late.
I think you had my favorite start. I was so upset about the Rogers pick. I was like, it made me visibly upset. It really did.
That's fine. And I got that, and I know Zach didn't like it either, but I really don't like Torres. I really didn't want him. I don't. So why is I hurt Brandon Rogers better than a healthy Colton Wong? Like I don't. Well, I don't. I'm a Colton Wong guy, but I don't know why. We wanted shortstop.
Zach, is he a? I'm sorry, right? I don't know why I was looking at the stickers. I was gonna say, is he a Colton Wong guy if he's not drafting him?
Well, we talked.
If you don't have any shares of him, you're not.
I do have. No, I heard that. I have
Zach,
plenty.
I love that, bro. I love that. And I don't know if you heard mine today. I had to tell a story because Bobby Bucks.
I got it on McHugh. I'm going to listen to it after this.
Bobby Bucks pigeonholed me in my auction on Pete Alonso because he knew,
Mm-hmm.
and but I paid the extra $1 for Alonso because I literally was thinking to myself,
that's right.
You had the balls to tweet Alonso greater than sign Vlad Jr. and you are not going to pay the extra $1 for it. You should unplug your computer, climb up to a roof, and take a fucking swan dive. If that's because you're a fraud. Seriously, I'd be a fraud. So I pulled the trigger and I paid it. But I really thought about what you said, Zach. I'm telling you, I said some very nice stuff about you, which I now regret. But the show, even so much takeaway from your show, I'm dead serious, babe. I leave. Aside from laughing, it's the only show that makes me laugh on a regular basis. You actually leave with some good stuff. And fuck Bjorn, piece of shit.
So I'll just give one comment about that draft. When we started with 3 outfielders, but I felt they were good values there. But that will handcuff you throughout the draft. We got to a point in round 10 where Jared Kalenic was on the board, and you mentioned that.
Hold on, Zach, let me stop you because we've joked about this, but sometimes you and I joke so much we don't forget to get serious. All seriousness, all kidding aside, what do you expect from Kalenic? Like, what do you think we might get from him?
We had this discussion. I didn't want him.
Right. So
no, I drafted myself. I'm just curious.
Zach, go ahead.
With this team.
Mike, he's asking me.
Fuck you.
So do you want to answer for me?
I muted him. He has to be muted.
Fuck you.
Wait, I muted you. How did we hear you? We have to shut up.
He's immune to mutes.
Wait, he just unmuted my mute.
He's been muted. He's been muted so much he's now immune to being muted.
He's immute?
I wanted to install him with the mute button in First Pitch Arizona. I'm just
shut the fuck up.
Oh my god, I hate you right now. Can I just throw him out? Why does my mute button not work on you? Shut up. Okay, all kidding aside, stop. No, I'm dead serious. Let's get one last nugget before we get out of here. Because I have struggled with this. I have drafted Kelnick. That's why I was joking. You joke with me, I joke with you. We don't get the real answer. I have drafted him in cases where I felt I was light on speed. I think he's going to get full run every day, and I think he's shown he runs. I don't know if it's mental even. Like, he's supposed to be this crazy hitter. It's not happening, so he's making it happen on the base pass. So for me, I don't feel great about it. But is that where you're at?
He's a high variance. He's a high variance guy. If I had to give you a projection, I couldn't. Like, I don't know. I'm not saying that I'm smart enough to know, but I think he could be a 30-20 guy, but he could also do the same thing he did last year. It's about the range of outcomes and where you're getting him. We didn't pay out for him as much as like we didn't pay around 8 price tag. We paid around 10 price tag. And what I was going to say about that is that at that point we had no shortstop and we had no third base, and those are 2 positions that were a little bit dicey with us near the end. But Mike did a good job corralling me throughout the draft, except for maybe this point. I said, listen, Kalenic's not going to come back. I know Geller's going to take him. I know there's other people that like him. There's no chance Kalenic comes back. So let's get a little bit greedy. Hopefully we get Kalenic in our targets. And unfortunately, some of our targets got taken on that wrap, and we live with the consequences of being greedy, but we try to make it up through.
But now you think now fair enough. Projections vary. I think that's a given. 15 steals, though, right? We're getting 15 steals? I hope so.
That's it, very much in the range. I'd say like.
Oh, come on. Give me a floor. Tell me 15 bags, bro.
What do I look like fucking Derek Carty here? I don't know.
He could get sent down. He could get sent down in the first month. Who knows?
First of all, you're saying Derek Carty.
Okay,
I disagree with him. I've been
disagreeing with Ariel Cohen. You want me Ariel Cohen? Like, what do I look? Ariel Cohen here? Like, what? I can't project all these numbers.
I've got Ariel's number. You want to call him?
We could. Like, I don't know.
I'm not going to do the impression because I don't know if I don't come off me.
I don't know if he gets. It's all in good fun. Like, it's all respecting. If you're impersonating someone, you respect their work. Anyways, but like
we make fun of you. We just tell you it's all in good fun afterwards. Don't worry, it's fun. We made fun of you, but don't worry, it's fun.
It's not making fun of him. It's just
dude, I had fun. I had fun making fun of you. What's your problem, bro? Relax. No big deal. Get over yourself.
Just spin it any way you want.
Push your balls a little bit, guys.
I don't know. I think like if he plays full run, he should. I believe he's going to play mostly every day. I think he's going to be an everyday player. I think 15 stolen bases is good. I think he's good for 15.
Who was it? I guess it was DiPietro on before. It was going with the rod. Julio Rodriguez pushing Kelnick, maybe screwing him up if he ends up in the minors. And I was like, oh man, I didn't really think about that. I think he's going to get full run. All right. Dave went, Mike went. All right, Rob, nice to meet you, first of all. Good to meet you.
Yes.
Welcome aboard. And close us out. How do you think you did? What do you think of the room? Take a
who knows? This room, good bunch of dudes, and I look forward to it. I look forward to meeting Zach in Vegas next week, and
Likewise.
drinking with Fish and seeing Dave, and so it's going to be a good time.
My buddy.
Drinking like a
Absolutely.
fish. I like that. Johnny, is that the name of the store? I never asked. Drinking like a fish. Is that the name of the store?
What store?
The liquor store. Don't you have a liquor store? Did I make that up?
No, I'm a salesman. I don't have my own store.
Oh, okay. Oh,
I sell booze.
So drive that shit over here. I thought I had to come to you. I saw that. That high noon display was making me very thirsty.
Oh, yeah. I got a whole bunch of them.
All right,
Fish can bring it. No, I thought it was a good draft. I thought everybody was nice and quick. It was good.
Well, that was
thank you for doing this. No, it was cool to draft with my partner Matt Anderson, who I met through NFBC, and great guy. So just look forward to seeing everybody next week. And
Rob, you got a ton of guys. I'm looking at now. You have a ton of guys I've Rob. I mean, I like.
And that so that is the first time I think I've taken Muncie all year. So
it happens.
It's just one of those things. Why not?
But I'm big on. I mean, Wong, Renfro, Blackman, Josh Rojas, Casey Mize, Jesus Aguilar, Kyle Gibson. Like, we have a lot of overlap. So
all right, let's win some money together then.
Yeah, good luck. Well, yeah, you know what? I've been saying that to, I forget it was, I think it might have been Jenstead. Him and Erickson were going over there like their later pitcher targets. It's I've been on Montgomery, Tristan McKenzie, Bailey Ober, Alex Cobb, and like Alex Wood. Like, I have them. I couldn't have any more of them. It'd be fucking impossible. So yeah, as they go, I'm gonna go. So everybody, thank you so much, for doing it, and thank you all the listeners out there putting up for 4 hours and 20 minutes of this, which I think was pretty awesome. I'm gonna put it out as a podcast. It's up on YouTube and all that stuff. I think you guys really did great. I may even maybe I'll run it up the flagpole and see if I can do like a draft review, like my own draft review.
See if you can do your own rankings and all that.
Yeah, he may go. Nando may go for that. He's incredibly open-minded, especially when it comes to with things that are like different. Like if you pitch him and say, "Dude, I have this idea that I think will get people thinking," he's all ears, and that's what I love about it. It's not like, "Hey, John, tell us who the best 5 second basemen are." So, you know what I mean?
Hey, John, before you go, can we give a shout out to Maddie Davis, who put this together?
Yes, Maddie Davis, the founder of the Feast, Maddie Wood, at _MATTYWOOD_ Matthew Davis. Thank you so much. He's really cool dude. Again, you don't know. You meet people on Twitter and you don't know who the hell anybody is. Matt's he's a real dude. He's a really cool guy. Along with all you guys, I have to admit, as much as I hate to admit on air and admit that you guys are my friends, especially Mike. I gotta, it's one of the better parts of this thing of ours. It really is. Zach, screw you, bro. Zach's like one of my real friends. He makes fun of me more than we do normal shit.
See, you make fun of your friends.
I have a feeling that aside from the accents, like your friends and my friends are probably very similar. Like if strangers walk by, they'd say,
"That's scary."
You talk? Who talks like that?
Hey, John, what happened to stopping 20 minutes ago? Like, this is the longest outro.
Oh, shit, he's right. Oh, Mike, you're right. Oh, snap.
Best outro ever.
It's over now.
Hey, guys.
It's over now. Later, Mike. It's over now.
I was gonna say I knew Zach was really my friend when I woke up and had 1,000 notifications because Miles Straw just did a video.
Oh yeah. Well, Dave,
I was like, what?
I knew you and I were friends when it's despising curling.
Despising.
Watch, I'm gonna let him in and I'm gonna finish the thought. Hold on.
I mean,
it's really.
I can hear you. I can hear you behind the scenes.
I have to figure out more of this.
Every group of friends needs a Curland, though. I mean, you have to. Do
you though? I'm like herpes.
Curland. It's Curland.
Oh, Curland.
It's
Curland. Oh my god. The last half hour totally spun off the rails. All right, everybody. From Big Johnny Stud, Johnny Fish Dial, my boy Zach Waxman, I don't even know, Stop the Hop, Jacob DeGrom, UCL, Miles Straw, MVP,
Got a new one.
Yeah, you need a new one. I'm like, what should I call it? How about Zach Waxman?
Not for me.
Yeah, that's stupid. What a stupid idea. All right, and Mike Perlin, who we bust chops, but I got mad love for Mike, who's a really cool guy. He's helped me on and off the air. Mike said SK Playbook. Check out the Patreon. He's doing really cool spring training work. He's also at the Athletic. And Dave McDonald, who I gotta admit, Dave, you're really one of my favorite podcasters right now. And there's not many people I listen to on multiple shows, and that's the truth. Like I kind of
appreciate that, man.
No, it's true. No, you and Jake, I love, and you and Justin.
I have something for Dave. I have something for him.
God,
move this man. He is intolerable. Intolerable.
Imagine spending a weekend with him in a fucking house.
Oh, Zach, I'll partner with you next year. I'm sorry.
I'm partnering with Jordan instead.
Yeah. All right. So
you can't partner with yourself, you dick.
All right. So yeah, it's like things are pretty bad right now. Things are pretty.
We all love you, Johnny.
Yeah. No, you guys are all right, man. I had a lot.
You got to come to Vegas one of these years, buddy.
Yeah, you know what? It's really tough. My injury in the family, especially. My family is the really hard part because if I'm going to be.
I hear you.
If I'm going to be taking trips across the country, like I really got to bring them. Although,
right,
that may be in the cards. Like going with the whole clan, and then I'll bust out for fantasy drafts and get wrecked one night. I'll take one night out.
There you go.
Oh no, my wife, dude, you can't marry somebody like me and be normal. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, you can't be really normal. You would never know because my wife is soft spoken and she doesn't curse and she's very pretty and very quiet. And then
she would have to be soft-spoken to be with you. That
you know what? I always thought that was funny. I thought it'd be the opposite. People normally think I'd be with a crazy.
You guys would kill each other if you.
Yeah. You're right.
My wife is also my better half, John. I get it.
Look at the shock.
It's not a high bar to clear.
Hold on. Look how shocked I am. Look how shocked I am that someone is better than you.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't. You're right. Sure. It's the bar is
all right,
like
that's enough. This has been non-baseball for about 45 minutes. Thank you all. Have a great time. Rate, review, and subscribe. Pork Stats video. Stupid Twitter. Stupid MLB moving averages. Follow all my stupid work here.
Do it.
And I can't wait, man. That was a lot of fun. Everybody, take care. We'll see you on the flip side, yo.